on DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's ODI series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
We got hammered. No, not Steve Harmison, looking back to the last time he went out with Goffey. That was how Harry Brook described England's attempt to stay in this series last time out. And if the first ODI was bad, then the second match of three, well, even worse from an English perspective. So, is today time to stop the rot, or will it be 3 losses on the trot? Welcome to talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. This is live and exclusive coverage of the third and final one-day international between New Zealand and England from the capital of New Zealand, Wellington. I'm your host, Jon Norman, and alongside former Black Cap Craig Cumming, New Zealand domestic cricketer Logan van Beek, Surrey all-rounder Cameron Steele, and Andrew McKenna is back alongside me on commentary duty. Scoring is being provided by Gary Morgan, and we're very much looking forward to this final 50-over match between two teams that know each other so well. It's also the final match that we're going to be bringing you in what has been a very eventful 2025 for talkSPORT 2. But before we go on, let's head out to the middle. Mark Richardson is with the two captains.
So far, so it'll be interesting to see if that's the same. No issues with the weather. There's a little bit of grass on the pitch, so it'll be very interesting to see what they want to do. We've got the captains out here: Mitch Santner for New Zealand, Harry Brook for England, Dave Gilbert is our ICC match official from Australia, and Leo Horgan is our ANZ Coin Toss kid. So, and he's 10 years old. He's from Kapiti Old Boys, and his favourite player is Rachel Ravinja and Harry Brook. That's nice, isn't it? Rightio, let's do it. Oh, Mitch, you've been good at the toss and also been good out in the middle. I'm picking you might be bowling first. Stick with the same program.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
So yeah, you're bowling first. Theory behind that?
Yeah, no, I think it obviously looks like a good wicket. Bit of grass on, feels still a little bit soft, but we'll see what it does early doors and try and make some inroads again.
2 up with the series in the bag. So is that an opportunity to make potential changes today?
Not really. No, we've got one change. Kane's got a little niggly groin, so Conway comes in, but everyone else stays the same. Same makeup with the 4 seamers and a couple of spinners.
From a captaincy perspective in this form of the game, it must be really pleasing at the moment because there is so much depth in New Zealand cricket.
Yeah, it's definitely a good place to be. Obviously makes the old selections at times a bit of a headache, but yeah, I think even you see guys coming in and stepping up straight away. So it's a great place to be. Obviously, texted the other day with Forfa right off the bat. So yeah, I think we've got a pretty good group at the moment. It's a nice place to be.
No such thing as a dead rubber game?
No such thing.
Good on you. Good luck. Harry batting first again. I guess you just got to get it right. There's been no issues with the pace that you've been batting, just losing wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to win a toss at some point in the near future, but no, we just go out there today, play with freedom, play with a smile on our face and try and have fun.
It's probably the most difficult thing to play with confidence and freedom when things haven't been going your way.
Yeah, it always is. We haven't quite got the runs that we'd have liked, but like I said, then we're just going to go out there, play with freedom, and then enjoy ourselves today.
How do you get it right then? Is it just a case of freeing up the mind and being confident?
Yeah, just going out there, having a bit of presence with your batting, and looking to try and put them under as much pressure as possible.
Have you made any changes to the side?
Same team.
All right, all the best.
Thank you. Cheers.
New Zealand have won the toss. That's 3 from 3, and they decided, no surprises, they will bowl first again.
Well, the only surprise is that England haven't made any changes. That is a surprise. I'm pleased to say that Logan van Beek is with us in position at the Sky Stadium. He's sitting alongside the producer, Mark Kelly. I think those two have been hawking back to days when they played a little bit of basketball. Maybe not against each other, but certainly at a very high level. That is not possibly where we want to start off, despite that. Logan, greetings, welcome to talkSPORT 2's coverage of this third ODI. First things first, Devon Conway back into the side, not in place of Will Young, who has struggled in the first 2 matches, but for Kane Williamson, who's picked up a little bit of an injury, but apart from that, unchanged. And I suppose confidence must be high within the side after, well, let's be honest, they dismantled England in both the first 2 ODIs.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to the talkSPORT listeners. Yes, another toss loss by Harry Brook, so it's a little bit frustrating because here in New Zealand you play one-day games in October, November, and unfortunately the toss kind of comes into it a lot. It's seen domestically pretty much every game so far has been won by the team bowling first, so makes it a little bit tougher for England to win a game, but there's no reason why they can't do it today. And speaking of Kane's little niggle, and it's given Devon Conway a great opportunity. He's been kind of in and out of the side in the last year or so. There's a couple of young guys coming in and doing well, so this is a brilliant opportunity for Devon to show his class and kind of re-cement, his name in the side.
Mark Richardson was talking about the depth that New Zealand possess within their ranks, and off air actually we were talking about just how many bowlers are currently unavailable to New Zealand. Ben Sears, William O'Rourke, Cole Jamieson, Adam Milne, Lockie Ferguson, now Matt Henry as well, and yet irrespective of that, New Zealand have still bowled terrifically well and brought through a couple of guys who look like they've got something about them.
Very much so. It's the nature of the era that with Wagner, with Southey, Bolt, they had such a stronghold in that time, in that period. There was a lot of bowlers having to level up, and they were kind of on the kind of outskirts, applying their trade, getting better. Likes of Blair Tickner, Matt Henry's obviously in there now. But you had a lot of guys that having to level up their game, find a way to get into the side. And so when you find a guy like Zach Folkes who can swing the ball away from the left-hander and swing it into the right-hander, which is special, a guy like Nathan Smith has had to develop his first change bowling. He was a very good new ball bowler, but his way into the side currently is first change. Speaking to Jacob Duffy yesterday, he said, it's the first time he's had to bowl first change in about 2 or 3 years. So a lot of the bowlers domestically are having to find ways to, I guess, stand out, be unique, and give the New Zealand team something that they haven't had for a while. So the depth is good. A guy like Christian Clark, who's coming to the side now, young kid, scored 100 and took 3 wickets in the power play domestically 2 days ago. He's an exciting talent. So there's plenty of guys around chomping at the bit to get an opportunity.
One other aspect of all this is because, of course, New Zealand don't play much international cricket at times now in the heat of the summer. There's no international cricket, I think, in February and March, I think. There's very little in January last year. But one of the side effects of that is that the Super Smash, the domestic T20 tournament out there, suddenly takes centre stage. And if you look at a lot of the bowlers coming through for New Zealand, they've actually performed very well in the Super Smash, and they've seen that actually lead to them getting opportunities for New Zealand, which is something that actually doesn't happen in this country, in England, but does seem to happen in New Zealand.
So this is one of my bugbears. The Super Smash is a really good competition. I've played it, been lucky enough to play it for 15 years, and you are constantly fighting the ground sizes. They're quite unique at times, from big to small boundaries to wind to, there's a whole different range of conditions that you're having to contend with. And so as a bowler, you're not just turning up and trying to whack it halfway, down the pitch and bowl an off-cutter. You actually have to have specific fields, you have to have wide holes, straight holes, wide, slow, all these different balls. And so in terms of the Super Smash, it's actually a really skill-based competition. The unfortunate thing is that it doesn't get shown anywhere in the world, and it's a competition that is you can do well in it without really being noticed worldwide. Obviously the New Zealander are keeping a close eye on it. So what happens is that when the guys get a chance to play for New Zealand, their skill base is high because they've had to find a way to contend with all these different grounds in New Zealand, and so I think that's the unique nature of the New Zealand domestic comp, and especially the Super Smash, is that you're having to contend with not only the players and different styles, but also the grounds are quite unique at times, and you have to find different ways to skin the cat to do well. So it's definitely a great breeding ground.
Have you been a little bit surprised by how England has struggled in the last 2 ODIs?
Again, because of the nature of the wickets, the toss bowling first is a bit of an advantage. So I'd say it's like a 60-40, 65-35 thing when you win the toss. The thing that I'm as an observer and watching, and having also kind of been in the game at the moment, we've got playing for Wellington. We've just done our kind of pre-season chats around how we want to play domestic cricket, and one of the terms, we want to be positive. We want to be positive, and we want to take the game on, and we want to do these things. And what happens that our first few games, our top order, we were 100 for 5 both times, and guys were coming back going, I wasn't really sure how to go about being positive or go about showing intent. Is that you can say these buzzwords and you can say these big words, and this has obviously been the hot topic for England at the moment, is they want to play this exciting brand, which when it comes off like it did at Hagley Oval in that T20, it's spectacular. But again, not often do you play on a pitch that is completely flat and that you can just play those shots. Half the time, I reckon 80% of the time in cricket, doesn't matter whether it's here or it's India or it's England, you're going to find a pitch is going to do something that you got to, all the traditional, all the kind of your test match nous of getting through a spell or getting through a situation has to kind of come into it, and especially the one-day game. It's still cricket. You still got to find a way to go, okay, well, this is a pass score. I feel like it's maybe only 250 today. All right, how do we bat through this period for the next 20 overs, not lose a wicket, and make sure we can get to that pass score? Because the last 2 ODIs, it's just kind of seemed like their run rate's been, fine, but they're already 6-7 down, and they're getting to 170, 180, and it's just not enough. And it's only maybe another 60 or 70 runs that they're possibly in the game.
Yeah, it's very interesting you say that. The camera's currently picking up on an interview with Daryl Mitchell, and I suppose he's the antithesis of the Bazball way of doing things, isn't he? And yet here's the guy that's essentially, they haven't got him out in the ODIs. He's been at the crease and either hit the winning runs or been at the other end while the winning runs have been hit. 2 half-centuries. And he goes about his game in a very, very different way, and yet he's the guy that's won 2 games of cricket and has been part of the winning side. So there is, as you say, more than one way to skin a cat.
Daryl Mitchell is one of those guys, especially in the last couple of years, is that his game is very suited to what's happening right now. And if it's flat, we need to take it on, then he'll take it on. If it's a little bit nipping around, then he'll dig in. But he's that perfect foil for that New Zealand middle order, because he will play the situation for what it's needed, and he's got the game for it. He's got power, he's got the sweeps, the laps, the manipulation into the onside to get the 2. Like, he will adapt his game to what's happening right there. And when you've got the guys like Rachin Ravindra, you've got the power of Bracewell and Satner that come in towards the end, and then you've got guys that you can bet around a guy like Daryl, because he will be your foil to what is needed in the game. And he's shown that he's played 2 match-winning innings, pulled the stumps twice, which is one of my favourite things to see a cricketer do, is be there at the end, hit the winning runs, pull the stump out of the ground, shake their hands and say thanks very much. So Daryl is a high-class performer, and he's doing a great job for New Zealand.
Brilliant stuff. That's fascinating. Logan, delighted to have you with us on commentary throughout this 3rd ODI. We'll be back to you very shortly. But as for now, we're just going to pause for a few moments. You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of the third ODI between New Zealand and England. It's New Zealand who've won the toss for the third match in a row, and they have decided to have a bowl first. Just one change to New Zealand, with Devon Conway coming in to replace Kane Williamson, who's picked up a little niggle. Unsure at the moment whether he'll slot in at 3. We expect he will, or possibly he'll open with Ravindra and Will Young will drop to 3. We'll wait and see on that. But England have resisted a chance, really, to give Rayan Ahmed a go. Goffey won't be pleased with that. Either way, play getting underway in about 15 minutes' time. You are listening to talkSPORT 2 or watching us via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
All commentary of England's ODI series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's ODI series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to live exclusive coverage of the third ODI between New Zealand and England. Coming out of the capital of New Zealand, Wellington. England 2-0 down with just this one to play. They're unchanged for this game. New Zealand have brought in Devon Conway in place of the injured Kane Williamson. Time now, though, to get an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Right, New Zealand 13-10 and England 4-7 after New Zealand won the toss and decided to bowl first. England's total runs over 296.5 is 6 to 5, and under 266 or 0.5 is 7-4. England, fall of the first wicket, remember they are batting first, is under 26.5 is 17-20, 17-20 over 26.5. That was an odds update, all thanks to William Hill. Odds were accurate as of 5 minutes ago. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Well, I made mention of an interview that was taking place on the field. Why not listen to it? Daryl Mitchell, the all-rounder. Actually, he's not really an all-rounder anymore, is he? He's just a number 4 bat. Talking with Scotty Stevenson and the former all-rounder, Grant Elliott.
It's nice to win games of cricket, and here in early October and in New Zealand always seems to do a little bit. So it's adapting to what's in front of us, and nice to keep momentum going.
Momentum is one thing, and there's momentum in the rankings as well, the one-day international batting rankings, and you're climbing up there. Do you put any stock in those kinds of things, Daz? Personally at least?
Look, personally, no, not really. For me, I just love playing for my country and love trying to win games for our country. So, if those personal milestones happen, then cool. But it's about trying to win games of cricket.
There's been a bit of niggle in these pitches, hasn't there? And you guys know what it's all about, home conditions. So you have that advantage, but it doesn't sometimes make it any easier, given the fact that there's a quality bowling unit up against you as well.
Yeah, look, England are a world-class team, and you can see that bowling attack, they've got most bases covered. So, I thought the way our bowlers have, bowled at their line-up and restricted them to totals, which has meant we've been able to manage the chase quite nicely. So, today's a new day, and we'll see what this offers.
Daryl, when you talk about managing the chase, what's the mindset? Because I know batting in the middle order, sometimes you come in, you're 3 down quickly. Sometimes you come in and you actually have to be really aggressive. Do you train those different mindsets in the nets?
Yeah, look, I think that's a skill set of us as a group as we try and adapt as quick as we can. And for me, I guess it's working out what's the threat, what are they trying to do to me, how can I put pressure back on them, and at the same time, what does the team need from me in this moment to try and win that moment, and hopefully that means you win big moments because of that.
Well, one thing I've really noticed in your batting as your career's gone on, we obviously played against each other, you used to build your innings and then attack, whereas now I almost feel like you're attacking from the start. That mindset is to be really attacking from ball one.
I think that comes from experience and clarity and preparation as well. And I know how I want to go about facing different bowlers and adapting to the conditions in front of me. So I'm getting a little bit older, I've lost all my hair, so hopefully that's maybe helped knowing what to do in the middle.
Daz, I want to talk about the decision making. We know how good you are down the ground, taking that step, maybe just putting the bowler off their line, but also very good square of the wicket on the sweep shot in particular. They're 2 shots that I really appreciate when you play them, that straight lofted shot and the sweep. Are those 2 things that you work on tirelessly, and when do you make those decisions? At what point in the bowler's run up are you thinking, this is what I'm going for?
I think the pace bowling stuff, it's something as New Zealanders we're brought up facing pace on green wickets, and my batting coach Noddy Holder, back when I was probably 15 years old, always spoke about Yankee Stadium trying to stay in the V, so that's something I've done since I was a kid. And the spin stuff Grant can probably explain more, but when I was younger I probably wasn't great facing spin, so I had to work really hard on what options I was going to do to get off strike and try and get boundaries as well, and it's sort of evolved as my career's gone on.
It's pretty fair to say you found a blueprint, haven't you? You found a blueprint that works for you, and you've got the right amount of aggression to push an innings on, but at the same time score big and bat long.
Yeah, again, it's trying to do what's best for the team, and it's times where you've got to come out, and absorb pressure and build partnerships, and there's other times where you can take the game to them and put pressure on them. So, yeah, look, I love playing for New Zealand. It means a hell of a lot, and when you get in situations where you try and, win games of cricket for your country, it's pretty cool.
Daryl Mitchell in conversation there with New Zealand TV. What a series he's had so far. 78 not out from 91 balls, 56 not out from 59. He has been an absolute difference maker in this series so far. New Zealand, of course, 2-0 up coming into this final game. If you are just joining us here on talkSPORT 2 or the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, then just a reminder that New Zealand have won the toss and asked England to have a bat. England are unchanged once again. Jamie Smith, Ben Duckett, Joe Root, Jacob Bethel, Harry Brook, Joss Buttler, Sam Curran, Jamie Overton, Bryden Cast, Jofra Archer and Adil Rashid. It's one change for New Zealand, and it is Devon Conway coming into the side for Kane Williamson. We think Conway may open along with Ravindra, or they could go with Will Young. Essentially, that's the top three, whichever way they dice that one up. Mitchell will bat at 4, Tom Latham at 5, Michael Bracewell at 6, Mitch Santner at 7, Nathan Smith at 8, Zach Folks at 9, Blair Tickner at 10, Jacob Duffy at 11. Just mentioned Jamie Overton. He's also been speaking with New Zealand TV in the last couple of moments. Let's hear from him.
Oh, Jamie, welcome to Wellington. One last chance on tour to impress, and you've been impressive with the bat so far. A couple of great digs from you. So that side of the game in particular going pretty well, I imagine.
Yeah, it's going all right. I think it's just, I feel like I've not done as much with the bat in the past, so it's nice to contribute. But yeah, obviously nice to be in a winning side. Tough couple of losses, but yeah, hopefully we can put one right today and get to finish off the series with a win.
It's a team that knows what it's about, that we know, and it just hasn't come off in 2 games. So I guess a little bit of reflection, a little bit of soul-searching, not to sound overly dramatic, about how you play one-day cricket. It's the one format that seems to be a bit of a struggle at the moment. So what have you discussed as a team?
Yeah, I think it's just, we obviously want to be a positive team and trying to take the positive option, but it's also trying to be, I think, realistic at the same time, and sometimes it's trying to sort of take your medicine and just be like, you've got to soak up a few balls here and there, and then try and put pressure back onto the bowler the other way. But yeah, it's obviously not trying to be reckless, it's just trying to do the right thing at the right time, and I think we're obviously trying to be positive, so maybe we've not taken the right actions at the right time, and just probably, yeah, just one of those things that hasn't quite gone our way so far.
As mentioned, when you put the 3 lines on and you know that it's about pride, right? You want to go and put your best performance out there, and as I say, it's one last chance here in Wellington today on another different kind of wicket. So this is that sort of day for you guys to stamp your authority once more, I'm sure?
Yeah, 100%. I think 3 games ago we got 320 and 4 games ago we got 400. So it's not like we're that far away and we're not out of form. It's just things haven't gone right for us. So yeah, it'd be nice to finish here in Wellington with a win in a great stadium. So yeah, fingers crossed we can put in a good performance.
In terms of everyone else in the squad, everyone happy, mate? I believe it's going to be a similar sort of team that rolls out today?
Yeah, I think so. I think everyone's pretty happy. Everyone's pretty sort of settled in their roles and stuff. It's just performances haven't been quite to where we want to. But I think pretty similar today, and we'll just try and go out and put in a really good performance and see where we get to.
Pleasure talking to you. Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Jamie Overton in conversation with the host broadcasters, obviously taking place just before the toss. Just to recap, England are indeed unchanged, so it was the same squad on duty, which means that Rayan Ahmed, Sonny Baker, Tom Banton, Liam Dawson have all not featured in this series. Heck of a long way to go for a net, but anyway, let's move on from that one. Now maybe we can discuss that a little bit more. Delighted to say that the former New Zealand batter Craig Cumming is with us once again in the talkSPORT 2 commentary box, and Cameron Steele is also here as well. Finished the season with Surrey, of course. Gentlemen, welcome both along. Cam, first of all, welcome along to the box. How you doing?
Thank you for having me. Yeah, it's so good to be here. Albeit nice and late here in the UK, but yeah, great to be here, and yeah, thanks for having me along.
Craig, just to pick up on that point we just made there. Rayan Ahmed, Sonny Baker, Tom Banton and Liam Dawson get dragged halfway around the world and don't put in an appearance. It's I don't like the word dead game, but obviously the series has gone, and Darren Gough was making the point at the close of the second game. There's going to be a point where Adil Rashid isn't available for England anymore. If you're not going to play Rayan Ahmed in a series that's already gone, when are you going to play Rayan Ahmed?
Yeah, you're right, and it's one of those ones where you don't find out anything unless you play, but also you don't learn anything unless you play. So that opportunity, maybe they're trying to say that they're trying to find out what their best side is, but when you haven't been performing as well, then it brings in the extra one. People deserve the opportunity. So yeah, you're right. New Zealand's doing it naturally because Devon Conway's just come back into the side. Now he has plenty of experience, but he hasn't played, I think, one day since February, and also he's fighting for his spot. So they've been able to do it. They've had the natural attrition when it comes to fast bowlers with injuries. So one of New Zealand's great strengths is somehow, some way, they always find an opportunity to give players a go. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the rationale behind that is from England.
From an England point of view, 2-0 down, Cam. I mean, we know their approach normally is, if it doesn't work, we just go harder. Can they really do that again today?
I'm sure they can, yeah, they would. they love to surprise us, and that's why they're so entertaining to watch. And I mean, it would be great to see a few of the batters get some runs, but I suppose now being 2-0 down, the focus does go a little bit more towards the Ashes, so it'd be great to see a few of the batters get in some form and yeah, hopefully put a big score on the board here at Wellington.
Welcome TalkSPORT listeners who are joining us here on TalkSPORT 2 as well. We are about to get this third and final one-day international underway.
This week, the cricketing world was rocked by the tragic death of Australian
But first, we are
teenager
going to have a
Ben
period of
Austin.
silence.
Ben passed away after an accident while warming up for a game of cricket in Melbourne on Tuesday. He was just 17. A son, a brother, a friend, a teammate. Ben was also a part of our cricketing family. We grieve together at such a heartbreaking time. Would you please stand, if able, and observe a moment's silence to honour the memory of Ben Austin. Thank you.
Tragic story. Been observed all around the world. Black armbands worn in the Women's World Cup. And a period of silence in Sky Stadium, Wellington, before this third and final one-day international will get underway. It is going to be Jacob Duffy who has got the ball for the first over. And we are about to get this one underway. Umpires today, David Gilbert and Hassan Raza, the two international umpires. And here comes Jacob Duffy. Two slips in place. On this movement, straight away beats the outside edge of Jamie Smith's bat, and it's through to the keeper. And we're exchanging knowing looks in the commentary box early on. That one is an absolute seed. It's a beauty first up.
It is a beauty, but it's Jacob Duffy. That's what he does. So if it's going to swing, he'll find it. And, you know, if you want to, have a picture of what it looks like from people who don't know Jacob Duffy, just visualise Tim Southey. That's literally what he's done. And at the end of the day, though, you're allowed to swing the ball. So it's going to be a test here for the England players.
Lovely outswinger from Duffy. In he comes once again. Two slips awaiting. That one thick outside edge from Jamie Smith. Down to third. England are underway with a single. But, well, it was uppish. But as they always say, if you're going to go at it, go hard. And it flew quite a long way past second slip, but it was uppish. Cameron, you're watching that replay a little bit nervously.
Yeah, thankfully he's gone through the 4-slip region as opposed to one of the 2 slips that are in place. Yeah, it'd be nice for Jamie Smith and Ben Duckett to get a few runs here, a bit of form. Playing with Jamie Smith at Surrey, we always joke that if he's edging the ball, then it definitely is doing a little bit because he's so talented, everything seems to come out the middle of his bat. But yeah, I'll be happy to have got away with that one and get off the mark.
Right, for the left-handed Ben Duckett, there's only 1 slip. Duckett waits as Duffy is on the way. That one is roundabout off stump. He's playing it up to Santner at mid-off, and there is no run. Just to give you a bit of a card mark on this one, there's not a huge amount of difference in terms of average scores batting first in day games and day-night games. This is a day-night game. Day games is 240, day-night is 238. So it's so little makes a difference on that one. So that's the average batting first. Duffy is in once again. That's another beauty. Swinging away to the left-handed Duckett. Goes past the outside edge through to the keeper. No run. So he's got it going both ways. Past the outside edge of the right-hander and now the outside edge of the left-hander.
Jacob Duffy does have that 3-quarter ball where it'll go across. That wasn't it. It actually just hit the seam and nipped away, and Duckett gave that look. A little bit concerned when I heard Mitch Santner say at the toss he's bowling first. One of the reasons is it doesn't feel that hard. So the pitch has obviously got grass on it, but it's not hard.
Duffy goes in. Duckett just takes a half pace down the pitch to try and get some momentum into the ball. Takes him on the pad, and it'll go to Bracewell, who's in at a short mid-wicket catching. And there's no run. England won without loss here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2, and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. In fact, that wasn't on the body. That was up on the handle of the bat and the glove area.
I was reading from Ian Smith that apparently there's not been much of a summer yet in New Zealand.
No, and again, I'm not here to defend the weather. I live in Dunedin, or did live in Dunedin, so that's the deep south. They had snow in the weekend, or last weekend, and
Duffy to complete the first over, strays onto the pads of Duckett, clips through square leg, and will come back for a couple. So Duckett is underway. And after the first over, England 3 without loss.
No, it's been an interesting month from all accounts. You know, they've just started domestic cricket, and they've actually got games in when it hasn't been, but there's been a massive big windstorm throughout the country. Basically, the long story short, the temperatures are cooler. Like normally now, and you can go around, the pitches are pretty good. But because it hasn't been warm, and as much as people will defend a Daniel McHardy beyond Wellington, and they say that you can't beat Wellington on a good day, well, you can. Mount Maunganui every day is better than Wellington, but unless they've had some heat, obviously pitches don't get hard, and they don't just have that baked thing, which we know. You know, you need that baked part of the top, and at the moment, I just think around the country, they haven't been able to get it. And this is a drop-in pitch. It's a multi-person stadium. They prepare it on the side, so I'd just say at the moment, and the pitches around the country haven't been able to get really baked, and then they get that nice, that kiss off the grass. It's actually gripping and doing a bit.
Zach Foulkes is going to get the second over. 4 for 41 in the first match of the series, 1 for 33 in the second game. In he comes, and Jamie Smith is pulling this one straight away over mid-wicket. 2 bounces for 4. Foulkes was just too short, and even though it was outside of off stump, Jamie Smith straight away said, "I'll have a piece of that, thank you very much." Boundary 4.
Climbed into that as Jamie Smith. Beautiful shot from him. It's not really the length of Foulkes that he wants. It's given the movement that we saw off the pitch in that first over, it's just a little bit short from him.
In he comes for the second delivery, and now it's cutting back in. It's from outside of off stump, and it runs back into Jamie Smith and cramps him up. He's again trying a pull shot, but it hits the sort of splice of the bat area and just dribbles out on the leg side. And
the bounce is the bit that can do you, because when it does hold, and you can just see, we're seeing on the TV now the centre marking through the stump cam, it looks quite thatchy, and often then the bounce can hold up, and Duckett got one on the hands, and Foulkes, with the way he bowls, he does get a little bit of extra bounce.
In he comes. Oh my goodness, that's a beauty. It's again come back into the right-hander. Jamie Smith swing and a miss, and it only just misses off stump. Seam position is, oh my goodness, it's beautiful. And then it disturbs the surface and jags back in. Wow.
That is prodigious movement. It'd be interesting to see how Jamie Smith reacts here, because with the ball doing so much, England's usual response is to just go harder.
Strap yourselves in, folks. This could be entertaining. Foulkes in once again. Swing and a miss. Has he got a touch on it? Latham is appealing to Hassan Raza, the umpire, who said no. And Daryl Mitchell is straight away making the T sign to his captain to say, "You've got to review that, skipper." And it has been reviewed. New Zealand are convinced Jamie Smith's got a feather on this one.
You always look at the batter now, because it's gone upstairs. If they've nicked it, you just start to walk, don't you? But New Zealand went up straight away. I don't know if Foulkes went up straight away or not. It was always seemed to be everyone behind. It was back of a length and a bit wider, and Smith tried to chuck his hands.
OK, so Paul Rifle is our TV umpire. He started the process. Let's have a listen in.
Yeah, it's close to the edge. I'll go with Ultra Edgeman ready.
Yep. Here comes the waveform.
Okay, going through. Okay, ball on bat with a spike on screen. Go back on field, our son. Get you change your decision from not out to out signal now. Thank you.
Jamie Smith goes for 5 from 6 deliveries. England are 7 for 1. He's caught by Latham off the bowling of Foulkes. And, well, in a way, I'm surprised at the way he got out, because the way that 2 or 3 of them jagged back in earlier, you thought it might do a bit more, but that one didn't come back in, but it bounced a bit and finds the edge.
Yeah, as you were saying there, Craig, it looks as though the pitch is a little bit thatchy, and it's just stuck in the pitch a little bit and jumped maybe a couple of centimetres higher than Jamie Smith was expecting. He's almost playing with an angled bat, trying to punch it through the offside. And it's just, he'll count himself maybe a little bit unfortunate to get a tiny nick on that one. And it leaves England at 7 for 1 after 1.4 overs, and Joe Root comes to the crease.
Yeah, I mean, and I might sound a little bit critical here, and I'm a big fan, and obviously know Brendan very well, and I'm a fan. One thing I'll say about going hard, and I love proactive batting, and I love it when you take on the bowlers, but even the first ball that came back a long way to Smith from Fulks, it's swinging in, just standing there and chucking your hands at the first line that you see is fraught with danger, because it's going to swing. Actually, Harry Brook in the first ODI, when he got his big score, he actually let the ball do the work, and he actually played later. He didn't just go hard at the first line, because you're going to be fraught with danger, because it is doing so much. Sometimes you've got to let the ball do the work.
Joe Root is waiting for Fulks, and there's a big appeal as it nips back, takes him too high on the pad though, goes through to the keeper Latham. Joe Root survives the first delivery, but it is doing plenty. Again, seam presentation, absolutely perfect, and it's nipped back miles.
Yeah, but you know this is going to happen. What Joe Root might do more than Smith, he looks like he's getting to off stump. And to me, getting on outside, he just about can stand outside off stump now to Fulks, because then it just takes the stumps out of play, and it gets your eyes in line with the ball more.
Slip and leg slip in place. Joe Root's going to walk down the pitch, tries to guide it through very fine leg. It takes him on the thigh pad. They take a couple of what we are just waiting for a signal. I don't think he's signalling, just in case there's a review. No, he's giving it as runs. Okay, well, Joe Root's off and running with a couple, and England on 9 for 1 after 2 overs here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2, and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, given how much it's doing here, whether it'd be interesting to see the difference between the way Root and Duckett approach it, because in the second ODI we saw how New Zealand went about their first 10 overs. They were 28 for 1 after their 10, and you saw Williamson and Ravindra bat really well, just batting as though it was a test match, really, in order to chase down that total. Root being the more traditional of the players, it'll be interesting to see if he plays as though it's a test match.
Well, Jacob Duffy is going to start the new over to Ben Duckett, brings Duckett forward, plays a forward defensive back down the pitch, and there's no run, and Ben Duckett has now faced 5 deliveries. If he can survive the next one, it'll be his longest innings of this series so far.
Setting him up for the test game, but I think Duckett will be more happy facing Jacob Duffy. He's just got to be mindful of that one, that he does go across him. It's better for him to face him than maybe down in Fulks, but Joe Root just showed that last delivery to Fulks where he walked and got outside off stump. To me, that's being proactive.
In goes Duffy once again. Duckett is playing it late, sort of dropping the bat down on the ball, and it just rolls back past the stumps, and he has survived that 6th delivery. England 9 for 1.
And no matter how good a player you are, that when the ball's swinging, if you want to go hard, and they say we want to go hard, if you go hard as soon as you see the ball released, and you've got away with that in the modern game because pitches have been so good and we play short form. But if you start throwing your hands at the first line, you're going to be deceived because the ball is moving. And as I said, Harry Brook in that first one day played the ball so late.
Duffy in. Duckett is coming forward, playing a copybook forward defensive back down the pitch to the bowler, no run.
And as here, Duckett looks like just trust my defence. I mean, the irony is he's attacking when he plays Test cricket, isn't he? But, you know, it's ability to do it. But as soon as they miss, then you pounce on it. And Jacob Duffy this over has really done nothing more than just shaped it back into him a little bit.
Yeah, it feels a little bit more like old school 50 over cricket. It's a little bit cliche to say, but it's ball do a bit early and then hopefully flatten out later.
Yeah, just hold it, just wait, it'll change. In goes Duffy. Duckett tries to guide backward of point, where Devon Conway will field the one change to both teams today. He's in for Kane Williamson. We're told he's picked up a groin niggle, which is why Kane isn't playing in this one. So Conway will come in one of the top 3 positions. We're pretty sure of that. We just don't know which one yet. England unchanged, as we say, for this final game of this 6-match series. Beaten by 4 wickets with 80 balls to spare in the first of the one-dayers. Duffy is in. Duckett swings across the line to deep mid-wicket and plonks it into the stand for 6. Out of nowhere. And if there's a better example of Ben Duckett than that, I'm not sure what it is. He's played 2 copybook forward defensives and then hoiks that one over the leg side for 60 metres for a maximum.
Yeah, there was a big difference in that ball. I think it was 6 inches shorter than the one that he defended the ball before. Maybe just a little bit straighter, so it was actually in the arc. But again, it was his hand ended up coming off the bat. He put it over square leg. But you know, he's just about earned that because he's played respectfully for the first part of the over.
Final ball of it. Duffy into Duckett. Oh, there's a little bit of width. And Duckett plays that shot where he doesn't move his feet, but he crouches down and then tries to use his hand-eye coordination. Doesn't time it in the least. And that was the groan you heard from Ben Duckett. And it's the end of the over. 3 gone, 15 for 1 are England in this third match. Yeah, as I say, lost the first one with 80 balls to spare by 4 wickets. Lost the second by 5 wickets with 101 balls to spare in Hamilton. So just to get a close finish would be something of an achievement today.
It's funny though, because in a way this England team probably can't wait to get to Australia and play the red ball, because it's going to do less. It really will over there. I don't think it's going to do, you know, fully well.
Joe Root is waiting as he's taken on the pad by Folks, and he's given out LBW. Hassan Raza raises the finger. Root walks down the pitch to Duckett. They're having a conversation. Joe Root looks like he's given up on this one already. Is he going to burn a review? It's down to 2-1. Duckett saying, well, why not? And Joe Root saying, I'm stone cold, mate. There's no point me reviewing that one. He's walking off. Joe Root out. 3rd ball for 2 to another of these deliveries from Zach Folks that just hoop on back in. And England are 2 down. 15 for 2 in the 4th over here on talkSPORT.
Yeah, Duckett and Root had a long conversation there. The only thing I can think that Joe Root was asking the question about was whether it was outside off. But I'd imagine when we see the replay, it'll be pretty stone dead. But as you were saying, Craig, it looked as though Joe Root was trying to take out that LBW, but with the ball swinging back from Fuchs and then staying a little bit low, skidding on. Yeah, he was dead.
I mean, I was just explaining, you know, Zach Fuchs, who I watched a lot as a kid growing up, he's always swung the ball like that, even as a youngster, but the difference is probably about 2 years ago playing for Canterbury. He went from being about 124, 25 k an hour, you know, that medium pace, all of a sudden just got bigger, stronger, and all of a sudden become 10k quicker. And now the way he swings the ball, the beauty is he hasn't lost the swing with the extra pace. So now he's doing it at that early 130s. So there's not the time to adjust, and you're seeing the impact he's having there. Joe Root just got stuck on the crease, and in some ways I'm surprised he didn't keep walking at him and try and change that length, because in the first ODI where he picked up 4 wickets, it was because he was trying to hit the stumps. So that's the one thing you're trying to do to knock him off. But it's easier saying that while we're sitting here watching it on a screen and it's not coming back. I'd say, yeah, probably a metre, and again it also stayed low. So Joe Root again, I say he can't wait to get to Australia now and get the red ball out, because it'll be doing less.
So Harry Brook strides to the crease. And in the 4th over, England 15 for 2. In goes Fox. Well, Harry Brook's going to come charging down the pitch. First ball, aims an enormous carving shot over the offside, under edges it onto his foot, and it goes nowhere. Okay, so Harry Brook's going to counter-attack, folks.
What did he say at the toss? We just got to go harder. That's the skipper leading by example.
Well, it's the Ben Stokes mentality, isn't it? I can't ask you to do something that I'm not prepared to do myself. He made that brilliant 135 in the first game. What's Harry Brook thinking? Fox is in. This time he stays at home. Punch drive into the covers. It's a crowd catch. It was driven straight into the floor and then loops up to the fielder at cover. And there's no run. We're just seeing the technology on that one. And the impact was just in line enough. It was umpire's call, but it was going on to crash into the stumps. Zach Fox is on his way once again. Harry Brook playing from the crease And there's no run as he plays it to Bracewell at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, just to go back to the point about the ball potentially doing less in the Ashes, I've been hearing lots of reports that they are going to be making pitches that do a fair bit. I spoke to, well, Curtis Patterson when he was over here playing for Surrey was saying that that's what the Shield has had recently, has been green pitches that have been much more in favour of the bowlers. So, well, might we be seeing some green pitches at Optus and Brisbane first 2 tests?
Fox is in. Oh, he floats that one up a little bit. That was a fuller, floaty outside of off stump. Harry Brook will drive it out on the offside and they'll come back for 2. Well run. 17 for 2 England. 1 ball left of the 4th over.
Well, it wouldn't be a surprise looking from my, watching from home, and that Perth does a bit anyway, doesn't it? It's always a good contest there. Brisbane, it always looks like, and whenever you watch it on the TV, or I've been there personally, you think, oh, this is going to do plenty, but it doesn't. But that'll be really interesting, because if I look at Australia, yes, their seam attacks their strength, but also their top middle order is vulnerable as well. So it'll be really interesting to see how they set up, because the one difference I see.
And goes Fox to finish the over. Harry Brook plays from the crease, covers up. 4 overs are gone here on talkSPORT. talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England put into bat, 17 for 2. Brook has 2, Duckett has 8.
I always think the Australian side, and having watched them, is the person that makes the difference is Nathan Lyon. He is their glue, and we saw 2 years ago in the Ashes over here when he got injured. That's when the series changed. That's when England started to create their dominance, and you don't want to take him out of the game, because I think he's the difference.
Final game of this series, windy Wellington. Unfortunately today it's not too windy, and it's actually pretty decent weather-wise. The salubrious surroundings of Wellington Dockyard. Not the biggest of crowds, it has to be said, although this is a big old stadium. And those that are in are watching Jacob Duffy come in and bowl. And Duckett's coming forward, just opens the face a touch, guides it to point, and there is no run. If you are just joining us, and if you are just joining us at 1:20 in the morning, then I'm not entirely sure how and why, but thank you for the choices that you have made. Jamie Smith, 5 from 6. Joe Root, 2 from 3. The man out for England so far. England put into bat in this 3rd and final game. And Jacob Duffy is in. Ben Duckett goes over, or tries to go over mid-on, and doesn't clear Rachin Ravindra. And England are 3 down inside 5 overs. And Ben Duckett, I think he's tried to go over mid-wicket again, as he did with the 6 earlier, but he's not got hold of this one at all. It's right down the toe of the bat, and Rachin Ravindra has taken a good catch, running out towards the boundary from a normal mid-on position. He's ended up outside the 30-metre circle, taking it over his shoulder. Duckett goes for 8 from 12 balls. England are 17 for 3.
Just looked there like it was the 3/4 seam that Craig was talking about earlier, and it looks like these England players are really struggling to find the pace of this wicket. Just got onto Ben Duckett a little bit quicker than he expected, and it got the sort of top half of the bat, and he didn't quite get enough to get it over Rachin Ravindra, who did very well to get back to his left and take a tidy catch. And now we get to see Jacob Bethel will be desperate to have an impact in this series.
Yeah, you put that down to a bit of skill, I think, from Jacob Duffy. The one that got hit for 6, it was the in-swing, it just kept coming in, so it stayed in the arc of Duckett. That one there was the 3/4 ball, which kept going, and actually just kept going away from him, so he ended up, more toe-ending it and with a bit of extra bounce, but he was trying to drag it. And Duckett sort of gave it the old big cheeks when he walked off. I think he's trying to work out, am I batting poorly? Is the pitch doing plenty? Or was that a good delivery? Because it's probably a series to forget for a guy that I think, if you were saying, right, you've got to pick one player for all 3 formats around the world, who would you pick? Ben Duckett would be right up there. So it's been a disappointing series for him, and I'm pretty sure he'll be pretty pleased to throw the blue pads away and actually probably get the white ones out.
Jacob Bethel, new man, so lefty for lefty. Slip, gully, backward point, cover mid-off inside the ring on the offside as Duffy goes in, and Bethel is playing a defensive shot out to Conway at point, and there is no run. Jacob Bethell, 2 from 12 in the first game, 18 from 28 in the second. Well, there is plenty of opportunity for him to bat a long time in this game. And he hasn't had that many opportunities to bat a long time in cricket, actually. Let's be brutally honest about it. So it's a bit of a trip into the unknown. Duffy in, short ball, starts wide, goes wider, and it's actually called wide by Sean Haig, the umpire. Not sure if he called that one for height or width. It was fairly adjacent on both terms. So Duffy will have to bowl again. 18 for 3. Sean Haig and Asan Raza are standing umpires. Paul Rifle is doing TV duties. And Duffy will go in, and he beats Jacob Bethell's outside edge. He's trying to sort of fiddle at that one, and that won't fill many people with a great deal of confidence. It doesn't look great, and very little good can come out of that.
I do feel as though this pitch is doing more than the first 2 ODIs. I think the batters so far will feel hard done by this. It's doing a lot here, and it'd be interesting to see whether Bethell just tries to survive or goes hard here.
Duffy goes in. Hits high on the batter, that one, actually. There was an effort ball that Bethell manages to guide down to third for a single. He's up and running. England 19 for 3.
I think just to add it to the mix, I think the first one-day international, the pitch did plenty up the seam and moved around, but it was consistent. I got the feeling this is two-paced. Even that last one from Jacob Duffy, it hit the top of the bat with extra bounce, and if you compare that probably to the one that even Duckett got, which didn't seem to bounce, which would suggest, as at the toss Mitch Santner said, that it didn't feel as hard. So that does give it that inconsistent nature. Now, it's hard enough when it's swinging and maybe nibbling a wee bit, let alone the variation and bounce.
Final ball of the 5th over is another beauty from Duffy. Brings Harry Brook forward. It swings away and it's through to Latham, the keeper. And that ends another excellent over. A wicket and 2 runs, 1 wide, 1 single. 19 for 3. Wow. Do you know what? There's actually football markings on the Sky Stadium pitch at the moment. So Wellington, is it Wellington Victory? Phoenix, that's right, the Phoenix. They've obviously had a game recently. The rugby players aren't in town. They're in Chicago, ready to take on Ireland. So, well, at the moment, I think England are 2-0 down in football parlance. They're 3 down in next to no time. There's a chance to build it back, but it's going to take some doing. One thing I would say, we did hear on the odds earlier that England were odds on to win this game. And I did raise my eyebrows at that one. Fox is in to start a new over and beats Bethell around the wicket. So right arm around, bringing it into pitch roundabout off stump, and then it moves away again. Wow, that's an absolute beauty. If you weren't with Jon Norman before the game started, William Hill reckoned that England were odds on to win this game, which did surprise me, as they're 2-0 down in this series and haven't shown a great deal.
Well, we had Logan van Beek on before the start, and what he did mention at this time of the year, because New Zealand hasn't been hot, and Grant Elliott said, and apparently in the pitch report too, that the pitch did seem to be quite different in the way it's set up, and there would seem to be not soft patches, but definitely harder and softer patches.
That one is around the wicket again from Folks. Bethell will guide it down to third, and they will take a single. 20 for 3 England.
And Logan van Beek said that the reality is in this series that you win the toss, you bowl. It's probably taken a game in like England's side where you might say, right, at the start 50-50. If you win the toss, you can go with the stats. It might make it 60-40. When the conditions are like this, you win the toss and bowl, it's 70-30. And the problem is when you're batting first, you've still got to get a total that's good enough to be competitive. But you just don't know what that is. Whereas when you bat second, whatever you're chasing, you can nearly suit your tempo, like we saw in the last game when you talked about Kane Williamson just about said, right, I'm playing Test cricket, because he knew he could.
Fox is on the way. Bowls right arm over once again. Brook, staying in the crease on this occasion, pushes out on the offside. And there's no run.
Just to piggyback off that as well, England only batted 36 overs in the first 2 ODIs. I felt as though watching it, if England had got 70, 80 more runs and batted the 50 overs, they would have been in with a real chance getting New Zealand 5 and 6 down in both the games. So it'd be interesting to see here if they can just find their way to a good total. We've got Brook, who looks to be playing nicely so far, playing it nice and late, and if Bethel can do the same, put a partnership together.
In goes Fogs, and it's another ball that invites Harry Brook forward. It takes a thick outside edge. This one, though, will beat the fielder at deep backward point or wide third, and will run away for a boundary. The second boundary 4 of the innings. There was also the 6 from Ben Duckett, but again, it flies off the edge, and this time it is Rachin Ravindra who can't cut it off. 24 for 3.
Yeah, they got a really wide third man to Harry Brook, and maybe more for maybe the uppercut, but that was falling. He just chucked his hands at it. And it looks like he's saying, right. But he does play the ball late. He's played it late, but I think if you give him any width.
In goes Folks. Now, there was a cry of catch it as it goes down the leg side. There might have been a little feather or a brush off of the thigh pad. Hassan Raza, our umpire, doesn't agree and stretches the arms and gives it a wide. 25 for 3.
I do like the way that Brook has approached it so far, and he has kind of been playing a different game to the rest of the England players this series. He's played a couple of defensive shots, so similar to what we said about Duckett. He's played a couple of really good defensive shots, and then anything that's slightly off, he's gone really hard at so far.
Fox is in. He's going to have to bowl that one again, because that one has again swung too much. He started it's 2 straight. It drifts down the leg side. Back-to-back wides, 26 for 3.
I know they're very different lengths. The balls were that went down, but the ball before was back of a length, and Tom Latham took it down leg above his shoulder. That one there just about didn't carry, so that does show. And the only thing was it was slightly different pace between, it was 138 and then that one was about 132. But it is showing the two pace and also the difference in bounce.
Fox in, bowls that one as a cutter, and Brooks stays at home. Just plays it defensively, no run.
And one of the big changes, I got to know, played with Jacob Duffy when he debuted, and Jacob's played for Otago for, it'd be close to 13, 14 years maybe now, but again, the difference between Jacob Duffy now and, when he was probably what you call the old first-class toiler, he was doing well, and there was a great quote, I think Kyle Jamieson told him one day, that you'll only ever be a first-class battler and you'll never play for New Zealand. But what he's done since then is he's put on about 10K.
Goes in to finish the over, and Harry Brook has a little fiddle at that one. It's through to the keeper again. That's the one that goes away from the right-hander, not the in-swinger. So 6 overs have been bowled on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. I've been far too efficient at taking wickets, so it's time for a change in the commentary box. The aforementioned Logan Van Beek is alongside Daniel McHardy.
Thank you very much, team. A great start for New Zealand, no doubt about that. 3 down. Scarcely believable stuff. 3 games in a row. Great to have your company wherever you may be listening. Daniel McHardy alongside Logan Van Beek, Dutch international, and of course Wellington Firebirds player, currently getting over a foot injury. We get some great insights from him as Jacob Duffy starts a new over. Pulled over Rachin Ravindra's head at this time at mid-on. Might not go all the way to the rope. Oh, it will, as Rachin Ravindra picked the ball up and was just about to throw, and then it's dropped out of his hand like a kid dropping his ice cream. And it's gone for 4. Tears all around. He apologises. Jacob Duffy has got a big smile on his face. But Duckett played a similar stroke, didn't he? Didn't time it, was caught at mid-on. Just crept over mid-on, and unfortunately Rachin Ravindra had another moment. 30 for the loss of 3. Logan. Wow, what a start.
He's just apologised about 8 times on the way back there, and he's just shaking his head, but that's comedy gold.
Yeah, it is quite humorous. Jacob Duffy is 1 for 15 now. He rolls into the hip of the left-handed Bethel, who works it down towards long leg for a single. He moves to 7. 31 for the loss of 3. Smith the first to go. Caught Latham short and wide, sort of between a cut and a back foot punch, neither here nor there, thin edge. It was turned down originally, the appeal, they reviewed the smallest mark on the Snicko gone with the score at 7, then it was 15 for 2 when Joe Root was plumb LBW off the bowling of Folks, who has had his number on a couple of occasions. The late in-swinger causing him problems. Here's an edge to second, slip, taken cleanly. Bucket hands, Bracewell, mere millimetres off the grass, and Harry Brook goes. 31 for 4 wickets. Duffy has 2 now, joining Folks. Well, oh well.
Absolute brilliant from Duffy there, and yes, Michael Bracewell has got the biggest hands in the game, makes it look very easy at second slip there, almost nonchalant the way he took that. Jacob Duffy this is, 4 or 5 years in the making. He's been around for quite a while, made his debut at 19 years old, bit of a tearaway, played a lot of cricket for Otago, played probably over 100 games in each format for Otago. And funny enough, when Rob Walter was at Otago, coached there for 4 or 5 years, he actually dropped Jacob Duffy for about 18 months and said, look, you're bowling action, you're not swinging it, you're losing your wrist, you're not bowling quick enough.
Because he's always had the ability to swing the ball. Then that stopped and hit his pace. That's a recipe for, getting dropped.
Well, exactly, and I think it was as well, he went to a couple of New Zealand camps and they wanted him to bowl quicker. And by him trying to run up quicker, he lost his wrist and his action went, haywire for a period there. So Rob actually dropped him and he had to restart.
Rob, the new coach of the Black Caps, of course. Craig Cumming, of course, his long-time former teammate, was talking about how he put on bit of weight for strength. There's Duffy bowling to Butler, who's beaten full, swinging away late. Gee, England at Sky Stadium with the ball swinging. The other thing, and Craig's right about, he just got stronger, physically larger. The other thing, apparently Shane Jurgensen told him that he needs to run on his toes.
That was the day. He said it was one session. Shane was watching him in Dubai and he said, you're running on your heels, just try for me, run on your toes. And he suddenly was bowling 4 or 5 Ks quicker in that moment.
Yeah, startled everyone, upwards of 140k. He bowls very full. Butler comes forward, drives, can't beat cover point. Smith good in the field, quickly to his left, prevents a run. 31 for the loss of 4, and he obviously rediscovered his wrist.
And
still towards the bottom of the arm.
Well, if you actually watch him, one of the things that you notice about Jacob Duffy is that his front arm is very much pronounced, and he holds it, and that's one of his key cues. And he did that pretty much in front of the mirror and doing it at level 1, and he did it for 3 or 4 months.
Duffy, tall right arm, quick, goes wider of off stump, left alone from Butler again. Movement away, 135.7k. So I've got to do the miles thing. Under 90 miles. That's 144. That's the end of the over. A successful one. Harry Brook, who was just leaning forward, I think trying to roll it down towards third man, and got high on the bat. He was playing with very soft hands, but there is good pace in this surface, and that's the 4th wicket. Now I will defend England. I think it's just done a little bit too much. Swing, yeah, that's fine. It is a good day for swing bowling in Wellington. What I mean by that is a very gentle breeze here today. I'm sure our English fans and listeners all around the world will know Wellington's famous for not having too many gentle breezes. Folks starting a new over from the city end, going past the outside edge of Bethel. A full flourish drive as it swings out of the hand and carries on and beats him and through to Latham. It looks like there's also not only swing but also a little bit off the surface.
Yeah, it's tough. Obviously, we've got one of the most beautiful grounds in the world at the Basin Reserve just down the road, which I'm probably a little bit biased and believe that the game probably could have been played there today. When it's a drop-in wicket and it's been developed on the side of the park here at the Cape Town, you just don't necessarily exactly know what you're going to get.
No. And that's been reflected in the scores over the years. Bethel defends this time on the walk into the cover region, although you don't have a lot of data as far as one-day cricket. Here, I think the last one-day international was February 2019. As I was, in fact, since at this time 10 years ago, as I was winding up New Zealand rugby fans today. I'm sure the Irish rugby fans listening will appreciate this. I said there's been more Irish test match victories over the All Blacks than one-day internationals in the last 10 years at this venue. Yeah. Just hasn't been used. Opening the blade, in control, rolling to the gully where Young fields. It's a heavily packed order now. You've got Mitchell at first slip, Bracewell at second, Young in at gully. Conway's at a backward point, but he's not on the 30-metre circle. He's creeping and almost like he wants to be a catcher too for maybe a skewed drive. I'd imagine when you wake up, pull back the curtains on days like this, Logan, you run to the ground to bowl, wouldn't you? Folks around the wicket. Past the outside edge once more. Trying to thump the ball away through square on the offside. Another play and miss.
Definitely a bowler's dream at the moment. It's a bit of bounce or inconsistent kind of bounce, and as well it's swinging nicely. It's one of those cases where I feel like for the England team, it's just give yourself a chance to get an idea of what's going on before.
Yeah, very straight this time from folks. Defended back to the bowler. There's no run. I think that's fair enough.
Although I would say that Harry Brook played one of the most amazing innings I've actually seen in early season kind of New Zealand, where he summed up the conditions pretty quick. He knew that, all right, I'm going to really watch Folks' in-swing onto the bat. If he pitches remotely short, I'm whacking him over square leg. Any width, I'm throwing my hand through.
Folks, and again, catching the outside part of the bat, goes straight to ground, and it's Bracewell away to his left to field. The end of an over, a maiden over, the 8th for the loss of 4. Butler yet to score, and Bethel now 7 off 13, and Folks is 2 for 15 off 4.
It's quite a pity that actually Brook got out just before we came on air, because I was about to praise him that he has got if he was wondering what to do, literally 5 days ago he played one of the most amazing innings that he just needed to click back into. All right, give myself a chance here. What's my game plan? But unfortunately he got out. But this is a challenge right now for Bethel and Butler for sure.
Helicopter hovers to the southern end of the ground as Duffy starts again. A late bender full and swinging away from Butler, who looks leaden foot. Feet went nowhere, almost fell over, Logan.
So the way that Duffy releases the ball there, it actually feels like it's coming down the leg stump. He gets quite tight to the stump, so he feels like it's outside leg, and then with his late swing at the moment, it's making Butler swing and miss and get off balance.
Duffy bowls again, full off stump. Not as much swing straight out of the middle of the kookaburra. As he pushes to cover, there won't be a run.
This is definitely what Jacob Duffy has done for a lot of years in domestic cricket, and he's shown it right here. He's got the conditions in his favour, and you just see the way that he's walking back. He's got a spring in his step. You know, he's gets that sweat off his brow and onto the ball, and he's definitely on his toes for sure.
Starts his approach past umpire. Hay driven this time, in control, past the man at backward point. That is Conway. It'll be a long chase, a retrieval job to collect the ball from the boundary. Tickner has that, and a confidence boosting boundary for Butler, who's battled early in his innings, just struggling with the swing from the right arm. Quick for New Zealand. He takes the score to 35 for the loss of 4. New Zealand still hunting. 2 slips. Mitchell and Bracewell quite close together Shorter this time into the hip of Butler. Nicely turned around the corner. He's got one. Sets off quickly. Just one as Folks in quickly. The run rate 4.15. Just tuning into our coverage, England's top order. Sorry reading. Smith 5, Duckett 8, Root 2. Last to go, Brook for 6. So, what's the plan from here?
I was just thinking about that. I think 220, 230. If I'm England right now, if I get 230, something to bowl at.
Duffy bowling to Bethel. Nice looking push up towards mid-on. He sets off and Butler's watching the ball. He has to hurry back. The throw from Ravindra is close to the stumps. Bales dislodged by Latham. They're appealing. I think umpire Raz is going to go upstairs. Good thing here is Bethel, I think, did slide the bat on the playing surface. A drop in wicket.
TV umpire director, we have an umpire review for run out. Best side on view there. Strike it in, please.
Bethel set off because it felt good off the bat. The throw. Well, if it's a direct hit, he's out, but he's home comfortably.
Yeah, bat's grounded, ready to give him a decision.
Well, they couldn't afford something like that. That would have been utter disaster. It's been hard enough for the English top order.
Pretty comfortably home there, but 230. I'm thinking 220. Give me 220. And with the likes of Jofra Arthur, the way he bowled last game, a bit more luck.
Slashing drive, taking the outside edge, sailing through the gap, through about fourth slip, down to the fence for 4. Bethel to 11, the last ball of the 9th over now on the book, and after 9 it's 40 for the loss of 4. Duffy has 2 for 25.
A great reward there. You love those. They're called treats. Off the edge, down to third man. One of the worst feelings as a bowler is an edge down to third man. I feel like it should be banned. You've bowled a good ball, they've edged it, and they've got reward for 4 runs. So that's a pet hate of mine right there.
There's a few things you would ban as a bowler.
Into the wind bowling.
Yeah.
I would ban that.
Says the man who plays in Wellington.
I would ban white ball trainings as a bowler. I've got a full list here. If you want me.
Well, do we have enough time in the day? Folks, to continue his 5th over, he has 2 for 15. Got rid of Smith and Root. I'm sure he'll remember that Root one for a long time to come. Shuffling right across the stumps is Butler, predetermined. Pushes back to the bowler, there's no run. He's got Root with a couple of beauties this series. Bending in sharply.
Folks came on the scene a couple of years ago. The one thing you notice about Folks, he wasn't afraid of the moment, and he obviously he's got this unique skill. One, he's got a bit of an awkward run up. It's kind of bounds in.
Funky, as he described to us.
Funky, Folks.
Yeah, he admits he is quite funky. He's a weird sort of late strider. He gets very long, short wide of off stump. Could be wide. No, not called. Remains 40 for 4.
He's got those T-Rex arms, just kind of holding the ball. I would say, in my bowling coaching mind, I would think, right, more arm movement, running like a sprinter, but he kind of bounds in. His momentum is going forward. He's kind of slightly bent forward, but the way he releases the ball, it's so high that it actually, and it's kind of his time on his feet is a little bit off.
It's nice and close to the stumps. This one hits the seam and goes away, and that's what I mean by it. Just probably a little bit too much on the surface. Good bounce and carry. You're looking for the alarming swing out of the hand. It's just ripped away from the right-hander. Latham takes around throat height.
And that's the ball there that, Butler's so worried about that in-swinging that he's trying to protect his stumps, that when the ball does nip away, he's just kind of prodding at it, which is the edges in business.
Halfway through the 10th, trapped on the crease, big appeal for LBW. Looks height the concern here, I would say. Umpire Raza unimpressed. Let's have a listen.
It's a long way down. I feel like it's outside.
Yeah. That was the voice of Tom Latham behind the stumps. He said he was a long way down. Butler continuing pre-delivery sort of movement. Probably got outside of the line. Get Logan to check the replay.
He's taken 2 steps forward. Yeah. Well, that's a little bit closer than I first thought, but I would say maybe hit just outside the line, and height would be an issue as well.
Yeah. So, good decision by New Zealand not to use a review there, it would seem, folks. Goes fuller this time. 2 straight, though. Clipped away past the square leg. Very short boundary square at Sky Stadium. You're thinking, what, maybe 60 metres, if that. And that is just galloped away for a boundary. 44 for the loss of 4 in comparison. If you're hitting down the ground, 75, 80 metres. So, that's the thing. You can score a lot of runs in the second half of innings here. So, I think you were hinting at that.
Well, I think Satner will probably employ the similar theory as he did in Seddon Park.
Similar type dimension. Short bounce outside of off stump. No stroke through to the keeper. Ending the 10th over. 44 for the loss of 4. Bethel 11. Butler 9. And folks, now 5 overs, 2 for 19. What do you mean Mitchell Santner will employ the...
So Matt Henry bowled an 8 over spell or 7 over spell in the Tauranga.
He did.
In the Mount, and Folks bowled a 7 over spell. So it's a similar conditions. Duffy's about to bowl a 6. I wouldn't be surprised if they bowl 6 or 7 just to try and get the most out of it. With Tickner and Smith coming in, first change, they will go, right, we've got the bowling conditions, here we go, we're in the game here. And sometimes as a bowler, you try a little bit too hard, and that's where the scoring opportunities can come for Butler and Bethel.
So Duffy with a slip and a gully behind the wicket, starting a new over from the northern end, and brilliantly caught at first slip. Mitchell goes high into his left and takes it 2 hands. Bethel trying to play again. A ball through points. Healthy edge. It travelled, and big Daryl gobbled it. 5 down.
Again, Duffy with that 3/4 ball that Craig has been talking about. Again, that extra bounce. Bounces probably a little bit more than he thinks, and it just gets that outside edge. And Daryl, what a catch. The man has actually moved very well. I haven't seen Daryl take too many diving catches. Very good in the cylinder, but that was high to his left and managed to get 2 hands to it. And Duffy is feeling hot at the moment, and he is, again, striding back to the top of his mark, and he's wanting his next victim.
Well, would you believe? 10.1 overs in, and England are 5 down. 44 on the board, and Sam Curran comes out. Heck of a job he needs to do here with Josh Butler. Overton scored some very handy runs in the series, coming in at number 8, but these two have to pull something out. Incredible, really. And 2025 has been a difficult year for the English one-day side. 4 wins out of 14, but what I find very bizarre, 7 of those scores have been over 300, 2 over 400. But yet, Logan, I think they've been bowled out 5 times from overs 38 or 39 through to 24. That's way too many. So it's, in a lot of ways, it's about finding a way to make your bad days just average days, because their good days are great days.
Yeah, I think the one-day game is the battle of the middle overs, and it's the power play takes care of itself. The last 10 take care of itself. The middle overs.
2 slips now in as Duffy bowling to Curran, who from the crease line squirts the ball kind of off the front foot, straight down into the gully. No runners. Conway way to his right. Fields. No Kane Williamson for New Zealand today. Ruled out with the side. Issue Conway into the lineup. He will open, and Will Young will drop to number 3.
Butler and Curran here, if they can bat for 25 overs, and it only needs to go at 3-4 and over, get 100 runs in those 25 overs, they get to 150, they scratch their way to 200.
On the crease line, he defends straight out of the middle of the bat, pushes to point. There's going to be no run.
They're both natural scorers, so it's a matter of locking in here and going, all right, these guys have probably only got a couple overs left in the spell. let's just be a little bit tighter outside off stump. We'll naturally score because we are ball strikers.
Yeah, I'll pull out something from 1983. Like, that's another 39.3 overs. But the way these two play, they'll have a very good score. I think you'd be a brave man to predict. Well, it's just nibbling around. Full wide down the leg side. Should be wide. It's gone past Latham because it's continued to swing away. Pretty nice ball to a right-hander. Problem Curran is not. So, total advances by 5. 49 for the loss of 5. Jacob Duffy, he always smiles when something goes wrong. Is that just him as a bloke?
That's when you've been around for a while and you've either been hit for 6 by everyone or you've done everything wrong in the game that it's just another one of those moments, and thankfully he's old enough and big enough to just laugh it off.
He's 3 for 30. Halfway through his 6th over. Past umpire Haig. Here's a dancing Curran. Tried to hit the ball forward of square on the offside. He got an outside edge and it sailed tantalisingly to the left of Bracewell, who was in at second slip. Whole stroke for sure, but 4 runs. 50 up for England. 53 for the loss of 5.
I feel like it's one of those days, 200, even 180 could be a good score here, because if New Zealand are, 3 or 4 down in the power play again, it's...
Curran, far better looking stroke here. Weighted, played it off the surface, played under his eyes. Can't get it past Young at point.
Funny enough, Curran is still a player that wants to crack back into that Test team. And an innings today, this is a bit of a Test innings is required. And, if he can navigate this next 25 overs, again, those little things go a long way.
Well bowled here from Duffy. Late swing back in towards that front pad. Defends with the straight bat. That is the end of the over. 11 overs have been bowled. It's 53 for the loss of 5. Butler 9. Curran 4. 4.82. Wellington City looking a pitcher today. The Riviera of the South Pacific. Got to get that in.
It is. It's a beautiful day here in Wellington. Again, I'm
not that a Wellingtonian will tell you.
I'm gutted. The Basin Reserve would be an absolute pitcher today, and probably, maybe, I was going to say a bit more generous too.
Slight issue though. Kind of difficult to bat after about 7 or 8 o'clock local time with no lights there.
Well, there are lights there.
Yeah.
But they're more...
Mate, a football side of the 1970s having a kick around on a Tuesday night would complain about the lights there, not to mention the 12 people in Mount Victoria who tell you off. Here's a ball very wide of off stump, and it's going straight on to Latham behind the wicket as Butler leaves alone.
You can just see the way that Tom Latham has taken it behind the stumps. The carry in this pitch is beautiful, and so there's definite bounce, and it's not easy. Obviously, you can tell by the scoreline, 53 for 5. But I'm telling you, give me 180 from here.
Okay. Thoughts of Logan Van Beek. 53 for the loss of 5. Folks from over the wicket from the City end. Very full. Goes wider of off stump, but again, Butler not tempted. Leaves alone. He knows there's no margin for error from now on. Hagen Faith is a very good groundsman. He prepares wonderful surfaces at the Basin Reserves, and every international team tends to complement them. Looks can be deceiving there. The first morning of a test, they'll pull back covers and everyone will freak out that it's green. Doesn't move around as much. But he was talking to us prior to the start of today's play, talking about how difficult it's been to get this one ready. Short underneath. That should be wide. Yep, rightly so. Umpire Railsa extends the arms. Ballooning well over the head of Butler. 54 for the loss of 5, but lots of rain around. I think he only had 3 days to bring it up. So he was a little bit concerned.
And it's been cold. It's been probably 15, 16 degrees. Just not enough to bake it. As Craig mentioned again, played a lot of cricket in New Zealand.
Folks, bowling to Butler. Strong defensive push up towards mid on, no run.
I do like the way that Butler's going about folks at the moment. He's getting outside the line, so that in swing, if he does get hit in the pad, it's going to hit pad outside the line, and he's actually been a lot more watchful when it's a bit wider, not kind of thrown his hands through it, just left a couple through to Tom Latham there. And again, he's probably looking at the scoreboard going, all right, 3 balls to go, let's go.
Still a slip and a catch in mid-wicket, also quite a square gully, you would say. As Butler once more, as Logan's pointed out, shuffling across outside of off-stump, negating that swing as he turns it to Bracewell. So Mitchell's at that first slip, then Bracewell catching mid-wicket. And Conway, what about 20, quite square. What shot's that for, though?
It's like a bit of a half pull or an awkward one on the kind of armpit.
Does hit the thigh pad a lot, does Folks. Here's a good example, is it? I heard a noise. No, umpire Raza says that did not hit the thigh pad. That's gone down the leg side, and that will be a wide. New Zealand, from the first ball really, as Duffy have got the ball to swing. The surface provide a little bit of seam too. And understandably, they've tried to pitch the ball up whenever possible. This is shorter though. Wide of off stump again, sort of ballooning carry. Unlike the Basin Reserve, you get sort of true bounce here. You get more what a lot of people like to describe as tennis ball bounce, wouldn't you, with these drop-in pitches?
Yeah, exactly it. That's the hard part about it. The swing is not necessarily the hardest part. It's the fact that you think it's going to hit the middle of your bat and it hits the stickers, and even just the way that Butler played it there. He watched it right through to Tom Latham.
Last ball of the over. Short. Looking to the umpire, saying if that's a wide. No, it's not. That's the end of 12 overs. Butler's 9, Curran is 4. 55 for the loss of 5 as we return you to Jon Norman.
Thank you very much, Daniel McHardy and Logan van Beek. 55 for 5, 12 overs in. With Joss Butler and Sam Curran at the crease. Kind of been here before, haven't we? Greetings, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are listening to us on talkSPORT 2 and by the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm Jon Norman alongside Cameron Still for the next half an hour. Surrey all-rounder. We've just been trying to list England's 11 from a one-day international in, when was it, 2002?
2001-2 series.
Why were we even talking about that?
Because that was the lowest total at Wellington, 89, I believe it was.
That's right, yeah. You called it as well. You said it was 2002. Well, I mean, England would still have to go some. They would have to plumb even further depths if they were to be bowled out for less than 89. But hey, we do still have time. Duffy continuing. How well have New Zealand bowled? They've exploited the conditions perfectly. We heard from Logan van Beek. This is pushed out to the covers, no run, earlier today. And he was saying, look, don't underestimate what a big deal winning the toss is in these conditions. It is the 1st of November. Cricket is not often played at this time of the year, and what that means is the start of an innings belongs to the bowler, but you still have to, take that opportunity. And Jacob Duffy, Zachary Folks, who on another day wouldn't be playing. Possibly if this game was taking place in December, pushed out to cover again from Sam Curran. They've bowled beautifully well today, Cameron.
Yeah, their lengths have just been immaculate, haven't they? We saw a graphic on screen there. They've just not missed. They've swung the ball both ways, and they've quite literally put the ball exactly where they wanted to, and challenged both edges of the bat, as well as moving it up and down as well. It's been a very impressive display from the two opening bowlers.
I say we've been here before. First ODI, England were 45 for 5 after 10, 49 for 2. Slight improvement in the second ODI as Curran takes on this shorter delivery on the pull, but no real timing, and we'll just take a single. 44 for 4 in this, at the 10 over stage, in this the third ODI of 3. England just have not been able to get on top or assert any kind of dominance over New Zealand's new ball bowlers. Jacob Duffy didn't actually... Oh, he did take the new ball. Oh, that's right. He didn't take the new ball in the first ODI. That was Matt Henry. When you throw into the mix, New Zealand are missing 6 frontline seamers. Butler this time. He's trying to play outside of his crease. Try and get on top of the swing coming into the right-hander. Just again pushes this into the offside. No run, 56 for 5.
You mentioned Matt Henry. Just imagine what he'd be doing on this wicket as well. Having the likes of him taking the new ball. He was so impressive in that first ODI, and is suffering from a calf injury at the moment. But God, just imagine him hitting that length all day today.
Here is Duffy again. Touch straighter, and Butler can't beat Bracewell at short mid-wicket. No run. Yeah, he's probably sitting back home. Where's he from? Canterbury, I think. He's probably sitting at home right now, and he's nursing a sore calf, and he's also nursing a sore head. Not because he's had a New Zealand hazy pale ale, but because he's thinking, I wish I was bowling on this. He's missed out on 2 absolute beaut tracks, isn't he?
I suppose he's also thinking, he might also be thinking, oh, it's good to see I've got some support over the next couple of years as well.
Yeah, there is that. I feel like he's missing out. This is in off stump, pushed up to Rashin Ravindra. Coming in from mid-on, picks up the ball left-handed, throws at the stumps but misses. I think Butler probably would have been home. See, of all the talk about this being, you know, really a glorified warm-up for the Ashes, you do have to remember that some of these players aren't playing in the Ashes, and one of them is Jos Buttler. Another is Jamie Overton. Jamie Overton's played very well, actually. He's bowled well and batted better. Jos Buttler wants to win games of cricket, and he wants Sam Curran as well. Yeah, there's a few in there, isn't there, that will not be heading to Australia to play in the Ashes.
Oh, well, neither will the New Zealand team. I mean, they've showed how strong their team is now, and if they're rebuilding any of the seamers, they've done a pretty good job at it, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Zachary Foulkes bowling his 7th over. He's picked up 2 wickets. Again, he's getting swing, but this is a touch wide, and Jos Buttler isn't interested in going chasing after one that's not going to swing back that much, so lets this one go through. 57 for 5 then, here on talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT, Talk and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And Jos Buttler 10 from 23. Have you bowled much to Jos Buttler over the years? There's Fox is in again, and takes a big step down the track, does Buttler, and then shoulders his arms and lets it go through. No run.
I have bowled to Buttler when I wasn't technically a bowler. So I just signed at Durham, and it was in 2017. I played a game at Old Trafford because our opening batter suffered a shoulder injury, and yeah, I got a couple of overs in. Didn't go for too much damage, even though I bowled a couple of full tosses, as leg spinners do.
I imagine he would be a quite frightening player to bowl to if you're, new to your career. When you're not, that's not too far short of Rashin Ravindra. Just backward a square on the leg side. Buttler coming forward on the drive, thick inside edge, and that's flown to the left of the fielder. It's not a drop, and it's gone close, very close. Good diving effort from Rashin Ravindra, but it's just bounced. It's not Rashin there, it's Conway. But Buttler, a little half moment going the way of the batter, but he's looked incredible as Zachary Foulkes in these last 3 matches.
It seems like it's been a little bit of a plan over the last couple of games to have more guys on the leg side for Jos Buttler. That closed grip of his.
Foulkes in, and Sam Curran squared up the left-hander, trying to play to leg. And a leading edge. It's fielded down at 3rd. There's a little look there from the bowler. I think to Curran, who took the single.
A good opportunity here for Sam Curran. He's just come back into the side for this series, and he's earned his way back in, but I know him quite well from Surrey, and he'll definitely be determined to to dig England out of a hole here and put a decent score on the board and get himself some runs as well.
Butler it is facing though, and he ducks under a short delivery from Fox. He's picked up 2 wickets for 23. And Sam's scored a few in the T20s. Less successful in the 2 ODIs, but whenever he's been brought on to bowl, the game has gone, pretty much. And hasn't managed to score too many, but yeah, a lost opportunity in this series. Last ball of Fox, 7th over, and again Butler taking a step down the track to negate that swing, but holds its line, actually moves away a touch from Jos Buttler, and it seems as well. It's beat past the outside edge and he goes gardening. Absolute beauty there from Fox. England end the over, as they have done much of this series. Up against it, 59 for 5.
Yeah, just to continue on Sam Curran there. Same a little bit with Jamie Overton, who's batted very well this series. I wouldn't say it's been unfair on those two, but they are impact players, and Sam is such a strong T20 player that he hasn't quite had the scenarios yet to really show his biggest strengths. And while he's very adaptable and hopefully can get a big score here, he's very adept at coming in late on in the innings and clearing the fence. So he's not necessarily had the help from the top order this series, and obviously he's found himself in a tricky scenario now with Jos Buttler with the ball doing everything, Folkes and Duffy with their tails up.
I mean, you imagine that Mitchell Santner there's a drinks break taking place, by the way, 14 overs in, England 59 for 5. Jacob Duffy, 7 overs, 3 for 36. And Zachary Folkes, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23. You imagine we might see a bowling change. Mitchell Santner's been quite happy to let these 2 bowlers, bowl long spells at the start of an innings. They have been taking wickets regularly, so that does help, of course, but we'll see if there is a change when the 2 batters come, when the play resumes. But yeah, I mean, this is an opportunity for Sam, but I think one of the problems Sam has had is he's such a versatile cricketer, and he plays so many different formats and leagues. It's almost, you almost wonder what, and every single club he plays for asks him to do something different. I think maybe along the way he's kind of not forgotten,
from not out to
but
out signal now.
He's not practiced maybe the skills that he needed to get himself back in the England side, because he needs to perfect some pretty specific skills to match the ones that England are asking for, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, he just never has one role, does he? It's the curse of being so versatile and being so talented that he sort of plugs gaps in a way for the England side.
Yeah. And even in the IPL, he played different roles to different teams. Then he'll play for Surrey in T20, or then he'll captain in the 100. Well, captain in the T20 as well. Captain in the 100. Then he's actually played a fair amount of red ball cricket for Surrey. Then he plays T20s for England, different role again. And now he's playing an ODI for England, different role again. So it's very different, very difficult. Everywhere you look, there are former or current Surrey players, by the way, in this series, isn't there? Nathan Smith is about to have a bowl. But yeah, I mean, look, we'd all like to see. They talk about high ceilings, don't they, with cricketers? And Sam Curran was player of the tournament in a T20 World Cup victory for England in Australia. He's been playing for England and he's been playing professional cricket since he was 16.
I mean, his highest score in ODI cricket is 95 not out against India, where he got man of the match in a losing cause. And so he can obviously do it.
I think he turned 20, maybe even 19, playing Test cricket for England at Lord's. First ball, and this is punched square of the wicket by Curran. He'll certainly take 1. And all it'll be, fielded by Devon Conway. The 1 change for New Zealand. He came in for Kane Williamson, or comes in for Kane Williamson. We're not quite sure if he's going to open or bat at 3. England 60 for 5. Jos Buttler 11 not out. Sam Curran 7. I mean, you've always been a teammate of Sam's, haven't you? So, whilst I'm sure you bowled to him in the nets and faced him, he's just got, it's just one of those, when he has his face on, you know?
Yeah, he's an incredible competitor and also a problem solver. I think that's what people don't quite realise about Sam. You see all the glitz and glamour of the IPL, but he's very good at figuring out tough situations.
Here is Smith, leading edge from Buttler again, trying to take a step down the track and just push this to mid-wicket. It's a shot that's got a little bit of danger attached to it though. 2 slips in place, and he's just trying to rotate the strike really. He's not going for a big shot. At 3rd down on the boundary is a backward point, a cover point, and a mid-off on the offside. I remember watching Sam bowl in his first season, and Nasser is saying, I wasn't at the ground, I was watching on Sky. Smith again, touch too wide, left alone by Buttler. No run. And Nasser Hussain, of all people, drew a comparison between a 16-year-old Sam Curran and Wasim Akram.
I'm sure Sam would be happy with that one.
Do you know what I mean? It was quite something.
Well, I mean, he's incredibly skillful. I mean, we played in the Kookaburra games this year, and he was adept at getting the ball to a reverse swing. And that was why we had a little bit of success with the Kookaburra this year, is because we had him as a little bit of a change-up back in the side, batting at 4 and able to just, you know, change that angle with being left arm over.
Absolutely. Square leg's gone out onto the boundary, and again, Buttler on the move, pushing this delivery from Smith on a length out to the covers, no run. 60 for 5 England.
I mean, we were talking the other night, weren't we, with Harmy was saying you could have Sam opening the bowling or bowling at the death. There's so many different things that he can do. It's as though he hasn't quite found his role with the ball yet in this 50-over side. He can swing it up top, and then we've seen his skills through all the T20s with bowling at the death, where he can bowl that moon ball, he can bowl wide Yorkers, he can pretty much do whatever you want.
Smith again. He's nagging away on that length. He's not drifting onto the pads. He's not bowling wicket to wicket. And Buttler is playing quite a circumspect innings. And I mean, this is what all the purists are after, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Jos Buttler has a career strike rate of 115. So this will be interesting for him, I'd imagine. 11 off 31 now.
So he's going at strike rate 30. 33. Again, it's wide driven, absolutely laced through cover for 4. Enough of that. Was there though. It was the width, but it was also a touch fuller. And Buttler has creamed that to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Smith has just missed a little bit there. Missed full, probably a foot too full. And Buttler has just thrown his hands through that, timed it to perfection, and it crashes out into the cover fence. And move on to 64 for 5 after 15 overs. Looks as though Zach Fuchs is going to go again for his 8th over.
I wonder if he's ever bowled an 8-over spell before. I'm sure Gary Morgan will tell us. Sam Curran's Test debut. First Test debut versus Pakistan at Leeds in 2018, age 19. So, yeah, he must have turned 20. Headingly, wasn't Lords making things up. Crashed away by Sam Curran. Ball that kind of sat up to be hit. Touch of width. And Sam Curran has eased that away through the covers for 4.
Yeah, that looks like the first tired delivery that Zach Fuchs has bowled. It's the first time he's really missed. Just short, wide, and Sam's just had to stand there and throw his hands through it.
Yeah, it went wide and then went wider, didn't it? It was certainly there to be hit. Curran moves to double figures. And Fuchs is in. Oh, that's a better delivery. Wow, almost unplayable. Pitched up. in and around off stump, straightens past the outside edge of Sam Curran's bat, and there is nothing you can do about that.
Tidy little comeback there from Zach Bruce. Sam will be happy to have missed that one. Takes a good player to nick those sort of balls. Not that Sam's not a good player.
Yeah, well, he'll be very relieved there. Foulks again, and he beats Sam again. And this time, he's got Sam Curran uncertain whether to play or not. He doesn't actually want to play at this ball. Oh, it's like an off-cutter.
Well, that's actually moved a bit like the ball that got Sam out in the second ODI, the off-spin. Bracewell's delivery to him. That's seamed and swung away from him and completely squared Curran up as it goes over fourth stump.
What's next? Foulks in. Sam allows this one to go through. Touch wide. And I mean, two absolutely glorious deliveries from Zach Foulks. And he's bowling round the wicket, angling the ball in to the left-handed Sam Curran, getting the ball to move away. And he's doing it with a mixture of seam and swing. Touch wide of the crease, full, driven square, but fielded on the edge of the circle by Nathan Smith. This is a good little battle. This
certainly is. Tough little period. Well fielded there by Nathan Smith. Good athlete. I'm very happy with him, his athletic abilities at Surrey this year. He was telling us that he used to do a little bit of gymnastics back in the day to help him with his fielding.
Yeah, he's a Gartner, isn't he? This is on-off stump, and Sam Curran sees the over off. Possibly 8 and out for Zach Foulks. 4 runs coming from the over. He's picked up 2 wickets so far, and England are 5 down. Just 16 overs. Once again, losing wickets early. Much the same fashion that we've seen in the first and second of this 3-match ODI series. With Jos Buttler at the crease, 15 not out, and Sam Curran 11. They do still have batting and some to come. Jamie Overton, who's hit 40s in both matches, followed by Bryden Cost, Jofra Archer and Adil Rashid. England fans will be hoping not to see those 3 for, I don't know, 20, 25 overs or so. Smith it is, returning for his second over, and Jos Buttler playing defensively, quite deep in his crease. Gets on top of the ball, surprises the touch. It comes in a lot to the right hand. He drops the ball down into the turf, and actually it could have been, yeah, it went into his foot, didn't it? That actually could have been deflected back down onto the wicket. A little rueful smile from Jos Buttler. He's had a little bit of fortune go his way. He's 15 from 33 as Smith in again. Oh, beats Buttler, who's on the move, expecting the ball to come into him, but it actually goes past the outside edge on another day. That takes the edge, and Butler's walking.
Would you say these pitches have done too much in the last few ODIs? What do you feel?
I think the balance has favoured the bowler, but that's fine. I think that England will feel that they could have batted longer than 35 overs in both those matches, and if they had done, certainly in that second one, I think they could have won. In fact, if they hadn't dropped 2 dollies in the first one, they might have actually won that match. Pushed to cover by Buttler, who's playing defensively at the start of this over again. So no, I don't think it's got too much. And also, this is what playing abroad is all about. I mean, if an overseas team comes to England, the ball's swinging around at the start of in September or the early season, that's just part of the challenge of playing in England. So England should know how to play the swinging ball. Smith is in, and Butler actually makes a little bit of room for himself. Steers this down to deep backward point for a single. Moves to 16, and the score moves on to 69 for 5. Do you think the balance is too much the way of the bowler?
I actually quite like seeing the ball seam around. It's just quite refreshing. I think you see so many flat pitches now where it's so in favour of the batters that, especially in 50-over cricket, that it's actually very refreshing to see seamers have a bit of a go of it, especially with those 2 new balls now. It's always very exciting seeing big amounts of swing, and especially guys with the skill of Folkes and Duffy.
Curran facing, and hits this delivery from Nathan Smith back to the bowler. I mean, this was the same track that Martin Guptill, I think, hit
237, was it?
Wow, that is good. 237 against West Indies.
237 not out.
Yeah. So you know, you can have a day like that, and then you can have a day like this. I think that's one of the beauties of cricket.
I suppose let's not forget as well Jofra Archer last game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we look forward to seeing Jofra bowl on this. As Smith gets out the over, just a 1 run coming from his second over. He's gone for 6 runs, and England's 69 for 5. I find this way more interesting than an ODI where you have that 20-over spell where the bowlers kind of given up on taking a wicket. They just want to go at less than 5 and over, and the batters are trying to pick off 1 boundary and 2 or 3 singles, and they'll be happy with that. And it's, you know, there's a formulaic approach to the game, the tactics. As Blair Tickner is going to come in. Zachary Folkes' 8-over spell has come to an end, 2 for 27, and a maiden in there as well. So his ODI series has just continued to go from strength to strength. Blair Tickner, who was player of the match in the second ODI, his first delivery, this is touched short, and no timing from Butler, who tries to cut this through the covers, picks out fielder, no run.
Yeah, 4 for 34 in the second ODI for Blair Tickner. He's had a tricky couple of years off the field. It was great to see him back in the wickets and get some big ones as well, removing Joe Root in his first over.
Yeah, that was a good moment, you know, when you consider what he's been through over the last couple of years. He nearly picked up Harry Brook as well. Oh, playing a miss from Jos Buttler, and Blair Tickner's just bent over to one side, and he's asking Jos Buttler, how did that miss the stumps, Jos? Or the inside edge? And in fairness to Jos Buttler, he actually nods and just says, yep, you got that one, mate, but I'm still here. And that swung back in. That went very, very close to the off stump. Touch fuller from Tickner there. In again. Butler's down the track, pushing out to point, no run.
Yeah, it was funny watching Blair Tickner there, just craning his head as though there was a gap between middle and off stump, and the ball went through it. But yeah, that was very close, and he's straight into his rhythm here. It's a nice length, and New Zealand have only really missed once or twice this innings. They've been absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah, and he's started off in fine fashion as Blair Tickner, who's past the umpire. And once again, Butler playing well out of his crease, but defensively so. Punches this out to Devon Conway, who fields no run.
I think what has been nice here is to see the application from Butler and Curran. It's been now 69 for 5. And Butler's 16 off 40 balls, Curran 11 off 18, but that's okay. Building nicely, and if they can get through this Tickner and Smith spell, then might see a big finish.
Yeah, conditions may well ease. This is short, and Butler ducks underneath.
One for the over. One for the over.
It's actually quite wide as well. Goes through to the keeper, Tom Latham, who collects, and Blair Tickner's first over is yet to yield a run.
Now, I suppose the challenge for these guys, and I'd imagine they're probably be thinking this at some stage would be if they can get through to a spinner with these two still at the crease. And I don't know how much it spins at Wellington, but especially it's very seamer friendly here, so if these two can be in when Santner comes on to bowl, it'd be good.
Last ball of the over. And, Joss Buttler will take a single. Just opens the face, runs the ball down to third, comes through for a single. That 8-over spell for Zach Foulkes was the most he's ever bowled in a spell in ODIs. That's no real surprise. He hasn't played too many. I wonder in domestic 50-over cricket as well. Not the. Well, no, they play the Ford Trophy, don't they? So here we are then. 18 overs gone. England have made their way to 70 for 5. A partnership. Well, it must be the largest partnership of the match. Was it 44 for 5? Or Jacob Bethel was brilliantly caught by Daryl Mitchell at first slip. They've added 26. Have England now 70 for 5. Joss Buttler 17. Sam Curran is 11, and Nathan Smith has replaced Blair Ticknap, and down the track comes Joss Buttler and meets his first ball on the full. Places it past mid-off and down to the boundary for a 4. Buttler moves to 21 and scores 74 for 5.
That's a little bit more of the Joss Buttler we're used to, using his feet, positive batting, just mows it down the ground and into the fence. Not too much Nathan Smith can do there. He should put him off his length, and a nice shot there from Joss Buttler to move himself onto 21.
Smith again with ball in hand, and this time Buttler gets down and scoops the ball up and over his shoulder, down to fine leg. And he goes back to back boundaries. Buttler moves to 25 and the score 78 for 5.
Vintage Buttler there, just with the scoop. Same ball really from Nathan Smith. I just wonder whether Buttler and Curran have had a little chat between the overs and said that they're maybe going to target Smith. 2 expansive shots to start the over from Buttler.
I think it was Mark Wood on commentary who said, you always know when Butler's about to hit a big shot. He twitches his left shoulder, and that's exactly what he did before that little scoop. Didn't twitch it there, and he didn't go for the big shot. Does take a single down to third. It's Blair Tickner down there. Certainly wasn't trying to hit the ball down to third. Good comeback from Smith, but his third over has gone for 9. The halfway stay. 79 for 5 then, England. 3 balls left of the 19th over, and a little partnership here of 35 between Buttler, who's 26, and Sam Curran, who is now facing the left-hander. And Nathan Smith, right arm over the wicket. Sam Curran will take a single through mid-wicket. It's fielded by Rashin Ravindra. So 10 runs coming from the over. This is, I imagine, the most expensive over of the innings so far. Jacob Duffy's bowled 7 overs, 3 for 36, and Zach Foulkes bowled an 8-over spell, 2 for 27. Those two have been replaced, Nathan Smith and Blair Tickner, who both bowled very well in the second ODI. 2 for 27 for Smith and 4 for 34 for Tickner. And Zach Buttler again stepping out of his crease. Bracewell fielding at backward point, no run.
Nathan Smith was lovely in the second ODI. As I was saying before, he was brilliant for us for Surrey. He's just an absolute competitor. He does everything he can all the time, on and off the field. We absolutely loved having him. Nicknamed the Horse. I'll let the listener decide what that means.
Well, Blair Tickner almost looks like he's a prancing horse at the start of his run-up. He just gets through a curious motion, doesn't he? Pushed out to at the edge of the circle where Mitchell Santner at wide mid-off fields. That may well be my stint done. I don't know. Macro? Yes, it is. Which is a good time for me to vacate, I think, Cam, after a word from you. It'll be a return of Craig Cumming and also Andrew McKenna.
19 overs gone. England now 81 for 5. It's just a little change of momentum that last over, with Jos Buttler taking the positive approach to Nathan Smith. And yeah, got a bit going on now, so an interesting period coming up. Welcome back, Craig and Macca.
Thank you. Don't know what you lot have been playing at. We took loads of wickets earlier on. Well, thankfully, for England point of view, we've now had some more. Well, Jos Buttler has elected to come down the wicket to the first ball of the new Tickner over, and let's say forces it over mid-wickets. It was a pull shot. There wasn't a huge amount of timing, but actually he got a bit more of it than I first thought. But that one was all about power. However it got there, it's 4 runs, and that's all that matters from an England point of view at the moment.
He's put his foot down, Jos Buttler, and the last over was smart. In some ways, he's probably predicting the length that's been bowled. But that one, yeah, it's just about hit the splice of the bat, still but able to time it.
In goes Tickner, and Buttler's down the pitch to meet it on the half volley and smashes it back past him through the V on the offside. Back-to-back boundaries to start the over. 89 for 5 for England.
What he knows with Tickner is that he's not a swinger of the ball. Unlike Fulks and even Jacob Duffy, he's going to be more of a seamer. So he's more comfortable just charging, because the first line you see out of the hands, the line the ball's going to be when it gets to him, unless it does stuff off the surface. What he's doing is he's going in and saying to Blair Tickner, right, you've bowled short, I've pulled you, now I've charged you. What are you going to do with your next ball? Because you don't know what I'm going to do. So now that's an example of probably understanding the bowler and having a good proactive plan in place.
Well, captain and bowler have just had a conversation to talk about the plan, and obviously to slow things down as well. In comes Tickner with those high knees and now delivers. It's short down the leg side, and Latham's had to go up and away to his left-hand side, one-handed, to pluck a wide out of the air, and it is just a single wide, and that could have very easily been 4 thereof. But the keeper helped him out.
A heck of a take, wasn't it? Just Tickner's whacked it in hard like a big off cutter, and Latham's dived down leg and hoping that he'll get a hand to it. Full stretch.
That was the fingertips as well, wasn't it?
He'll enjoy that one, Tom Latham, when he gets a replay.
That was a very, very good take. Tickner's in once again, a shortish run. That one looked like a bit of a cutter. Well, it certainly came out of the hand slightly differently. It's through to the Latham more conventionally this time, and there is no run.
Yeah, and this with Tickner now, what he did is he reverted to the shorter one. Buttler actually went back into the crease. It was down leg side. So you can see Buttler's now trying to say, right, I'm going to try and stay one step ahead of you. I wouldn't be surprised, because Tickner's now not thinking I'm going to pitch it up. If Buttler doesn't even think about maybe the lap shot again, because he's going to get given the length and he can get underneath it, and Buttler doesn't need a second invitation.
About 15 high steps at the start of his run-up. He goes in and bowls full, and Buttler is down the pitch to turn this through mid-wicket and away for a single. 91 for 5 England. Butler's now got 36 from 51. Sam Curran comes back onto strike. He's got 12 from the 19 that he's faced so far.
Who came ask John about the surface and whether he thinks they've done too much, and to me, swing's okay. I think we've fallen into the trap in the modern game where we think it's doing a lot of it swinging. What this surface has done, though, is it's swung and seamed. So when a ball's seaming and swinging, and I think we had two-pace nature, then I think the surface has been pretty ordinary at the start. The question is now, is the sun on it? Is it baking? Is it just getting a little bit harder? Or, as we know, the ball starts to soften a little bit more.
Slip and a gully behind Sam Curran as he plays this one from the crease out on the offside. And after this next delivery, we'll be at 20 overs, which obviously with 2 white balls, 10 overs apiece. They often say the white ball swings for about 10 overs maximum, so you think it should settle down a little bit, but of course England have now only got 5 wickets to play with.
Yeah, and the other thing is, it's playing at the Wellington Stadium, is that it's a drop-in pitch, so there is no wicket block either side. So when the ball gets hit into the outfield, it doesn't hit the wicket block and scuff up, it hits a sand-based outfield.
Final ball of the over then from Tickner. It's short in towards the armpit of Sam Curran. He helps it down to long leg and helps himself to a single. He goes to 13, and that is 20 overs gone. 92 for 5 are England, which isn't a bad second block of 10. Bearing in mind they were 44 for 4 at the end of the first block of 10. So it's an improvement. 92 for 5 after 20 means they're going at 4.6 and over. If they stay at that right through to the end, you're looking at 230. If they can up it to a runner ball, 272.
I think they'd sign up 230.
Cool. Not half.
I'd say they'd back themselves. But yeah, just to go back to my point. So at the stadium at the moment, and over here in England, you've literally got just about boundary to boundary as a wicket block. So this is just a sand-based outfield. So when the ball's cut, driven, it hits sand-based and grass. So the ball just stays new. I wouldn't be surprised if it's got still the writing on it.
Curran is waiting for Smith, bowls right arm over, pushes out onto the offside, and there's no run.
And throwing that, the pitch is not that hard, so when the ball's hitting the pitch, you probably would grab the ball now and you'd look at it and go, well, this looks like about 5 overs instead of 10. So it does do it for a little bit longer, and we saw that. And as I said, though, I always go back to those swings okay. You're allowed to swing the ball. Bowlers should swing the ball or bowl quick. That's the two skills that you want. And as a batter, your job is to be able to play the swing ball. But if you start hitting in seam, that's when it becomes extra challenging.
Smith in, right arm over to the left-handed Sam Curran. Curran plays defensively out on the onside, no run.
And Nathan Smith can swing the ball, but he's more likely to be that bustly seamer, and he can just get a little bit of nibble. And, so if the hair is starting to harden up a wee bit, the ball's getting a wee bit older, you can see why Butler decided to go after him. He's also more predictable and not quite as quick, so if you are charging him, you can adjust to do those things. So to me, the last, especially 5 overs, has been really smart from Curran and Butler, where they've just about got themselves in, they've assessed conditions, they've worked hard, and now they're trying to put pressure back on New Zealand.
Nathan Smith on his way. Oh, that's a slightly shorter one, and Sam Curran has climbed into that over mid-wicket, couple of bounces, and away it goes for 4. England 96 for 5. Sam Curran 17 from 24, his third boundary of his innings.
And it's just this is just a good shot. Nathan Smith again is going searching now. He's tried to bowl a little bit shorter, just about a cutter. And Curran just stood there and been able to bang it over mid-wicket. Partnership come up an hour 50, 52 off 62 balls. In the context of the game, this has been outstanding.
Has indeed. Nathan Smith comes into bowl once again. Sam Curran plays defensively out on the offside. No run.
I think it's a really good point, and just talked about earlier, is that obviously England are heading to Australia and they've got the Ashes, and they've been very good at saying that this series is important to them and that's all they're focusing on. But you could imagine, people like Ben Duckett are thinking, right, got a wee eye on Australia. These two don't. It's all very well saying this pitch is seaming, but this is Sam Curran's opportunity to say, right, I'm going to cement myself into this side. So I can't use this as an excuse. I've got to get in. Josh Butler's had a little bit of that steely look about him today.
Smith in, full, straight. Curran defends out onto the offside, no run. Just the boundary from the 5 balls in the over so far. Yeah, you can almost be... It's a terrible word to use if it's in the wrong context. But there's a case for them to both be selfish.
Absolutely. And that, Josh Butler's been captain of the side. And yes, gave up the captaincy or whatever because the team wasn't performing as well as you'd like. Now he's playing, and this is his pinnacle. He's playing for England. Now, I do know they aren't looking at the Ashes, that they've put a lot of emphasis on this series and they want to do well.
Smith to finish the over. Curran tries to drive, but can only find Will Young in the covers. And there is no run. End of the over, 21 gone. 96 for 5. England put into bat by New Zealand in this third ODI. They're already 2-0 down, of course. And you're listening to it on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
And you look at Sam Curran, one thing I have observed him from when I was at home and this year as well, one thing I know about him is he's a competitor. So he's not going to sit there and go, I'm going to find an excuse that it's doing. He's going to fight. As I said, between the two of them, it's like, well, when you're playing one-day cricket, what we've got to do is get a total that is big enough to be able to win us the game. The team that scores the most runs wins. Now, we've got to find out what that total is. But we've got to give ourselves a chance to get that total. Now, in an ideal world, we can go out and go hard and be free. But if that's when it's flat, well, you do need 330. Today's not the sort of day you need 330. If they can get themselves, and Cam said a little bit earlier, even the last game, another 40 runs would have made a big difference. You're trying to go out to win the game. We've got to assess conditions. And actually, if you're a skilled player and you've got good knowledge and you've got good cricket EQ, you work that out and you say, right, how are we going to do it? And I see these two doing this right now. As opposed to just saying we're going to just take it on. You know, to me, I'm not saying that that's reckless or they are reckless, but these two seem to be, they've got a bit more method to what they're trying to do.
Tickner's about to start his third over. And he's making his way into Joss Buttler. Buttler takes a step towards the bowler, turns through square leg and will take a single. And the score goes to 97 for 5. And England have made they've had a little bit of a win there, I'm going to say, because Tickner is now bowling with no slip in place, which, when the scoreline's 97 for 5, and it was 44 for 5, let's not forget, the fact that England have managed to get Santner to take the slips out just as a little win for England. And I mean, if we're celebrating those kind of things, then you know that they've been in trouble. Yeah, but that's where we are.
It shows what they've been able to do. There's a slip back in, probably a wide slip, maybe even third to Curran.
Yep, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and square leg inside the circle. In goes Tickner. Curran is trying to force on the offside. Can't beat Will Young in the covers, no run.
And what I've liked about Josh Buttler, and even the 2 deliveries ago we got the single, he's nearly walked outside off stump. Tickner has always been known to be, he's a bounce bowler. He runs in, he just tries to hit the pitch as hard as he can, and in some ways his length will vary a lot. He was outside off, he used the bounce, just tucked it in the square for one. He hasn't tried to fight the pace unless he charged Tickner and he knew it was going to be full. He's also using the pace and using the bounce to his advantage to be able to hit the square gaps.
In he goes
once again, and he's got Sam Curran to play onto his own stumps. We were just saying this partnership had done such good work for England, but Tickner has removed Curran for 17, and England are 97 for 6 in the 22nd over. Tickner, it was foolish. Curran didn't really move his feet, was playing hand-eye coordination, inside edge, onto pad, onto stumps. 6 down.
Yeah, he just got caught in a little bit of no man's land, Sam Curran. Tickner ran in, we talked about he's a bounce bowler. He sort of did his pre-movement, and then he just hung his bat out and just got caught on a bit of a 45-degree angle, and the ball didn't bounce as much as he thought, and it just got the inside edge and then went on to leg stump. So Tickner didn't do a lot right. Curran just didn't quite maybe commit enough, and I've put the mockers on them, haven't they? I've just talked them up. People will say I'm trying to do it from a New Zealand point of view, but I haven't. And Curran looked really disappointed when he walked off because he worked so hard, and in some ways he only just missed out on a little bit more commitment with his forward defence.
Well, Jamie Overton wanders out to the middle. 46 in the first game, his highest score in one-day international cricket, 42 in the second, so 88 runs so far. England to take another 40-odd now from him. That is for sure. 10th one-day international for Jamie Overton, and he strides out to join the former captain Joss Buttler. Just as England had put that little partnership together, 53. Tickner separates them. He's going through those high knees. Now he's on the way, and it's short to Overton. And Overton's playing that pretty much armpit height. And Jamie Overton is a big size unit, so it tells you how short Tickner's dug that one in to get it up there.
Probably, and just saw the replay, even more bad luck for Curran. He didn't inside edge it onto leg stump, he inside edged it onto his back leg. and then it went back onto the stumps. But I think he'll look at it and go, he just didn't quite commit to the forward defence. He got caught with a 45-degree bat.
It's a glorious day in Wellington, weather-wise and cricket-wise. In goes Tickner, short ball. Oh, Overton has elected to go at that one, and it's only just landed 30 centimetres inside the rope at mid-wicket. So he's underway with a boundary. There was a fielder out there who started to move his way around. It's worth stating that it is an oval shape at Sky Stadium, so the straight boundaries are nearer 80 metres as opposed to the square boundaries, which are nearer 60 metres, and it didn't land that far away from the deep mid-wicket, but the 100's up. 101 for 6, meanwhile. 21 overs and 5 balls to get there. Final ball of the Tickner over is defended by Overton. 22 gone, 101 for 6. Tickner's underway for the evening, 1 for 17.
He's the form player, isn't he, Overton? He's got a couple of 40s in the series, and it was a lovely shot to get off the mark. It looked like he actually just about, what you say, is clothed it. Didn't sound, and maybe it's just the sound effects that sounded like it was a funny noise, but just short of the boundary. Again, he knew that Tickner's trying to try and bang it in and try and get that extra bounce. Yeah, what'll be interesting now to see, because Butler actually created momentum. He took on Smith, he'd taken on on Tickner, but he actually hasn't a lot of strike. What does he face? One ball, 2 balls in the last 2 overs. So that momentum that he created, he might have lost a wee bit now because he's at the other end.
Time for a bit of twirl. Mitch Santner's bringing himself on to bowl.
What's the great saying? If it seems, it spins.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's watched it do pretty much all sorts. From the first ball, which was hooping around all over the place, then started seaming as well. Santner is going to bowl left arm around to Jos Buttler. Buttler from the crease pushes out on the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, the approach will be interesting here, because sometimes you think, right, this is cash in time because this is a spinner come on, but we know Mitchell Santner is world class, so it's not just to say, right, I'm going to put my foot down and take him on. But the way Buttler approaches playing him will be of real interest.
Santner, slightly lower arm on this occasion, bringing Buttler forward, pushes to mid-on, no run.
Just pulled that one back. Mitch Santner pulled all the air out of it. Real slow one. It was 78 kilometres per hour.
Santner in, bowls left arm around. Inside half of Jos Buttler's bat, turns it through mid-wickets. And coming in off the square leg boundary is Jacob Duffy in a single taken, 102 for 6.
They showed a picture before of Brendan McCullum actually sitting in the dugout in front of the grandstands, and the normal Brendan McCullum pose. He's got the sunnies on, the feet are up like he does over here, and all the balconies. I'd be interested what he's thinking of right now about the surfaces that they've been playing on.
Santner, a little bit of loop on that one, bringing Overton forward, pushes out on the offside, no run.
And he's got a big picture to look forward to. He won't be looking too far back. They'll be talking about the big picture of this tour, that they've been able to get the white ball squad together. They've been away and done some team building. They've had a real specialist focused.
Deep in his creases, Overton on this occasion. Santner bowls straight, no run as it's pushed to mid-on.
You know, it's given Harry Brook a chance to take control of a team on tour. So the benefits of this tour, I'm sure they'll say, will come out in the future.
Santner to complete the over. Weight is on the back foot from Overton, trying to force through the offside. No timing, inside edge, onto his foot, rolls out on the offside. 23 overs completed, 102 for 6 are England. Jos Buttler 38 from 55 balls. Overton 4 from 6. And England in a world of trouble.
And Mackie, you mentioned in the build-up, I think you wanted to skip over it, but because you've talked about it, playing the same 11. Well, they brought Jofra Archer in, sorry. To me, that shows they were taking this seriously. Otherwise, if they're just handing out caps and wanting to give players a go, they would have changed the side. So they've got, I'd say, goals that they're trying to do now. They're not going to dismiss the fact that they haven't batted well. They're not going to just use the pitches have done a lot as an excuse.
Tickner to start his next over, bowls Jos Buttler off stump, lying on the floor. Buttler goes for 38 from 56 balls. England are 102 for 7, and Jos Buttler walks off distraught. Tickner got that one to nip off the seam, and it thudded full ball into off stump, and the timber is lying on the floor.
Well, this is the delivery that shows I think the surface has done too much. It's an absolute ripper. Butler's walking off distraught because he's worked so hard, and this series means a lot to him, but he's probably got the best ball he's going to face all year. Will certainly probably face this year. And Tickner, who normally bowls back of a length, has got that one to be full of a length, and it's dead straight out of the hand, and then it's hit the pitch about 12 inches outside off stump, and then just darted back and hit the top of off. They say it's the best ball, but if that carries on, well, it's probably missing 6 stump wide. It's an absolute beauty, and Tickner again, he'll want to save that one down, but to me that sums up the ball should not be doing that in the 23rd over in one-day cricket. And Butler, unfortunately, is going to have to sit and watch the replay. He's going to have to tip his hat and say that's one of the best balls I think I've ever got in my career to get me out. But it'll also be disappointing to know the hard work that he's put in. Absolute ripper of a delivery, and Butler was done through the gate.
Today is Jos Buttler's 196th one-day international. He may not have got many better than that in the previous 195.
Yeah, he's whacked the ground with his bat, and it's like, you know, I've worked so hard. I've earned the opportunity for the ball to start doing nothing.
Well, Bryden Cass, the new man, and gets another ripper first up, beats the outside edge through to Latham, and there's no run. Tickner's got 2 for 17.
And that's nipped away off the seam and gone the other way. And I'm not going to be disrespectful to Tickner, but I don't think he's sitting there running in going, I'm going to nip this one back. He wasn't Sir Richard Hadley, and now the next ball I'm going to nip one away. I think he's just running in, he's trying to bowl it hard like he does. It's a little bit of a scrambled scene, and he's just trying to hit it and then just watch what happens. And as I said earlier, swing's one thing. Swing is okay, and as a batter you can make your adjustments, but when it starts seaming, that makes the biggest challenge.
Tickner's in, down the pitch comes Cass, swing and a miss, and it only just misses the stumps. And Tickner follows all the way down to stand next to Bryden Cass, as if to say, yeah, I'm not sure about that one, mate.
Well, I'll be interested in someone like Nathan Smith, and also Tickner been over here playing county cricket this year, and the pitches, look at Cam, were pretty flat for most of the year. They're probably getting a little bit of payback and turning them saying, well, I didn't get anything out of the surface in your country for 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, I don't think there's many similarities between Derby and Wellington. Not off the top of my head, anyway. Cass waits for Tickner as in he goes. Huge mow at that one from Bryden Cass. Doesn't get anything on it. If he got even an edge on it, that was flying to Christchurch. That's how far that was going. He's given that the beans. He misses it, it's through to the keeper, no run.
Let's watch it. It's like watching DeChambeau on the first tee. Trying to swing as hard as good. Trying to hit it as hard as he can. Bat speed. Even if he had have edged it, it would have flown.
A bit like a baseball hitter trying to go for a home run. Actually, it's the World Series tonight, isn't it? Could be all clinched by the Toronto Blue Jays. In goes Tickner. Now this occasion, Cass elects to play a slightly more conventional shot. Dabs this one down to third, and will take a single. 103 for 7.
Do you think they've had that conversation where 100's not enough? But if we can just get a bit of luck, we can throw the bat at it hard now. Get a couple out of the middle. We get the 150, we'll give Jofra a little bit of something to bowl to. But if we just stand here with, not so much saying the tail enders and that they don't have a good defence, but we're likely to have our name on one. Again, I was just talking about here's Brendan McCullum. He doesn't look any different. Joe Root's got the notepad out.
He's probably doing this to doping or something like that. Tickner in to finish the over. Oh, that's a good shot from Overton. Weight back on the back foot. He's taken that off middle stump, but hit it straight to cover. Well, what an over that's been. 24 gone, 103 for 7. We're taking far too many wickets. So I'm taking us off so we can get to Logan van Beek and Dan McHardy to continue the commentary.
You know, always a fine human being, isn't he? Always thinking of others. A bit like Blair Tickner. He's quite an interesting animal on a field, is Blair Tickner. You can elaborate, Logan. You've locked horns with him many times over the years, but a very, very charming man off it.
Yeah, it's looks can be deceiving is the phrase here. He throws the shuckers up. He's in your face, but he's actually a very, very nice guy.
He's done a very good job on his return for the Black Caps. Mitchell Santner, the New Zealand captain, starts from the broadcast again, the northern end of Sky Stadium, dragging a slow ball down, allowing us to go back and collect a run for the point. 104 for the loss of 7. Just tuning into our coverage on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Not great news if you're an English fan. Off the back foot this time, Overton will find cover and there's no run. Jamie Smith caught behind off the bowling of Fuchs for 5. Duckett caught at mid-on off the bowling of Duffy for 8. Root was LBW, folks, for 2. Brook caught at second slip off the bowling of Duffy for 6. Bethel 11 before he was caught. Mitchell at first slip, coming down the wicket as Overton beaten in flight, dragging it to the onside, no run. And when Bethel was dismissed, caught Mitchell at first off the bowling of Duffy, it was 44 for 5. Then Logan, it looked like an English fight back was on the cards. Very quick through the air as Overton punching away through the offside for a single, and he's raised his bat. He's not celebrating the fact he's got to 5. I think he's actually asking for a new bat. But Blair Tickner then got rid of Butler and Curran, quick succession, 38 and 17, and wow, impressive stuff from the veteran defending his cast. Cherish wickets in the middle overs, don't you, in modern day one-day international cricket? I'm not sure Butler could have done much.
Well, you can hear that. That's me ripping up my notes that I was looking forward to praising England for the last hour, and I was kind of hoping that they were still 5 down coming into this set.
Last ball of the over, it's driven away for a single. Yeah. Disappointing for England. Butler go on with the score at 102. 5 runs earlier with Sam Curran. They played well. Butler took, I think he was 21 or 42. Then he started to free up, find some boundaries at 7, and Curran was playing quite assuredly. Blair Tickner's probably in the afterthought of most New Zealand cricket fans' minds. Now 6 wickets in the series in about 12 overs. 2 for 18 off 4 overs.
No, Butler and Curran were doing exactly what they needed to do. Soak up the pressure and be clear on their scoring areas. They were doing exactly that. But Blair's just pulled out 2 rippers to change the course of this rest of this innings.
Past umpire Raza, bowl short wide of off stump and trying to carve the ball away through the open spaces. As Carsey swings and misses. Only a third man back. Plenty of room if you can beat the inner circle.
Carsey and Jamie, both first-class hundreds, both can bat numerous 50s, so they're no mugs with the bat. I think it's just the nature of this pitch. You feel like you get to come out. The only way to score is to swing hard, and well, so far Carsey's only swung hard.
Overton's had 2 good scores in this series. Playing his strokes. There's a play and miss outside of off stump. Awkward looking stroke as Carsey's trying to really go hard at the ball with the open face and run it down towards third man where Ravindra's position. Tickner is a tall man. That's the wicket hard, and that bounced high past the bat and through to Latham.
Tickner's all energy, so he came onto the scene very much 6'4", 6'5", banged the wicket with a hard off cutter. The last few years he's just developed that better length, that fuller length. Played a few years in England now, learning to hit the stumps a lot more.
Shaved head, bowls a bouncer, falls over in his follow through, which is not uncommon for Blair Tickner. Yeah, that was the effort ball. Now roar as he let the ball go through to the keeper. How would you describe for our listeners his run up, the way he starts?
So funny enough, it's one of those things. A couple of years ago, it wasn't as exaggerated, but I know having talked to him of why he does that, is that he's really trying to concentrate on starting with his right foot, but it's just he wants to get his legs moving, get the momentum going on the spot.
So runs on the spot at the start. He goes full of this time. Push forward, inside edge, takes it to the onside and into a gap. Cast goes to 4. It's 107 for the loss of 7. So he would run on the spot about 10 steps. Well, gets on that right foot, and that's when he can go.
It's almost like a high knee drill, but you know when you're in PE class at school and the teacher says do high knees and put your hands. Simon says put your hands above your head. It's almost like that's what it looks like, and then he's. But the main part of it is that he's trying to get his knees pumping, because it's a shortish runner for a big guy, so he's just trying to get his knees pumping so that he's got the momentum going already before he runs up.
Yeah, about a 20-25 metre run up, and he hits the wicket hard again, bouncing around. Chest height, defending his Overton, equally a tall man, right over the top, defends. And then what makes it doubly interesting is that he's holding the ball in both hands, right in front of his face. So, very peculiar.
Well, I think
cricketers are in general.
Again,
Sorry, Logan.
You get to 32, 33, and you're trying to think of different ways to skin the cat. And yeah, I'd love to know what's going on in his head in those 10 seconds.
Goes short, and it's pulled away with incredible power for 6 by Overton. It was almost like he was expecting it. Great position, and that didn't get all that high off the ground. He's deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and it's smashed into sort of security guard right in front of the fans who might have caught one. We hope he's okay. He's a big unit. He's brushed himself off. Actually, it's gone past him, and it's gone through the wall. I have never seen that. I have never seen that at this venue. And boy, we've seen some spectacular innings over the years. Martin Guptill's 237, Chris Gale in the same game of the 2015 Cricket World Cup. And he has just hammered it. And it's gone through underneath the concrete. I don't want to say it's jib, it's harder material than that, but that just illustrates how well Overton struck it. He's now 11. Single to Cast, first ball of the Santner over.
They've got 2 deep square legs out there as well. I think Michael Bracewell was fancying himself with a catch there, but it was hit hard.
Incredible power. Overton gets width outside of off stump, rocks back, finds a single. Out towards Nathan Smith, and there'll be no run.
Jamie's been absolutely...
1 run, sorry.
Well, he's been brilliant this series. He's got his 2 highest scores in the last 2 innings. If he can do that again in this innings, get that score close to 180, 200, I think they're going to go into the break with a bit of a sniff.
Into the 27th over as Mitchell Santner bowls, and an outside edge as he rocked back and was trying to play again forward of square on the offside. It's gone down towards third man. Tickner gets up, gathers, throws. They come back for 2, 117 for the loss of 7.
I feel like the sun's been out now for a few hours now. Just it looks a little bit warmer. Pitch may be a little bit easier. Ball slightly older.
Pushing forward, defeated in flight as Cast, no run. Do you know when I felt that last time these two played at this venue? It was in the 2015 Cricket World Cup. Beautiful day. It was about now, the 27th over, when Tim Southey miraculously got the ball to start swinging again. Well defended by Cast. Horse bowled out for 123 in 33.2 overs, England. Not that any New Zealander will tell you. Well, England that day were 104 for 3. After 25 overs, Southey, of course, 7 for 33. Hit uppishly down towards Duffy. Oh dear, that's a horrendous miss by long off. International cricket, that was not. Couple of bounces right in front of him, and I don't know what has happened there. You can add 4 more to the English total. Cast gets a boundary, And at the end of the over, it's 121 for the loss of 7, and off the captain's bowling. That's one way to get in the dog box real quick.
Well, that corner is becoming comedy corner right now, because you had Rachin Ravindra throw the ball for 4 earlier on in the day, and now you've got Jacob Duffy completely making an absolute mess of that. Just regulation, ball down to long off, and another 4 to the board. But
yeah, that was quite hilarious. The Rachin Ravindra one, he sprinted off after it, picked up the ball just inside the rope, turned around, went to throw, and the ball slipped out of the back of his hand and just dropped over the rope. 4 runs. Nathan Smith back into the attack, 4 overs, none for 21 from the southern end, the city end of the ground, bowling to Overton, who comes forward, hits high on the bat, so no power as it goes into the covers. Conway positioned.
was that the same match that New Zealand had about 20 to win and they went off for lunch?
Yeah, they nearly won before lunch.
And you've got Brendan McCullum, now coach, who got about 80 odd in that game.
So Southey got 7 for 33, best figures via New Zealander. Brendan McCullum, a pedestrian 77 off 25. 8 4s, 7 6s. Strike rate of 308. Kane Williamson was the problem that day. He's a nice looking drive by the right out of Overton. He was 9 off 22.
And now, well, it's obviously made a good impression on England to then have Brendan as head coach and now Tim Southey as bowling consultant or fast bowling coach for this tour. They knew the Caton was on the agenda, on the schedule, trying to find some of that magic.
Smith. It's nice and close to the stumps. Drags the length down. It was there to cut. Overton tried to, but he missed. It zips through to Latham behind the wicket. 3 dot balls to start the Smith over. Yeah, before everyone switches off. talkSPORT 2, 125 for 2 New Zealand on that day. They got there in 12.2 overs. Steve Finn, I think, ran to the airport to get out of Wellington. 2 overs, none for 49. You ever had a day like that?
Yes. Cayman Islands, 2024.
Smith from over the wicket goes fuller, edging on the bounce to Mitchell. Played with nice soft hands though by Overton, give him credit. No run.
My first ever T10 game in the Cayman Islands, beautiful part of the world. And I bowled 2 overs, none for 60.
Steady on.
None for 60. Josh Brown from Australia, another guy, Nick Hobson from Australia, plays for the Perth Scorchers. Didn't say a word till I got and had
Up to you left the Cayman Islands, I hope. Overton backing away and slicing a ball up and over point out to the fence for 4. Good striking again from Jamie Overton. He's 16 off 18. Run rate takes up to 4.49. But still, we're in the 28th over. Long way to go. Overton's going to continue to attack.
Well, he's purposely hit that up in the air, knowing that he just has to beat the inner ring, and it's 4 with no fielder at deep cover. Jamie is becoming a bit of an enigma for the New Zealand side here. He's found himself in a very similar situation in all 3 matches. And again, he started really well, and he's still got 23 overs to bat here.
He is seeing it well. He takes on the bouncer. It's high. Windmill it around the onside, and umpire Raza says that's too high. Probably got a call from umpire Haig at square leg. That's 1 for the over as well, but another run for England. So we do get a replay. Yeah, that's well over. Well over indeed. 126 for the loss of 7. 1 ball remaining in this, the 28th over.
You got 3 fielders, like a square, very square, deep mid wicket. 1 just behind square leg, and a fine leg very square as well. So imagine it's going to be short again.
And he goes full, and it's spooned up towards mid-off, and it's going to land in front of Mitchell Santner. Slow ball. Deceiving Overton, who has a big smile on his face because he's got away with 1 there. The end of 28, 126 for the loss of 7. Daniel McHardy alongside Logan van Beek. Wellington all-rounder, but proud Netherlands international. 2 overs, none for 16. So Dot 5 6s, 1 for 30 off the first.
No, first here's the
oh dear, here we go.
Spanner. So first over went for 23.
You're not feeling good about your age.
Mass 23
Yeah,
minus 60 is 37.
37 off and over.
So the next over, I think I had one ball to go, and I was on about none for 50 or 48, I think. And I proceeded to bowl 2 waist-high full tosses.
Oh, Logan. Slow, wide of off stump. Just a hint to spin, but no stroke from cast as late.
Well, it must have been number 40, whatever it was. I remember getting my hat after my second over at number 60. I don't think I said a word until I had a pina colada in the water on the beach at our hotel.
Slog sweep towards long on. Ravindra going back. He needs to leap as high as Daniel Vittori did in 2015 at this venue. He couldn't. And that's 6 runs. Good strike from Cast. Long boundary straight here. He's hit it very well, dragging it from outside of off stump. And a hit of around 80 metres. The right-hander has his first 6. 132 for the loss of 7. Cast is now 17. Santner goes slower, wider, and it's dragged onside again. 6 more. Slog sweep. That's very well played by Cast. He's deliberately dragged it square up because he probably had his heart in his mouth the previous one because he'd hit it straight towards Ravindra. That was into a gap.
Bryden Cast doing exactly what Bryden Cast is capable of doing, hitting a very long ball.
Santner again, very slow, goes even wider. Cat and mouse, he's a very smart bowler as Mitchell Santner. He certainly won't be happy with conceding those back-to-back 6s, but he was trying to induce a similar stroke. Now he goes very quick through the air, fizzing in towards the right-hander who almost seemed ready for that. Well played, 138 for 7.
Bryden and Jamie here are just starting to develop a bit of a partnership.
No stroke, left alone outside of off stump. The end of the Santner over. 12 runs off it, 2 6s, 4 overs, none for 24.
Lack of spin from Santner, so he has to employ the change of pace, which he's known for, and that extra slow ball outside the off stump, trying to tempt Bryden to go again. But again, this partnership now up to 40, closely creeping to 50, and you can just see the New Zealanders kind of pointing, wondering what field to put in. Still got to slip in. Still no deep cover. Still the 3 men on the leg side. So again, Nathan Smith will be trying to go hard back of the length, but I think that last ball we bowled a slower ball could be an option, knowing that they're trying to go hard here.
Bracewell slipped quite wide at first slip. New Zealand hunting the 8th wicket, 138 on the board. Overton defends on off stump to Will Young. At cover, no run. I have to ask a follow-up after 2 overs, none for 60.
Please.
Who was happier that it was only a 10-over game? You or the captain?
Well, I actually don't really remember too much after that, but the nice part of the story is that I ended up being the top wicket taker in the tournament. Sorry to blow the tyres up, but I needed some tyres to be blown up after 2 overs for 60.
That is brilliant. Smith roaring in again. Here's a bouncer. Overton clubs it forward of square. Out towards Chapman, who's on, the sub-fielder. Single to Overton. He's 17. Cast is 23. 139 for the loss of 7. They came together on the 24th over when Butler was bowled by Tickner, the first ball of that over, with the score at 102. So 37 runs. Just over 6 overs.
It's amazing when after a couple of big hits how the pitch just feels a little bit more flatter.
Well, the swing's definitely gone. The odd one's nibbling away like this as Cast didn't help himself by trying to steer it with only half the bat back of the length as it darts away through to Latham as Smith just went cross seam. He didn't move as much away from the right-hander as I thought initially.
No, I think Nathan right now with that cross seam is knowing that the bounce is his friend. So if he can hit that just the edge of the seam and get one to rise a little bit more higher off Bryden Carter's bat, or hit the leather and make one skid.
Halfway through his 6th over. His short ball pulled high, long, way back into the stands. Halfway up over long leg. Jacob Duffy just turned and admired.
It's a spectacular.
Bounce, not his friend on this occasion. Well struck, 81-metre blow it seems. According to the television.
He just helped that on its way, really. It's kind of in between what you call kind of chest height, neither one or the other. And Bryden's just got inside it and swung hard and swung it massively over fine leg.
145 for the loss of 7. Smith goes fuller, and this is hit all the way up the stands on this occasion off one knee through square leg. Swinging through the line cast. And he's hit 4 sixes in the blink of an eye. And that's the best of the bunch.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man, Bryden Cass. Is this the crucial innings? If he can keep this going for just another 5, 6, 7, 8 overs, get over that 200 mark. And he might be the difference with the ball as well. This could be Bryden Cass's day.
Covers going out. Long legs coming up inside the circle. Slips coming out to cover. So Logan, what does that mean as far as the length?
I think it's just going to go still a little bit wider, but I wouldn't be surprised if he bowls an off-cutter here. Maybe 6, 7 stump. Swinging hard, straight up in the air.
Well, he's under pressure, Smith. He goes very wide of off stump. It's a slower ball, and he knows he's got that wrong. A wide. Cast it back to way outside of leg stump. Got it wrong.
Bryden being a bowler there, he probably read that like a book as well, knowing that he's had to change his technique, and that's the 50-run partnership of 40 balls. Bryden Carr, spectacular, 35 off 25 balls. And Jamie Overton, 13 off 15.
More than handy runs right now. Smith in again, goes wide of off stump. Another change of pace, and Cast was defeated on this occasion. 6 overs, none for 40 for Nathan Smith as he pulled that back at a slow and through the air as drinks are coming onto the field. England sent in after Harry Brook lost the toss again. Went with heads, it failed him. He wanted to bowl. New Zealand chose to bowl on a surface that was difficult for the grounds crew. They only had a few days of good weather to get it ready, and there was a little bit of nibble off the surface, but what was noticeable, the swing today on a virtually calm day in Wellington. Jacob Duffy and Zach Folks, who do swing the ball a lot, got it to talk and early. Jamie Smith trying to cut Folks, got a thin outside edge, gone for 5, 1 for 7 at that stage. Then Joe Root undone by Beauty, it has to be said. Zach Folks bending it back sharply, plumb in front, might have hit the back leg in fact. 2 off 3, 15 for 2, then 17 for 3 when Duckett tried to pull a ball off Jacob Duffy, mistimed it, caught him mid-on by Rachin Ravindra. Harry Brook topping forward, trying to defend, outside edge, taken by Bracewell at second, slip off the bowling of Jacob Duffy. 31 for 4, soon became 44 for 5 when Bethel tried to flash a ball outside of off stump. Healthy top edge, sailed high into the left of Mitchell at first slip, and he took it very well with 2 hands. And Duffy had his third with Bethel gone for 11. And a good partnership between Butler and Curran. The fight back looked like it was on, but Blair Tickner said no, hold on. Firstly, he bowled Curran for 17, and then a beauty got rid of Josh Butler for 38. And England 102 for the loss of 7. We've seen a 50-run stand thanks to Jamie Overton and Bryden Carr with some lusty hitting, especially from Bryden Carr. He's hit 4 sixes in that 35. Overton is 17 not out, and the run rate all of a sudden is over 5 runs and over. Certainly accessing the shorter boundaries here at Sky Stadium in Wellington. Much shorter square than straight. The New Zealand bowling figures: Duffy 7 overs 3 for 36. Folks 8 overs 1 maiden 2 for 27. He bowled all 8 in his opening spell. Nathan Smith 6 overs no wicket for 40. Tickner 5 overs 2 for 25. Mitchell Santner's bowled 4 overs none for 24. Are you still thinking 200 is a potential winning total for England?
Easily. This wicket has still got a lot of life in it, and the way that Jofra Archer bowled the other night, arguably was a little bit unlucky not to take more wickets earlier, and you could find themselves, if England can get to that 200, 220 mark, New Zealand will go into the half going, damn it, we didn't capitalise on that. Suddenly they're 40 for 4. And
no Kane Williamson today.
But then this game is a beautiful game. You just never know what's going to happen, and that's why, having guys who can bat in Brighton Cast and Jamie Overton, who can both obviously are there for their bowling, but it just means that you have a bit of life towards the end of the innings, and the life is surely happening right now.
Santner's going to continue after the drinks break, the 31st over from the northern end. Daryl Mitchell's gone to long on. Rachin Ravindra has gone to short fine leg, so they're expecting this counter-attack to continue, although Overton leans forward and drives into the covers. There's going to be no runners. Daryl Mitchell fields. Tickner's just going through some warm-ups. I wonder if Nathan Smith's second spell is over already. Here's a cut stroke, nicely played. Wide of diving at backward point, out of the fence for 4. Not much width, but Overton's pounced on that. 156 for 7 now.
Mitchell Santner's got no purchase of this wicket, so in terms of the easiest man to score off, it's probably Mitchell Santner here, and the way that Jamie and Ryden have shown intent just means that if he misses by a little bit, it's going to be punished.
18 fours, 6 sixes in the innings. Santner, as he often does after being hit for a boundary, goes slower through the air, wider, trying to bring about a similar stroke, but Overton pushes through the offside for another single, moving his own total to...
Just see a little bit of nervousness creeping.
Another cut, not as well timed by Cass, around to his left. Who's on, is that? That's Folkes. The deep, good mover in the field, 158 for the loss of 7. Santner, so good at normally controlling the scoring rate, hasn't off his own bowling. Drags the length down outside of off stump. Overton helps himself to another single.
Not much wind to play with in Wellington today. Normally there's a bit of a swirl at the Cape Town. Could possibly bring Michael Bracewell on.
Santner, very slow, tight to off stump, no is the call. Just pushed to the offside, and quickly is Nathan Smith. The end of Santner's over. 5 overs, no wicket for 31. 159 for the loss of 7. Nathan Smith, he's under pressure a lot, it seems. For Wellington, he's generally bowling at the top, isn't he, with the new ball. Do you think he's just battling to figure out what line or length more so than anything at the international level?
No, it's a tough one, because the nature of the bowlers that New Zealand have got at the moment is that you've got some bowlers who are bowling probably slightly out of position. Nathan Smith, is his key skill is his new ball bowling, and because the way Matt Henry and Jacob Duffy have been bowling, and now Zach Folkes has come in, he's finding himself in that first change position.
When Tickner's far more used to bowling at this stage. He's back into the attack from the City end. Starts with a slow ball full of length. Overton recognised it straight out of the hand. Push into mid-wicket for a single. 24 to Overton. Cast 36, 160 for 7.
Exactly. Tickner has made his career of bowling through the middle, and so this situation is perfect for him. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's going to go bang it hard into the wicket. He's going to bowl wide, kind of hard off-cutters, hoping to just mess up the rhythm of Cast in Overton at the moment.
He arrives from over the wicket and a mighty swipe across the line a little bit from Cast. He's missed that by a long way. He's trying to hit it over wideish mid-on perhaps.
You go back to Nathan Smith. Nathan Smith, probably his way into this team more long-term is batting. And where he's going to add value to the New Zealand team is scoring runs at 6 and 7 and being able to bowl. And eventually once the likes of Matt Henry, Jacob Duffy, who are kind of 4, 5, 6, 7 years older, once they kind of move on, then he will likely take the new ball.
Of course, New Zealand also without Kyle Jamieson, Will O'Rourke. So you wouldn't say it's their first string attack. Here's a skyer towards cover. Who's getting underneath it? It's Daryl Mitchell. He takes the catch. Tickner stands, kisses his fingers, looks skyward. That dangerous partnership has come to an end. 160 for the loss of 8 as Cast trying to go down the ground. It was pace on. And Mitchell looking into the sun has done very well there.
So with that field hit, fine leg and deep square, so Bryden's thinking probably it's going to be halfway down the wicket. And what Tickner did really well and what he's actually really improved on in the last few years is that bowling that full of a length. And just probably Bryden Cast's weight was probably right on his back shoe, and all he really did was hit it straight up in the air in the safe hands of Daryl Mitchell there.
So Jofraj arrives to the middle. Gee, it was exciting to watch in Hamilton. Easy pace, 90 miles an hour, nipping the ball back and towards the right-handers. And that little battle, that game within a game, he and Kane Williamson, was just a joy to watch. But he's got 28.3 over. No, 18. Come on, Daniel. It's not 60 over a game.
Jofra fancies himself with the bat, knowing that he does like to bat.
Yeah, decent.
He'd be looking at the wicket, licking his lips, knowing that he's got a nice wicket to bowl to on, but at the moment he's got a job to do with the bat, and he needs every bit of that 19 average of 19 to get England just to tick over that 200 mark, so they have something to bowl at.
Tickner has 3 for 26. He's bouncing at the top of his mark. We'll return you to Jon Norman after this, because I've gone on too long, John. Here is Tickner bowling full. It's turned down towards long leg, and Duffy has a job to run in, throws on the bounce, and now Archer's underway. 8 down in the 32nd over, 161 for the loss of 8, and Tickner has 3, John.
Thank you very much, Daniel. On your way, 161 for 8. I think I've missed all 8 wickets. Cam Still's alongside me. Have we had a wicket, Cam? You might have had a wicket. I haven't either. Well, that's good then. Still got 19 overs to go. We can look at it 300 here. That continues, as does Tickner. There's Jamie Overton, who's once again displaying some prowess with the bat. 24 from 27, defends this delivery from Tickner. We've just been talking about him as he improved. He seems like he's bulked up a bit in the last year or two. The early season conditions, no doubt, helping a touch. But another 3 wickets to go with the player of the match performance. Not bad for a guy that possibly felt his international career was behind him. He's needed a couple of injuries to enable him to get back into the side, but he's done so with great success as Overton again defends back to the bowler. End of another successful over for Blair Tickner, 3 for 27 from his 6. The wicket of Bryden Cast, who certainly enjoys his cricket in New Zealand. It's fantastic in the Test series in November and December last year. He's taken a few wickets and scored a few runs. But that 8th wicket means that England are in danger once again of being bowled out inside, 36 overs, Cam, and that probably won't be enough.
As the guys were just saying in New Zealand, it'd be handy if England could somehow find their way to 200, 220 here and just give themselves a chance. I mean, England have done pretty well actually to get from 44 for 5 up to 161 for 8. You just wonder, with this pitch still doing what seems like quite a lot, whether 200 would be a good score.
Here's Santner bowling his 6th over. There's a misfield by Nathan Smith, who's actually furious with himself. He almost rolls down onto his back. Looks like he's going to have a temper tantrum. But it's a single. Archer moves to 2. Overton 24. 162 for 8. Can England get up around 220? It is asking a bit. But Overton has shown good form as he plays into the covers. No run. Has a little look at his bat. He was quite happy just to allow Brydon Cast to go big for much of their partnership. Down the track. This is a touch wider. And he's does well not to walk past this. Just crashes this to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Overton has as much trust in Jofra Archer as he did in Brydon Cast, or whether he tries to go quite hard at Santner here.
Yeah, I think he might. He might go. Oh, thick inside edge. It flies between the batter and the stumps, fielded at kind of a short fine. Or Rashan Ravindra on the 45 did not go where he intended, did it? What's he must be an interesting guy to play with, Jamie Overton. That's Surrey. Flex of the knees from Overton. Oh, that's a good looking defensive shot back to the bowler.
He's a very interesting bloke, Jamie. He plays his cricket very differently. He can be a little bit hot-headed at times, but I think that plays into why he's so good. He's an incredible competitor. He can obviously bowl 90 mile an hour and hit it hard over the fence.
Yeah, good fielder as well. Clip through mid-wicket. There's one there, possibly a shout of 2 from Overton. It's calling Archer back, and it's a comfortable 2 in the end. So 3 runs coming from Mitchell Santner's 6th over. He's yet to pick up a wicket. Overton 26 from 33. England 164 for 8. Were you surprised at all when Jamie Overton announced his... It wasn't right retirement from red ball cricket, but certainly said he wasn't going to put himself in a position. He wasn't making himself available for the Ashes anyway. Were you surprised when that came through?
Yeah, look, I think physically, no, because what he's put his body through the last few years, and I think he's had 3 stress fractures in his back. I can completely understand why, well, from a health point of view, he'd want to not play as much red ball cricket, but from a cricketing point of view, and certainly for a Surrey point of view, it's a big shame because he offers so much bat ball, and as a slip catcher, he's been incredible for us.
Tickner continuing, pitched up on off stump. This is driven, not really timed, and can't beat the fielder running around from mid on. Archer moves to 3, 165 for 8. talkSPORT were commentating on the Oval Test match this year to overseas audiences, and you know, with that injury to Chris Wokes that he picked up that essentially ended his international career, it did mean that Jamie had to bowl a lot more than he would have expected to, or anybody would have expected him to. It was a 3-man bowling attack because Stokes wasn't playing. Cut away, and that'll certainly be 1. It's actually going to pick up 4. Dissects the field at backward point, and Rashan Ravindra can't run round from 3rd, so Overton moves to 30. The score moves along, 169 for 8. But yeah, Overton, you know, he obviously had to bowl a lot of overs, field and bat twice, and you know, just reading how long it took him to just recover. It took him a week just to kind of get past the effects of bowling. Essentially, he only played in 1 Test match, and I suppose when that happens, it does. Or you can understand why it will force a rethink. This is pitched up a touch, a bit more width, and placed to backward point. No run. 169 for 8 England.
I remember speaking to him in the gym after that, and he said he was really struggling after that Test match, and he'd only come into that Test off the back of 1 4-day game. He played up at Scarborough against Yorkshire for Surrey, and he had to bowl a lot of overs there as well. So I mean, yes, it is curious timing before an Ashes series, but I think physically he just realised he probably couldn't do it.
Overton again. Oh, this is nicely played away through deep mid-wicket. Not going to pick up 4. Decent stop from Nathan Smith, but comes back for a second, and you can hear immediately that the ball left the bat, calling Jofra Archer through for a second. So England move to 171 for 8. And Jamie Overton, who hit 42 in the second ODI and 46 in the first. I think there is 2 high scores in ODI cricket for England. Moves to 32, and England still just about alive. But New Zealand on top here on talkSPORT 2 as Tickner again. Thick outside edge from the bat of Overton. Just for a second, he looked up hopefully thinking that might go fine enough down to the boundary, but Rachin Ravindra prevents the boundary and also, crucially, the second run. Means Jofra Archer will have to face a delivery at the end of Blair Tickner's 7th over.
Yeah, it's interesting you said these are Overton's 2 highest scores in 50 over cricket, because it's not really a role that he's used to. I mean, in T20 cricket he's now forged a role for himself where he finishes innings off at 6 or 7, getting it over the fence, but he's really had to rebuild in the first 2 ODIs and bat, let's say in inverted commas, properly.
Archer with a one wideish first slip, leading edge, and is dropped. I think it's Ravindra who's just got fingertips to the ball, square of the wicket at cover. Head in hand moment for Blair Tickner. He thought he had his 4th. Yet to see a replay. It's Devon Conway. It's the second time I've mistaken Devon Conway for Rachin Ravindra.
Similar hair at the back of the cap.
You're doing me a big favour there. Thank you very much. You'll definitely get more work here at talkSPORT. We haven't seen a replay. I'm not sure. It certainly was very close to a chance. I think that the fielder, Devon Conway, got a fingertip to it. Whether there was any more, we'll just waiting to see a replay. But what we do know is that 34 overs have been bowled and England are 173 for 8. Here is that replay. Another really, that came off the pitch as well, didn't it? Jofra Archer trying to play to square leg. Oh, Conway has got fingertips to it, but that would have been something else if he'd pulled off that catch. But disappointed.
I mean, that would have been an absolute hanger. And we've seen some remarkable catches this series. I saw Will Young take a diving one in the second ODI to his left.
Jacob Duffy's been brought back into the attack, and I can understand that because Mitchell Santner hasn't really caused too many problems. First ball is a short delivery which Archer takes on, but pulls it straight to short mid-wicket where it's fielded, no run. All the wickets that have fallen have gone the way of pace. 3 to Duffy, 2 to Foulkes and 3 to Tickner. Nathan Smith has been expensive, but I think Mitchell Santner's thinking, okay, let's wrap this up now. Duffy again, short again. Archer goes on the pull and misses it by quite some distance through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, seamers have been good, haven't they? They've done exactly what's required. I feel a little bit sorry for Nathan Smith. He's sort of got the short end of the stick, really, where the England batters have targeted him a little bit. But yeah, by and large, the seamers have done a great job here.
Yeah, Gary Morgan has just got saying that this is Jamie Overton's 3rd highest score in ODIs after the scores in the first and second ODIs, as Archer takes a single down to got a square and actually comes back for a second. Decent running. England certainly haven't given up. 175 for 8 then, so they, unless they lose the last 2 wickets, so they're adding to the score. They will go past the 175 that they scored in Hamilton. It's not really saying a great deal though, is it? They lost that one comfortably as Archer picks out backward point, no run.
I'll tell you what Archer will be happy about is that ball still is doing a bit. The diving, well, the attempted diving catch from Devon Conway, it seemed off the pitch with what would be a 17 overall ball from that end, and I mean, Jofra Archer will be licking his lips at the prospect of new ball on this pitch.
I saw an incredible stat in the build-up to this game earlier that of the 51 deliveries bowled by Jofra Archer in the second ODI, dot balls struck on the pad here by Duffy. He wants a leg before wicket, but I think there might have been an inside edge onto the pads, and I think Jacob Duffy's been told as much. So he's turned around, walking past the umpire and on the way back to the top of his mark. But again, it's that movement into the right-hander. Jofra Archer can get the ball to move both ways. It's going to be a real handful.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the three-quarter seam ball from Duffy there. Yeah, looks like bat pad. It can be quite easy to actually review those, thinking it might be pad. But yeah, just seeing on the replay there, a thick inside edge.
Last ball of the over, Archer facing, cut away. It was in the air for a touch, but we're safe. And another misfield on the boundary. We've seen 3 in this innings, this time from Blair Tickner. We've seen one from Rashin Ravindra, another one from Jacob Duffy, and now from Tickner. And on each occasion, they have turned 1 or 2 into 4.
Craig Cohen was saying how the sand-based outfield can make fielding on the boundary a little bit more difficult. For all the fantastic efforts we've seen in the air from the Kiwis, they've been a little bit sloppy on the fence, regardless of whether it's tough or not. It's probably about 12, 13 runs that have gone through them on the fence today. Could they be important?
We'll find out. We'll find out. I mean, these matches have all finished around 7:30 in the UK because they've only gone 70 overs. So we may well find out around then. Tickner again, driven. And check drive from Jamie Overton. Holds the pose for just a second there. But it's at no run, 179 for 8. He almost hit it too hard. Or too well to mid-off, and no chance of a single.
I think what's interesting about Overton's innings is he hasn't tried to force it. He's kind of played his normal game, really, and struck the bad ball, waited for the short ball, and he's still found himself 33 off 38 balls.
Tickner again on the pull, inside edge onto his thigh, and you can hear, and that hurt. Now, if it hurt Jamie Overton, well, I think it would have probably made me cry.
Well, you do say that, but Jamie Overton's actually one of the worst for getting the physio out. Yeah, he looks all tough, but it's quite funny to play with him at times.
So there have been fielders in the past, or when batting, and you notice, and I'm not going to name any names, but there are fielders that go down or complain of injury, and you notice that the team do not react, right? And then there are fielders that go down, and if the teammates react, you know it's that something bad must have happened. Oh, physio's out. Must be bad, Cam.
Well, yeah, you've seen Liam Dawson not exactly trotting up to help him there either, so I think Jamie Overton might fit into that category you're just describing.
You also find out who's popular and who isn't as well, didn't you?
Well,
there is an element of that.
Jamie is very popular.
Jamie, yeah, I'm absolutely not saying that about Jamie. But in the past, these same players who, when they go down in the outfield, get very little sympathy from their teammates, and they're not always the most popular characters on the field. You can sometimes make that assumption.
Yeah, not with Jamie. He's a popular man, but he does require the assistance of our medical team fairly often.
Well, here he is, 33 not out, and Yorker from Tickner. And I like this because the ball was disappearing. Well, certainly when Bryden Cast was there. A little joke between Jamie Overton and Blair Tickner. And New Zealand just changed their lengths a bit. Stopped bowling the length. Started targeting the stumps. And certainly the run scoring has slowed a touch. And of course, Bryden Cast has been dismissed. 36. There's 38 from Joss Butler. 36 from Bryden Cast. And 34 from Overton. Lower order runs as Tickner again targets the pad. This is timed nicely. There's a roll in the outfield by the boundary at mid-wicket, and another 2 runs added to the score, 182 for 8.
I must say, I'm looking forward to watching Jofra Archer bowl again. The other night when we were here with Goffey and Harmy, they were both purring as he was coming in with a new ball, prospect to the Ashes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is going to be something to get up for, isn't it? Short delivery, Archer takes on the pull, he's going to get away with it, and he's going to pick up 4 over wideish, long on. It wasn't timed, and it wasn't muscled, a little bit of a top edge about it, but fielder was up at mid-on, so relatively safe, and 4 more added to the score.
Useful runs, all very useful. It's just another example there of this 2-paced pitch, short delivery, and you'd usually expect to hit a bit harder and squarer, but it's just sort of got onto Jofra Archer a little bit quicker than he's expected, and only just makes it over mid-on and over the boundary.
Last ball of Tickner's over, Archer goes again, and he's caught. Dug in again by Tickner. Archer gave himself a little bit of room, but he was hurried up this time. That was a quicker ball, pushing 140k. Cramped Archer for room. And Michael Bracewell's taken a comfortable catch at mid-on. Jofra Archer's innings has come to an end. Blair Tickner has picked up his 4th wicket. England 186 for 9.
What a return to international cricket for Blair Tickner. 8 wickets in the last 2 ODIs. He'll be delighted with his work so far, and fantastic 8 overs from him. As John was saying just then, he's pushing 140 k's an hour on that delivery. Exciting signs for New Zealand's bowling stocks. Bad news for England at 186 for 9. Rashid coming in at number 11. And again, 36 overs gone. Just wonder whether Jamie Overson will trust Adil Rashid to bat as long as he can, or really try and put his foot down, get England to some sort of total that's defendable. It's hard to tell what's a good score on this pitch. With the 2-pace nature, ball seaming around.
Well, England's innings lasted 35.2 overs in the first ODI. They did hit 223, but that was thanks mainly to Harry Brook. Hit 135 of them. So 35.2 overs in the first ODI, 36 overs in the second, and they faced 36 overs so far in the third. As Jacob Duffy is in, and this is driven to mid-off or extra cover. No run. That's a slower delivery from Duffy. And Tickner is mopping up the tail again, isn't he? That's what he did in the last ODI. Picked up the wicket of, I mean, look, Joss Butler is not the tail, and I don't think you can really call Sam Curran the tail either, so fair's fair. But it's more than useful. There's Duffy again, he wants a 4th wicket, and Overton, I think, is going to try and go big here, isn't he?
Yeah, you said that Blair Tickner's mopping up the tail. Did you know that one of Adil Rashid's nicknames is the Hoover? I would assume because he hoovers up the tail.
Yeah, what was about Josh Tongue? Rabbit Pie? That was Josh Tongue's Rabbit Pie. Bunnies and all that. Steps away, does Overton, and he pulls this. 1 bounce 4. Over wide, long on. And I think it's going to go now. 190 for 9, although Rashid can bat.
Certainly can. A few first-class hundreds to his name.
Yeah, it's probably been a while since he scored one of those. Was it 10 of them?
It's funny that he's at number 11, because he was such an accomplished player back in the... Well, he still is, obviously, but...
Goffey described him as a batter when he started. He bowled a bit of spin.
Well on!
pitched up on off stump. One hand off the bat from Overton, who's into the shot a touch too early, I think. Good pace from Jacob Duffy, pushing 140 kilometres an hour. Overton 38 not out. England 190 for 9. And this is the third and final ODI. You've been to Wellington? Cam? No, you haven't. I asked that question last one, didn't I? Oh, the first ODI. You've been to Queenstown.
My sister was working.
Steps across at the stumps. This is a good bit of batting from Overton. It's pitched up on the stumps. Overton steps across and just clips this with the fielder up inside the circle at fine leg. Whistles away for 4 more. England approaching 200.
And now he's equalled his second highest ODI score. He'll be hoping to get his first 50. Hopefully edge England past that 200 mark.
194 for 9 then, England. 36.5 overs bowled. 1 ball left of Jacob Duffy's 9th over. He's taken 3 for 50. And Jamie Overton is 42 not out. So 3 returns of 46, 42 and 42 not out, unbeaten. And he will certainly take a single to square leg. And he'll face the first ball of over number 38. 195 for 9 then. And Overton's still there, 43 not out.
Excellent farming of the strike there from Jamie Overton. Using the dimensions of the ground.
Well, he looks like he could have been a farmer if the cricket didn't go his way. He's certainly got the physique, hasn't he?
He's from the southwest as well.
He is. You can imagine him. A couple of bales of hay underneath each arm.
Big traps from the farmers' carries.
Wellies and sitting astride a tractor.
Well, he loves his horse racing. Jamie
Does he?
Owns a couple of race horses. And
does he?
Yeah, it's his passion outside of cricket, yeah.
I did not know that. Well, Brendan McCullum, of course. Massive enthusiast, isn't he?
Maybe got him in the team, who knows? Other than his cricketing prowess, of course.
His ability to hit 40s from number 8 and take crucial wickets in losing causes. Oh, actually, might be a winning one, you never know. Tickner is in, and this is defensively played and turns down a single. Turning down a single with 13 overs to go, and Adil Rashid and all his first-class centuries at the other end. I don't know what I think about that.
I'm just happy that they're clear. I'm happy that they've said no straight away, rather than sometimes when you're batting with 9, 10, 11, you can get a little bit unclear on what your plan is and go for a single and then it not quite work and risk a run out.
Overton steps across to the offside, turns down a single there. The field is pushed out a touch. Tickner 4 for 43. Fancies one more to complete the set. Can he wrap up the England innings inside this over, or Jamie Overton continue England's innings past 200? Well, it is going to continue with the boundary. Moves across to off stump and helps this round the corner. 1 bounce 4. Overton moves towards 50. The score now 1 away from 200. 199 for 9 England.
Excellent batting there from Jamie Overton, targeting the short side down at fine leg there, walking across his stumps. He walked across to the first ball of the over as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does it again, still to target that short side.
This is his highest score in one-day internationals. Overton 47 not out, and he pulls this length delivery from Blair Tickner with such power that it beats the fielder at long on, and Jamie Overton does reach 50 for the first time in ODI cricket. 51 not out, and what more, England have gone past 200, 203 for 9.
Beautifully played, Jamie Overton. I mean, he's bludgeoned now onto the fence. It's more like a battle axe than a bat. He's he's really played wonderfully here. It's an accomplished innings from, was he number 8? It's in England's time of need.
Back-to-back fours. And, this time he will stay where he is. Can't beat backward point. Trying to bisect the field. That short third and that fielder who fields. So, you know, there isn't the Basin Reserve last December. I went for a little stroll, went to get a coffee and walked past this place where you could basically throw axes. I don't know if you've ever done that. Looks like a kind of thing you do as a team building exercise. I can't believe too many people go and book themselves in for an hour's axe throwing as a pastime, but certainly Overton looks like he'd be pretty good at it if he so wished. Beaten this time. He's trying to take a single, forcing the ball and pushing a wide one. And that means Rashid will face the first ball of the 39th over. 203 for 9, 8 runs coming from Blair Tickner's 9th over. 4 for 51 from him, but Overton's still there, 51 not out. And England are 203 for 9. I think Macca's coming back in. We're kind of guessing down here at the moment. Yes, I'm getting in my... Yep. Craig's back as well. Cam's off. And Macca about to get in. He's had 8 of the wickets. 7 of the wickets to fall. And maybe he'll get the 8th one.
Yeah, Duffy can continue. Played a miss from Rashidi, trying to go up and over cover. You look at the shifts, don't you, Macca, and you're trying to work out your eyes. Are they working? Do you rub them? Do we go for a steak sandwich or a bacon and egg butty at this time in the morning?
Yeah. What you don't do is go too far away at the moment. You're not too far away from a wicket. I can tell Jon Norman, actually, if you want to go axe throwing, Brisbane High Street. There's a bar just off the main drag. I saw it on the Lions tour this summer. In comes Duffy. Right arm over. Adil Rashid is stretching well forward and guides this down to third and will take a single. He's underway. 204 for 9.
You remind me of the good old days of growing up and, well, first of all having a fire at home back in New Zealand and having your firewood, but go back a few steps earlier when you're a young boy with Dad, used to go down and cut the firewood, and that's actually how he learnt to pass a rugby ball. So you pass the branches onto the trailer, he'd cut them to the piles and you just pass it on.
Good thinking. Duffy in, cutter. An off cutter that's really well played by Overton. He's played some very big shots today. That might be the classiest of them all, though. That's an off cutter that's ended up quite wide of off stump, and he's played an off drive all the way along the floor that goes between extra cover and mid off for a boundary 4. That is a lovely shot from Jamie Overton. 208 for 9.
A little bit like a Virat Kohli cover drive where you get close to the ball and you nearly tennis forehand it through the covers. Beautiful. He's played so well. He really has.
This time he's taken on the pad. I think it's sliding leg side-ish. It actually goes all the way out to the edge of the 30-metre circle to square leg. They will take a leg by. 209 for 9.
And I think they've got themselves into territory now where they've got enough. If they bowl well and they take their chances and they're able to get the ball to move around like New Zealand, where they've got enough runs to win the game, thanks to Overton. The third time in a row where it's not that he's played a different game. Yes, it's probably done a little bit less, but he's played so well and he's been very smart. He hasn't tried to hit the ball on the up early. He's used the pace, he's used the bounce, played the pull shot well.
Rashid waits, plays solidly forward, bats to the bowler in his follow-through, no run. And England rack up another delivery. Rashid 1 from 3, Overton 55 from 54.
And what you're saying now is that, let's say if New Zealand were able to bat at 5 runs and over, but they've got to bat 40 overs to be able to win this game. And you believe that in 40 overs, if you bowl well, you could create 10 chances, 11 chances.
Well, this pitch is still doing plenty.
Absolutely.
So we're talking about Jofra Archer bowling on this pitch. Overton will be a handful as well. This ain't over. Duffy in, takes the outside half of Adil Rashid's bat down to third. and they won't take the single because it will mean that Overton is on strike for the first ball of the 40th over, so that's good thinking. And of course Rashid himself has got to bowl on this. So yeah, there's still plenty in this one. It's a low-scoring game, but there's something about low-scoring games. It means every run counts that little bit more. If you get 480 plays, 460, it's a different kind of cricket.
Yeah, and we've seen just the highlight package of the 50 from Overton, and what he's done is he's played the short ball so well. As soon as Tickner, Duffy or any of the pace bowlers have dropped short, he's pounced on it. Very strong through the mid-wicket region square leg. And then again got a bit of pace and bounce. He played Satner very well. So it's been just a quality innings, but also just the way he set his game plan up. And what he'll be doing now, Rashid can, obviously we know, he can hold up an end. Doesn't need to be reckless. He can just pick his moments where he takes the bowler on.
Well, it's going to be Tickner's final over. He's got 4 for 51 so far. In he comes, right arm over, and it is hit very hard by Overton up to Santner at mid-off, no run.
You're trying to buy a wicket here, aren't you, if you hit Tickner? 4 for, doesn't matter if you
Absolutely.
get 5 for 51, 5 for 60. You want 5 for maybe drop one in short, 3 men back on the leg side. Just if he cloths it, you get it caught. If he hits for 6, oh well, I had a crack.
Absolutely. He's got 8 wickets in 2 games at the moment. 4 for 33 in game number 2. 4 for 51 today. Can he get the magic 5 for the first time? Well, Overton has got underneath this one, helped it into the offside. Fielder coming in off the boundary is Conway, who manages to stop it. It wasn't a catching opportunity. It landed about 5 metres away from Conway. Did well, actually, to get a hand out and prevent any spin from taking it past him. That was a cutter that Overton got underneath and sort of sliced it away.
Yeah, they haven't got an extra cover, and they've moved the cover sweeper more into extra cover sweeper, so that one he sliced more trying to go over point. He just got it too high. But I think that is an example where Tickner saying, I don't mind how I get that last wicket, I'm puffing a little bit, but what a great story when you think a week ago you'd be looking at his career stats going, that's probably my career. He's now just gone and added 8 wickets to it, maybe 9.
Yeah, I love that article that our own Cam Ponsonby wrote for Cricket Info about Blair Tickner and telling the story and how he completely views cricket differently nowadays. In he goes, shortish ball. Overton pulls it out to the leg side. Nathan Smith will do the fielding. Well, it would be a single, but they don't want to take it.
That's an example. Three back on the leg side. Tickner's whacking it in, and he's saying, I don't mind if you hit me for 6, but if you don't get it right, I'm walking off with 5 and the ball in my pocket, and I'm going to be very satisfied with the day's work.
There's a lot of deliveries left in this innings to not be taking every single that's available. Tickner's doing his high knees routine at the end of his run. Now he comes in, and Overton comes to meet him, slaps him back over his head, and that will run away for a boundary. 4 more to Overton. He goes to 61 from 58, and England are 215 for 9.
Yeah, walk down the pitch, Tickner. He just looks like he's running out of puff a wee bit. Another sort of cutter, and he was able to meet it. Just not the same sort of steep bounce because there's not as much behind it from Tickner. Be interesting now for Overton. There's 2 balls left. Does he think, right, I'll just take a sneaky one and I'll make Rashid just be able to handle the last ball. I can't believe we're saying this in one-day cricket.
Tickner for the 5th ball then. Oh, Overton's not blocking that one for 1. He's launched it into the leg side. It lands halfway up the stand at mid-wicket. 4-6 from Overton. That's a monster blow. England 221 for 9. Everyone else has struggled at various points, but not Overton. He's walloped that nearly 100 metres into the stands.
That's the area strength all day for Overton. This time again, another cutter from Tickner, but it was back of the leg, too short. And it just in the arc. And 1 minute there, I thought it might have been going to land on the roof. That's how big it was. Now 220. They're starting to talk. This is a total. This is something they should be getting a bit of movement in the bench now, saying, hey, hang on. We've got enough here.
Well, I did mention the average score batting first is 238. Where England were, this is remarkable. In goes Tickner for the final time, and they're going to scamper a single. It's dropped into the onside by Overton. Rashid coming down from the non-strikers. He's running his natural line. Tickner's trying to get to the ball. Rashid turns into a mobile blocking device, and the single is taken. So we're now through 40 overs, and let me tell you, about 2.5 hours ago that seemed a million miles away, but we've completed 40 overs, and England is 222 for 9 after those 40. You're listening to talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2. I'm watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
You can also tell the difference of playing international cricket or coming back into international cricket, because I can tell you if that was domestic cricket, Tickner will be trying to knock the batter over. He would have been dropping his shoulder and trying to flatten him, because big, mean, fast bowler. I also think he's out of gas. He's bowled 10 overs. You know, it's an early part of the season for him. He wouldn't have been predicting to playing international cricket.
Now this is interesting. Santner's coming on, and Overton is going to get one. Now Santner's deliberately thrown that really wide. It's hit with a horizontal bat by Overton down to long off, and they don't take the single. New Zealand have only used 5 bowlers so far, so if this goes the full 50, they are going to all have to bowl, which is interesting. Can Overton, 68 from 61, take advantage of the slower stuff? Oh, that's given some air. Overton's got underneath this. This should be it, and he will be caught on the extra cover edge of the 30-metre circle by Will Young, but it almost doesn't matter, because the fact is that Jamie Overton has given England something to bowl at. He's made 68 from 62 deliveries. England have bowled out for 222 in the 41st over of their innings. But bearing in mind, there were 7 for 1, 15 for 2, 17 for 3, 31 for 4 and 44 for 5. To be 222 all out is something quite remarkable. Joss Buttler added 38, Bryden Cast 36, Jofra Archer 16. The bulk of the scoring was done at the bottom end of the order, but England have put 222 on the board. Tickner finishes with 4 for 64, Duffy 3 for 56, Folkes 2 for 27, and Santner 1 for 34 in the end. 159 dot balls in the innings. 222 is the score from England. 223 for a 3-0 series victory for New Zealand at basically 4.5 runs and over. Craig Cumming, as a former New Zealand batter, we'll get your thoughts on New Zealand's run chase in a minute, but let's talk about that England innings. Look, 223 isn't going to scare anyone, but from where they were, it's something to bowl at, isn't it?
Absolutely, and well, the thing will be whether or not the new ball, or the ball for the first 20 overs, does as much for the England bowlers as it does or did for the New Zealand bowlers. Take into consideration it's had 2.5 hours more sun on it, a little bit of hardening to it. There was talk about it being a little bit softening feel, a little bit tacky early on, and we saw that with the extra bit of bounce sometimes, and then one would stay down, but it was the seam movement that was the undoing. Swing's okay, and batters can deal with that, but the fact that it had swing and seam just challenged the England batters, and it felt a little bit like deja vu, especially from the first ODI. But you've got to give credit to Josh Buttler for a start, along with Sam Curran. They really went hard. They decided to, when I say hard, they worked hard on their defence. They put the application in. Josh Buttler would be disappointed when he got out, because he'd worked exceptionally and played very unlike Josh Buttler we know, but he was just starting to get momentum going. And then, well, he's been probably the batter of the series for England, hasn't he, when it comes to Overton? He played beautifully. He just waited for the ball to be short, and he was able to use his power, hit some sixes, take on the shorter boundaries, and then also a bit of smarts as well. And then with Cast, they had that good partnership, and I believe they've gotten through to a total. Again, we'll be sitting here watching the new ball. Can the England bowlers get the same out of it? But now New Zealand have to bat well, and they have to bat for a period of time, a good period of time, to be able to take the series 3-0. But it's going to be interesting, because Jofra Archer's going to run in and bowl 90 mile an hour, and if he can get it to nibble around a bit, I reckon New Zealand top order batters will be sitting there right now a little bit nervous.
Absolutely. Archer, Cast, Overton, can all do something similar to what we've seen already, and it is still gripping in the surface and doing a bit. Really interesting stuff. So, England, well, we know that the series was gone. They wanted to go down, putting at least one win on the board. I'm not saying they've given themselves a chance, but they are not without hope. So if you've stayed with the commentary through till 4:15 in the morning, that England innings taking about 3 hours and 12 minutes, well, don't go too far away, because the New Zealand reply will be underway. But could the England bowlers give them a sneak? You will find out, of course, on talkSPORT 2, on talkSPORT and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's ODI series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT
2. Folks in once again, swing and a miss. Has he got a touch on it? Latham is appealing. Jamie Smith goes. Joe Root is waiting as he's taken on the pad by Folks, and he's given out LBW. Jacob Duffy is in. Ben Duckett goes over, or tries to go over mid-on, and doesn't clear Rachin Ravindra.
He's an edge to second, slip taken, and Harry Brook goes. Brilliantly caught at first slip. Mitchell goes high into his left and takes it two hands. Bethel trying to play again, a ball through point.
Again, it's wide driven, absolutely laced through cover for four.
In goes Tickner, and Butler's down the pitch to meet it on the half volley and smashes it back past him. Tickner to start his next over, bowls Josh Butler off stump, lying on the floor. England are 102 for 7 and Josh Butler walks off distraught.
Short ball pulled high, long, way back into the stands. Smith goes Fuller, and this is hit all the way up the stands, on this occasion off one knee, swinging through the line cast. Here's a skyer towards cover. Who's getting underneath it? It's Daryl Mitchell. He takes the catch.
And he pulls this length delivery from Blair Tickner with such power. And Jamie Overton does reach 50.
Overton's got underneath this. This should be it, and he will be caught. Jamie Overton has given England something to bowl at. England are bowled out for 222.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the third ODI between New Zealand and England. That was the first innings, and it once again started badly for England. Listen to this breakdown. Gary Morgan sent this through. England this series, the first 5 wickets in game, the first ODI, 33 runs. So they lost 5 wickets for 33, 5 for 81 in the second, and 5 for 44. That's the first 5 wickets. Last 5 wickets, 5 for 190. That was predominantly Harry Brook. Second game, 5 for 94. Today, 5 for 178. So does indicate that batting does get easier as the matches progress, but this one, certainly the ball is still doing plenty. So I think we might have a game here. Certainly the team, Craig Cumming, Cameron Steele, and also Logan van Beek, believe that England do have a chance. 222, so the target 223 if England are to come back and win a consolation game, largely thanks to Jamie Overton, who went past 50 for the first time in ODIs. Anyway, we'll be back for the chase at Wellington shortly, but for now, time to play you a couple of interviews with 2 former England internationals. It seems strange to call Chris Woakes a former England international. Can he be a former England international? Well, I suppose he has announced his retirement, so yes, he can. He did play the last Test match, after all, that England played. But anyway, first up, the former England captain Michael Vaughan speaking with our producer and reporter Scott Taylor as they look ahead to the Ashes with less than 3 weeks. Is it really less than 3 weeks? Less than 3 weeks to go until the first Test in Perth.
So Michael, thanks for joining us. Just how excited are you for this Ashes series? It seems to be one of the most anticipated series we've had in a while.
Yeah, and you can understand why. I mean, this England side are very watchable. They bring a huge amount of entertainment. I think you look back to 2023, the 2-all series, there was great drama, great Test matches, a little bit of confrontation at the end of the series where I'm led to believe the teams didn't even have a beer at the closer at the Oval, which is unheard of in an Ashes series. I guess the news of Pat Cummins not playing in the first Test in Perth, England being bowled out a couple of times cheaply in New Zealand, the talk of the preparation. But on November the 21st, it all comes down to the team that reacts and plays the most basic, disciplined, hard cricket that you possibly can. If you can do that over a period of time in Australia, you can win Test matches. Australia generally play that style of cricket. England play a brand of cricket that's very flamboyant, risky at times, great to watch, but with the ball moving around a little bit, it's still that vulnerable area that this England batting lineup has, that if the ball moves around laterally, they're a batting lineup that, as we've seen in New Zealand, can be bowled out, and that's what Australia will try and work towards.
Is that a cause for concern, judging from the first two ODIs? I know it's a different format, different ball, different conditions, but...
Yeah, I mean, I've said many times, this England side are the most enjoyable team that I've kind of have watched, have been a pundit on. They bring a great amount of joy to Test match cricket. Now I want them to win. It's a series that's it's there for the taking. If they can understand that it's not about playing one way. You can't just play the aggressive way in Australia all the time. You have to go up and down in the gears. Yes, you have that mindset of wanting to be aggressive, but if you're facing Hazelwood, Stark, Pat Cummins, if he comes into the series in potentially the second or third game, Boland, Cameron Green, Bo Webster, Nathan Lyon, the bigger boundaries in Australia. You've got to be very wary that playing the aggressive game all the time. I haven't seen a team play that way and win in Australia. I've seen many teams earn the right to play that way, and from around the 30th over mark to the 80th over mark, when the ball's a bit softer, this Kookaburra ball is a different ball to an old Kookaburra ball that we used to play against. It seems to do a little bit more. And it might be that England have to play a bit attritionally for the first 20 overs to earn the right to be there when the ball's softer. The pitch is playing a lot pure, with a more pure sense. And if they can do that and earn the right, they'll score quick enough anyway. My concern is, the ball moving around, they go too hard too soon, and you lose 5 or 6 wickets very quickly, which has happened before with the England team, and it's happened just recently in New Zealand in the white ball game. White ball cricket's different. Of course, you have to go at it. You have to try and get those 300s, 325s. They're the kind of normal scores these days. But I've seen other teams do it in a different style and a different fashion, and that's the one concern I have about the England side, is that they might go a little bit too hard too soon.
There's a lot of talk about players touring Australia. Tuffers was on talkSPORT yesterday and said he got sledged by the customs man as soon as he arrived. But do you think this team and how they're perceived in Australia, it doesn't help when Harry Brooks says go harder, Ben Duckett says the more the merrier when it comes to following on targets. Do you think they'll get more sledging and more vitriol because of how they're perceived?
Oh yeah, they'll get plenty. It doesn't really matter what England side arrives in Australia. The airport workers will give the England side plenty. The taxi drivers, going to a bar, the people behind the bar serving you a drink will give you a little bit of a chirp as well. I do think the Australian public will enjoy this England side though, and that's what England have to work towards, is getting the Aussies on their side. And from my time working there and playing there, and in particular the last few years of being a pundit there, they admire teams that play the right way, and they're always very, very respectful for any opposing player, team that gets on the front foot and puts Australia under pressure. And if England can get to that standard, I think they'll get a huge amount of, dare I say it, love from the Australian public, because they like to see that style of cricket. What England can't afford to do is for the Australians to get onto that motion that we've seen in previous series, where we build it up, we give England a great chance, and then in Perth, where they have an incredible chance with Pat Cummins not playing, they get blown away. And that movie that we've seen many times in recent times will start coming back to the Australians saying we've seen this before. England arrive, they give it the big chat, they talk the game, and then suddenly in Perth they get blown away. And that's the one concern I have, that they have a great chance of doing something in Perth if they play good disciplined cricket, but I've not seen a team go to Perth and completely dismantle the Australian quick bowlers. I've seen Bumrah last year dismantle the Australian batting lineup, which England could do, but they've got to be very, very wary that their batting lineup doesn't get blown away by the likes of Hazelwood and Stark in that first week.
And just take us back to your time in Australia, the 03 Ashes. You did pretty well yourself. Did you do anything differently ahead of this series? Why do you think it just worked off for you?
No, I mean, well, this England batting unit's very inexperienced for Australian conditions. I mean, they've got 100 in the top 7 in Australia, and that's Ben Stokes, the captain. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I arrived there in 2002-03, never played against the Aussies, and suddenly managed to have a decent series. Alistair Cook had played a little bit against them, and then 10 and 11 he got over 700 runs. So, experience is good if it's good experience. If you've had negative experience, it can be bad. And fresh in mind, fresh in thought, that's what this England side will be. The one concern I have is the preparation. I'm not an old school dinosaur that says, they should play 3 or 4 games. I'm not in that school of thought. But the game at Lilac Hill that they're playing is on a pitch that will bounce really low. And then they'll play a week later at the Perth Stadium, which will bounce really high. And it's adjusting the lengths as the bowlers need to bowl that little bit fuller, and the batters are going to have to get used to that extra bounce. And that's going to be a real challenge for this England side. This Australian team, they'll be game ready. They're playing a bit of state cricket. They've played a few one-days against India. They got blown away by India in Perth last year. I don't think they'll want that again, because they were rusty in that first test against India. They ended up winning the series, but I think they'll be game ready. Even though they don't have the captain in their team, don't rule this Australian team. I've heard so many ex-England players and pundits saying, England's great chance, England are going to win the series. They can, but they're going to have to do the disciplines really well. And one of the main disciplines that I've seen England teams, and my team included in 2002-03, myself included, dropping too many catches. And it could come down to, I think England will create chances, they've got to make sure that they take their catches. So it could come down to as much of saying whoever catches the best, and you can pretty much guarantee that Australia will catch the ball. If England can catch well, they could have a great success in this year's Ashes.
You talk about your team there, and Harmy and Fred actually did an interview together, and they said they can see a lot of similarities between this side and the side of 2005. Firstly, can you see that yourself? And secondly, describe what it's like for mere mortals like myself to win an Ashes series. What's the feeling?
Well, I'm trying to work out the similarity. I guess we had an all-rounder in Fred, we've got an all-rounder in Ben, a bowling attack.
I think he was more talking about the mindset.
Yeah, the mindset's aggressive. I like it. I'm a one for getting on the front foot and being but you've got to earn the right. You can't just do it all the time. You can't just play one way. This is England's moment. This is Ben Stokes' moment. I guess people talk about 05 because it was such a great series to play, and it was a great series to watch. We seemed to capture the nation, and the most important aspect is we seemed to grab the moment. We managed to win the series, and this England side need to win. They've drawn the Ashes in 23 where they should have won. They've drawn the Indian series this summer that they should have won. They haven't won a 5-match series since 2017, and for all the talk and they will get bigged up, we're all going to say they've got a great chance. Now's the time that they've got to win. Sport is about winning. It's about getting to this moment where they've played this style of cricket that we've enjoyed, we've admired. But fundamentally, if it needs the England side to just take a little bit of a backward step and play a bit more attritionally to win the Ashes this time, just do it. On January the 8th, I think that's when the series finishes. Whatever it means to get to that, Ben Stokes needs to have the urn in his hand come January the 8th, and it'll take a huge amount of hard work. It'll probably take a little bit of luck. The rub of the green probably will have to go England's way in Australia, which you always need that element of fortune to go the other way. We had it in 05. You look at 2019 when England won the World Cup with probably 3 or 4 moments in the final when the ball hit Ben Stokes' bat, the drop catch, Trent Boult on the boundary. There's all these moments that you look at in important series or World Cups, you think, oh, that's why you won. But you earn the right to get those moments, and England have got to make sure that they earn the right to get those moments.
That was the former England captain Michael Vaughan speaking to us at an event hosted by leading ticket marketplace Viagogo. Our producer and reporter Scott Taylor also caught up with the former England all-rounder Chris Wokes to get his thoughts on the series.
Chris, thanks for joining us down here at Sixes. You're here with Viagogo. Just tell us, how excited are you for this winter's Ashes series?
Oh, absolutely, so excited. Obviously it feels a little bit weird being the other side of the fence, but yeah, just excited for obviously what's going to be an amazing series. Ashes series are always, ones that you want to watch. There's always a lot of drama. There's always a lot of needle, so to speak, and there's nothing better than the build-up, I suppose. Obviously, once the cricket starts, it's great, but obviously the build-up is huge. Everyone's got an opinion on team selection, score lines, runs, wickets, so really enjoying it and obviously really excited about it.
And how's international retirement treating you? Do you think it will set in more when you see the boys playing? Because at the minute, you're obviously here in London, but there hasn't been a test tour since you called it a day. Do you think it will set home more when you're watching it?
Yeah, potentially. I suppose at the minute I feel great, you know what I mean, having made the decision and clear, and feel great with that. But I think you're right. Once the games start, I think it'll be might sink in a little bit more. But obviously still happy with the decision, and really keen to watch, I suppose, the Ashes as a fan now. Really important to get behind the lads, and hopefully, I'm really. I actually genuinely think we've got a great opportunity in Australia, so really excited about what the lads are going to do.
Just to take us back to your first time touring Australia, 17, 18 I think it was, and a lot of people say what it's like Australia, you're constantly bombarded by the media, you can't really get a break. Reflecting on before and after, do you think you were prepared going into that? And you can be as prepared as you are, but until you actually experience it, there's a lot of lads on their first Ashes tour.
Yeah, it's definitely a step up. An Ashes series, there's obviously the scrutiny around it and everything that I've just talked about. The build-up, and there's a lot more media coverage, and naturally in Australia, I think cricket seems to be followed, especially in the summer. Cricket seems to be followed a hell of a lot more than what you get in the UK, and everywhere you go is there's reporters, there's cameras, and as a professional player, you're kind of used to that, but you're not used to that sort of intense scrutiny from the opposition public. Australians like to know who they are and who you are, and I think until you experience that, you don't really understand what you're stepping into. And I think naturally Ashes series brings drama, and everyone looks back on Ashes series, and I think that's always in the back of your mind as a player. But I'd been to Australia before, so kind of half knew what to expect, but I hadn't been on an Ashes tour, and certainly a step up.
Do you think there'll be even more scrutiny around this team? Because as good as they are when they play, Rob Key said it, they do say stupid things in the media. Brookie said go harder, they're 10 for 4. Ben Duckett said the more the merrier about a follow-on total. So do you think because of that and the way they're perceived by Australians, do you think they get it more hostile out there?
Potentially. I think you're always going to get hostility in Australia, particularly in the grounds. Obviously you might get it whilst you're having a coffee out on the sidewalk or something, but I don't know. It's one of those scenarios where actually I think England could easily win over the Australian public as well, the way we play. Naturally, if it doesn't go well, the Australians will be all over you. But if you start taking the Australians on at their own game and standing up to them and showing what you're capable of and playing good cricket, the Australians will respect that as well. And Australians can get on their own players' backs as well. So that's what you got to try and do. You try and win over the Australian public, the Australian fans, and the lads are just going to go about their business and trying to do what they do. And they play an exciting brand of cricket, and I think Australians might actually secretly enjoy that.
And they're obviously building up towards the Ashes over the last couple of years. They drew at home, they drew against India in the summer. Do you think the next step now is to win those big series? Yeah, it is, naturally. I think, we'd have liked to have, as an England team, got over the line in one of those series. You can talk about shoulda, woulda, couldas all you want, but at the end of the day, the scoreline is the scoreline, and at the end of the day, they haven't got over the line in those big series. And I suppose this is the next opportunity, and Ashes down under doesn't get any bigger. I know the team will be desperate to make sure that this happens. They've got a great opportunity. They'll believe in the squad. And I think as long as the series starts well, I think we've got a great opportunity to do that. So the big series win is what this team probably needs and wants, and what a great opportunity to do it down under.
Absolutely. What a series it promises to be. And of course, we will be bringing you reports throughout the night, as well as end of play podcasts via the following on podcast feed, and plenty of content posted up to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But for now, it's about New Zealand and England in this third ODI. England have just about managed to put something resembling a score on the board, 2-2-2 from the 40.2 overs, with Jamie Overton once again taking centre stage. 68, his best in 50 over cricket. There was 30s from Butler and also Cass, but don't go anywhere. Very shortly, coming up on talkSPORT 2 will be the run chase as England try to take 10 wickets, and New Zealand try and chase down 223.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's ODI series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2. Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's ODI series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT
2. Yeah, morning everybody. This is talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm Andrew McKenna and we're about to start the second innings of this final one-day international. England bowled out for 222 in just 40 overs and 2 deliveries. New Zealand therefore need 223 at 4.4 an over, and Devon Conway and Rachin Ravindra have made their way out to the middle for the start of the New Zealand innings. Jofra Archer is going to bowl the first over as far as England are concerned. 2 slips, backward point, square cover, mid-off, all in the circle on the offsiders. Here comes Archer, and there's movement. There's a little bit of swing in the air, going away from the left-handed Conway. He covers up defensively, and there is no run. Delighted to say that Craig Cumming and Cameron Steele are alongside me for the opening part of this. Well, we said there was still some life in this one, and there was a bit of shape on that one, Craig, there.
Yeah, there was from Archer, and the bounce, and bounces what can be the undoing for Conway. And get trapped a little bit on the crease. He sort of pushes his hands forward, and he needs his timing right. So if you can get it to angle away with that bounce, Archer will be dangerous.
In he comes once again. Again, the shape. Inside half of the Conway bat, the left-hander. He pushes up to Sam Curran at mid-on, and there's no run. Well, if you're up at 20-5 on a Saturday morning, you probably want some good news. I can tell you that 222 has been defended in a one-day international before, and New Zealand were involved in it. It was against India in indoor, although in fairness it was back in 1988, which, given the way that one-day cricket has developed, is effectively the dark ages. But it has been done, is what I'm telling you. New Zealand were held to 169 for 9. Archer is in, Conway plays and misses, through to Jos Buttler, no run. 3 balls sent down, no run. So yeah, India posted 222 for 6 in 45 overs actually at indoor, and New Zealand 169 for 9. Mark Greatbatch top scoring with 64. Shrikant taking 5 for 32. So it's been done, Cam.
I'd say it's definitely possible here as well. The amount the pitch is doing, that ball swinging and nipping against Devon Conway there. So it's England could be quite confident here if Archer bowls anything like he did in the second ODI. England are in with a great chance.
3 for 23 in Hamilton. Jofra Archer. Now he's coming charging in once again. Past the umpire. That again shapes away. Worryingly though, it dies in front of Jos Buttler. And he's diving away. And it's bounced a second time before it gets there. But it's still 0 for 0.
139 k's an hour there from Jofra Archer. It's good to see. It's exciting times with the Ashes coming up, but obviously today as well. Let's see if he can get as much out of the pitch as the New Zealand opening bowlers did.
If you haven't been with us since 1 o'clock, it was hooping around and seaming earlier for the New Zealand bowlers. Archer is in once again. Now that's quick. Across the left-hander through to the keeper. No run.
And if anyone is going to Archer, he stands that seam up nicely, doesn't he? He's likely to nibble around and at pace. So he caught Conway before. Conway's got that ability at the moment, and part of it has probably been his undoing when he's been dropped for the New Zealand side. Is just the feet haven't been going, and then his hands just go at the ball. And the last thing you want as a left-hander is the ball going across you or leaving you, and you haven't got the movement, and your hands go. You end up playing with sort of just about half a bat. Can't imagine Conway wanting to charge at Archer either.
Final ball of the over. In goes Archer. He raises the bat high, allows it through to Jos Buttler. And the end of the first over of the New Zealand reply is a maiden. 6 dot balls from Jofra Archer. Conway faced them all. As I say, if you weren't with us at 1 o'clock this morning when the game started, Devon Conway is the only change to both sides. Actually, he's come into the New Zealand side for Kane Williamson. Bit of a groin niggle, so Conway is coming at the top of the order. So slight reshuffle for them. England 222 all out, as I say. Overton 68 from 62 balls. Top scorer Joss Butler 38 from 56. Bryden Cars 36 from 30. And Bryden Cars is going to take the second over of the New Zealand reply. He's got ball in hand. And we'll start the reply from the northern end of the stadium, the commentary box's end. And he's bowling to the left-handed Ravindra, who is in behind this, pushing up to mid-off. And there is no run. 7 good deliveries so far.
Key here to Ravindra, and they did it in the first ODI, and Cass is getting that full of a length to him. He's a lovely cover driver of the ball, and it's one of his genuine strengths, but with the ball nibbling around, he also can nick it and bring in that second slip, even that backward point. So having that courage to bowl that full of a length, you know, for someone like Cass, which is probably not his natural length as much.
In comes Cass, past the umpire, and again that's threatening to go across the left-hander, outside portion of the Ravindra bat, fielded at backward point, no run.
Yeah, you mentioned Cass's natural length is probably a little bit further back of a length, but the way that Ravindra played in Hamilton, he just melted the short ball. And it was actually his undoing in the end. He absolutely nailed one out to Adil Rashid down at fine leg. But yeah, Cass will just look to push it as full as he can on this pitch that's offering plenty to the seamers.
12 player misses inside the first 10 overs today by England. This one from Cass is fuller. Ravindra, it's a punch drive back past the bowler, and New Zealand are underway with a single. Target of 223, they're 1 without loss after 9 deliveries.
Yeah, it's something he's evolved over time, Ravindra, where in some ways he's probably set himself up to be so successful in the subcontinent, where he stands there, and if it's anything back of a length, he doesn't really transfer his weight. He just looks to, he'll bang anywhere from wide mid on through mid wicket. It's not really, you say the old days he used to go back and pull it. He doesn't, he just swivels. But that's also when he likes that full ball. He doesn't have huge foot movement. That's why he can get a little bit into trouble. But when he has his day, or when the pitch is flat, or he gets on top of the bowling, he can be so destructive.
Devon Conway prepares to face Cass. That one is off of the thigh pad and almost drops down onto the stumps. Now Conway's thigh and backside were a long way outside of leg stump, and Cass dug that one in. It looped up off of the thigh pad and only just missed leg stump. Had no idea where it was. The shadow made contact with the stump from the ball there. That's how close it was.
Wouldn't that be a welcome back to ODI cricket, being bowled off your thigh pad?
This time Conway is taken on the pad once again from Cass. 1 without loss after 11 deliveries.
Yeah, the last 2 deliveries to Conway, it's one of the things he's been caught out with. It's like he gets stuck, and the ball on his hip, he's trying to just about get out of the road of it as opposed to being balanced and hit it. And when he's got his timing and everything right, then he normally can work it. So Cass just getting a little bit fuller and just get a little bit more onto off stump.
And he comes for the final time of the over, and that is outside of off stump. Conway can push that to mid-off and will set off for the single. 2 overs completed from England here on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2, and of course those of you watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. New Zealand 2 without loss after 2 overs. Conway, by the way, in chasing in ODIs averages 52.2. So maybe there's just that thing of actually knowing what rate you need to score at, and you sort of chunk it down a little bit. I mean, he probably averages a decent amount batting first as well, let's be fair.
Yeah, he's a quality player. I do find it interesting that, you know, the change has been made. Young's gone to 3, as opposed to, well, Kane Williamson's injured, and Conway, well, Young's the opener. Now, Young has batted 3 probably most of his career, actually, but in some ways, if he goes out and gets runs now, Conway, you say, well, he's done well at opening. Does he hold his position?
By the way, Devon Conway against England, 5 ODIs, 293 runs at 97.7. Best of 152 not out. 200s. He's facing Jofra Archer and plays a glorious punch drive over extra cover for 6. Have a bit of that, 8 without loss.
I think that might just be one of the nicest shots I've ever seen. He's just punched that, just a check drive. It's gone 72 metres, albeit almost flat to the boundary. Just gorgeous stroke from Devon Conway.
Let me try and describe that. The fact that the bat barely went past the vertical. I reckon if you imagine a clock face, that didn't go past 8. There was no follow-through on that at all. Archer's back and sends down a beauty. Beats him all ends up, beats the outside edge through to the keeper, no run. Well, there's 2 exceptional pieces of cricket and 2 consecutive deliveries in 2 completely different ways.
It's going to be an all-action power play, isn't it?
It's a wonder. I mean, that's Devon Conway at his best. I mean, he became one of the guns for hire around the world in short form as well because of the shot that he just played. Just stood there, just a short arm jab. Probably the hardest shot to play in cricket against Jofra Archer on a pitch nibbling around.
Jofra's just fiddling around with his marker and his run-up. He's done it a couple of times. Now he's actually elected he's going to go around the wicket to the lefty just to change the angle. Conway waits, in goes Archer. That's roundabout off stump. Push to Harry Brook at mid-off, and they will take a single. Oh, it's not been fielded cleanly. Backing up from Harry Brook's throw. And the crowd will love it because it's disappeared over the rope for 4. So it's 5 in total.
It's strange from Harry Brook there. A ball that's swinging around. He's thrown at the stumps where Ratchin was quite obviously in. I'm not really sure what he was trying to do there, but every run counts here in a small chase. So, I mean, Jofra will be fuming with that, I'm assuming.
Oh, I tell you, he is. I can see his eyes. If you imagine like a laser focus, he's boring down on somebody. So this over has gone 6.5. Don't get many of those to the pound. Conway's got 12 at a runner ball. Ravindra's on strike, 1 from 3. This ball is going to be quick, I reckon. In goes Jofra Archer, up on his toes is Ravindra, dropping it into the covers. Duckett can't prevent the single being taken. That is as good a piece of cricket as we've just seen, actually. Just drop it in, take the single, get up the non-strikers. Job done.
Well, I'll tell you what, we didn't see much of that in the England innings. That's the one thing that England didn't really do in the first 10 overs is just get bat on ball and basically tip and run. And New Zealand have started off really nicely here at 14 for none, and just alternating who's on strike can make it a lot easier when you've got a bowler of Jofra Archer's quality steaming in.
Here he comes. Over the wicket to Conway. Oh, he squares him up. Thick outside edge down to third. Jamie Smith does the fielding. Single taken. So that is now 13 from the over. That last ball, by the way, 142.5 kilometres an hour.
It's great though for Devon Conway, isn't it? You hit one to extra cover, you're getting a nice single, then all of a sudden you turn around, you've got another 4. You're back in the side, and we talk about you're trying to score runs. He nearly got one and it went on the top of the stump. Sometimes you just need the luck. Yeah, in the game, you can do everything you can, but we think so. Now he's 13 off 13, off the back of one of the most wonderful shots we'll see. Just waiting for Archer maybe to find another 7 or 8 Ks here.
Final one of the over. That's an absolute beauty. Ravindra swing and a miss, and it just swung as it got down to the batter, and that's what means it actually misses off stump and goes through to the keeper. Well, that was an entertaining over. A bit of something for everyone on that one. If you're a bowler, you'd have enjoyed that last delivery. If you're a batter, there were a couple of glorious shots in that. That last delivery was an absolute worldie from Jofra. 3 in the book here on talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. New Zealand 15 without loss, trying to make 2-2-3.
Unplayable, that last delivery. Get ready in the slips because that nips a long way. As Bryden Cass is going to start his second over.
In he comes past the umpire. Conway's just jumping around at that one. Just drops it to square leg. Sam Curran field, no run.
He's left one or two, I think. Every other one he's nearly jumped around. It's nearly hit him. You know, he's not looked comfortable, and then out of nowhere he's played probably the shot of the season.
I mean, what I will say about facing Bryden Cast, I used to play with him at Durham, and I faced him a lot in the nets. He bowls this length. He's quite hard to pick up, so it is a little bit mean when it gets in at your hip or ribs.
In goes Cast once again. Conway comes down the pitch, carves it over point. Adil Rashid is down on the third boundary. He will save that one. It will just be a single, 16 without loss. Just came a pace and a half down the pitch and just guided it away down to third.
He's so strong, Conway, through that extra cover, then point, backward point, and calculated there. He knows that Cast is more back of a length. In some ways you could see him charging, trying to stay leg side of the ball, and then use the pace and use the bounce.
Cast over the wicket, goes full. Ravindra plays it back to the bowler without a huge, great degree of timing, and then immediately looks at the bottom of his bat as if to say, I felt that one. That could be one that's done a wee bit of damage. He's actually showing it to Devon Conway, but not calling for a new stick, so it's obviously all right for the time being.
Yeah, it just looks as though the plans are slightly different for Cast against Ravindra and Conway. It looks as though at Conway he's trying to hit him on the hip a little bit more, tuck him up, and then against Ravindra just going a little bit fuller and bringing an outside edge in.
That's a lovely looking shot from Ravindra. Cast goes full again, and it's been driven back past the bowler all along the floor and will go to the boundary sponge. He goes to 6, New Zealand 20 without loss. Ravindra still looking at the bottom of his bat. Rachin, I would suggest if you can play a shot like that and the ball speeds away in the manner that it did, I reckon it's all right.
Yeah, just over pitch there, but yeah, Rachin, he won't have any problem for bats. His dad owns a bat or a cricket shop just up a little bit further up the motorway. He's obviously sponsored now, and he'll have about 9 or 10 probably in his bag, but you could always give the old man a ring.
Emergency, Dad, please send one. Cast in, guided through what would be a wide gully down to Adil Rashid down at third. Single taken, 21 without loss.
Interesting dynamic because Rachin Ravindra, he's still young, but when he came into the Wellington side, Devon Conway had relocated from South Africa and was just going through that mountain of runs before he got picked for New Zealand, playing at the base reserve. This time of the year they'd normally play 4-day cricket, and often they had a year or two where you were allowed to use a roller in between innings, and they just were trying stuff in the basin, but everyone struggled to get runs. I think Devon got a triple 100, I think he got a double 100, but Rachin would have been in the Wellington setup then and actually learning, and these two would have trained so much together, and I'd say they'll be very at ease with each other out in the middle.
Final ball of the over. Cast is going around the wicket to Conway. Jumps in behind this, drops it down at his feet. And there's no run. 4 gone, 21 without loss. New Zealand trying to make 223 to win this third one-day international and take the series 3-0.
Yeah, you mentioned learning off Devon Conway. Weirdly, I actually played second team cricket with him for Somerset in 2012 or 13. And I was only 16, 17 at the time, but he was brilliant with the youngsters, and he was I don't really know why he was playing. I think he was just filling gaps, but he was just so helpful, and he was so much better than everyone else that it was just, you could just learn from the way he chased down totals and everything. So I can imagine he's been exactly the same when he moved to Wellington and played with Rachin.
Yeah, and he's experienced then because he'd played a lot in South Africa and made the move over, and yeah, just had that level of experience, and then, like always, if you start well and you score runs, the confidence flowed. And we know, when he got a test debut from memory, was it double 100 at Lords? Was it double 100 or 198? Did he get a double?
Oh, Gary, there's one for you, Gary Morgan, our new statsman. New over starts, and New Zealand are going to take a quick single. Rachin Ravindra was in behind that one, chest high from Jofra Archer, drops it out on the onside, and they will take the single.
Yeah, from memory, he either got I'm pretty sure he got a double 100, then he might have even backed it up in the next test with another 100 or close to 100. So it was an excellent start. But again, all on the back of just scoring a mountain of runs in first-class cricket. And then he started I think when he got picked in the 2020 side, I think he started again with 50, a 70 or a 90 and just become just such a good all-round player.
This occasion, Conway is very much up on his toes, trotting it down in front of him as Archer goes short. There's no run. 200 from 347 balls it was, run out by a combination of Joe Root and Ollie Pope. That's the way to go, isn't it?
I was just thinking, it's curious that he's out the side anyway. I know, obviously, you can have dips and forms, but he averages a touch under 45 in one-day cricket. It's a fantastic record for someone to be out the team.
Archer goes in once again. That is quick. Conway is jumping to get in behind that one and is just defending it. Archer 0 for 14 halfway through his third over, and he's a good chunk over 90 miles an hour at the moment.
I think that the World Cup, again, I'm going off memory, the World Cup in India, he may have got injured, because I remember Will Young playing, and then Rutchin came in for him, but then Rutchin scored 100 after 100 of that World Cup. And I think he may have stayed injured. He might have played 1 or 2 games because Kane wasn't playing. Oh, that's a ripper.
Archer gets one to absolutely take off to Conway. I mean, it was quick, and it nearly took his nose off. That was still climbing as it went through to Joss Buttler. Buttler has taken that above his head, and it's still going up. Good luck.
There's plenty in this pitch, isn't there? I mean, that's not that short, but with Joffre's pace and height, that's just taken off. Maybe clipped a little thatchy patch on the pitch, and God, that's nasty stuff.
Well, the best thing that New Zealand can say so far is there's still naught in the wicket column. In goes Archer. That again is short, quick. Conway ducks underneath this. That is 1 for the over, but that's plenty, let me tell you. 22 without loss.
I'd like to say this radar's gone off the coverage. I'd like to see the pace of this.
145.7.
Was it? Yeah. And it just the skid bounce from Archer. It really is. Like normally when you get a short ball, you'd be thinking in white ball cricket, I'm going to take it on. At the moment, Conway really is just in. If I see it short, I'm getting out of the road.
For those that can't do the maths, 150 kilometres is 93 miles an hour. In goes Archer. Goes this one fuller. Pitched up. Push drive by Conway up to Harry Brook at mid-off. And there's no run. Just a single from the over. So that's 5 gone from an England point of view. New Zealand 22 without loss. They need to be scoring at basically 4.5 and over. They are going at just a touch north of 4. But as I say, naught in the wicket column is the important bit, because England were having all sorts of problems earlier on. 7 for 1, 15 for 2, 17 for 3, 31 for 4. They got to 222 all out thanks to the bottom order. Jamie Overton at 8, 68 runs. Bryden Cass at 9, 36. Joss Buttler at 6, 38. That was why England were able to get to 222 in the end. You might be waking up this morning, just the alarm's gone off at 5 o'clock in the UK and thinking 222, that doesn't sound much. Trust me, it could have been a whole lot less than that. Cass is in. Ravindra's taken on a shortish ball, got a huge thick top edge that flies over the keeper's head and goes away for 4. 26 without loss New Zealand. Ravindra 12 from 10 now.
Yeah, just a slight change of angle there from broadcast around the wicket, and Ravindra's gone after him straight away. I suppose he's gone hard enough that he's got the just rewards, getting it over the keeper's head for 4.
1 bounce 4. And it was only just inside the rope as well. Second boundary of the innings, also been a 6. Cass stays around the wicket, straighter in towards the rib cage. It's pushed back down the pitch by Ravindra. Cass put his hand down to stop the ball, but didn't actually stop it. Fortunately, it ricochets away and there's no chance of another run. England looking for a win in this One-day international series, lost the first two. This is the final game. Of course, it is then back on the big white bird. This time, though, going over the ditch. Shorter journey to Australia and on to Perth for the first Ashes test. Castle round the wicket. Ravindra punches to duck it at cover, no run.
Well, you say shorter journey. He's still going to Perth. There's a long way. Good 11 hours there, I reckon.
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to know whether they're actually going via Melbourne or Sydney, or have they actually managed to get a direct flight Wellington to Perth, because as you say, that puts a couple of extra hours on it if you've got to stop and change, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can go via Auckland. I think Auckland direct was 9 hours. But it's an interesting time, a 5-hour difference. It's always an interesting time zone. It's quite a hard one to get used to.
Cass around the wicket. That's a crunching drive from Ravindra through extra cover. Goes past Duckett, who can't get anywhere near it, and it's away for 4. Ravindra's got 16 from 13. New Zealand 30 without loss.
This is a wonderful shot. It was on the up. Cass is coming around the wicket. And what's the success of this shot came from? He basically hit it from his back hip. Again, he's not going against the pace and against the bounce. He just about used it to his advantage. This over we've seen from Ravindra, the two key things to him: the pull shot, even though it was a top edge, as soon as you give him a little bit of length, he'll look to pull you. And then because the bowlers know that, they want to go a little bit fuller. And then when he's got his balance right and his timing right, he's so strong through that cover region. He'll nick out doing that every now and then, and people get on him. But when he gets going and he plays like that, you just want them to keep doing that.
Just watching Bryden Cass here, taking his boot off and retying it. I just hoped his toe hasn't gone again. You know how he had I think it's is it the pinky toe that he wanted to, well, he was talking about wanting to cut it off.
Well, that's a bit extreme. Yep. The weight goes through that front foot and it can slide around in the boot. Cass is in. Leg side-ish, goes off of the pad of Ravindra through to Jos Buttler, and there is no run.
I'm not sure if you're aware, actually, Martin Guptill is missing his big toe and his second toe, I think. So yeah, which is amazing when you think of the big toe and the work that it does and balance and pace. And he's one of the fastest movers across the ground, yeah, but had an accident early in life.
Well, and the highest scorer at this ground.
Absolutely. Oh, he hit a ball hard. I saw him twice, both out of the ground 2 times.
To finish the over, Cass is in. Ravindra playing defensively, just down in front of himself, and there is no run. 6 gone, 30 without loss. New Zealand, 237 not out. Martin Guptill against the West Indies in 2014-2015. But the incredible thing about of just 163 balls, and you think about how white ball cricket has evolved over the last 5-10 years. Well, that was 10 years ago. So imagine what he'd be doing now. If he was in this England side, they'd be telling him to get a move on. I'm being facetious, of course.
Would that have been the Brendan McCullum captaincy era?
World Cup. Yeah, so yeah, and they actually, I think it was the same pitch that they'd played England on when they bowled England out. It was 113 or whatever, and Southey got 7 for, and then chased it down in about 9 overs where Brendan went mad.
Jofra Archer to continue. Conway covering up defensively, and there is no run.
You know, Martin Guptill, he came in at a young age, played for Auckland, and did well. I think on debut might have got I think he got 100 against the West Indies. But you know, he's a big man. He's a lot taller than people realise. But you know, those players when they used to hit the ball, and it just felt like they hit it harder than everyone else. Even when you're at mid on and mid off, they used to hit it to you. It felt like it whacked you. And then his power and his ability to hit straight, and he had those lovely long levers. And yeah, when he got going.
Jofra Archer in, takes Conway on the pad. No run. Archer 0 for 14 now. 2 balls into his 4th over.
And he created that signature just about where, when he'd hit it straight on contact, he'd just leave his head down. And in some ways, he used to say, just trying to keep your head down. No, it was all, when you hit the middle of the bat, it was a little bit for show. And then eventually you look up because you knew that you got it, and it was like, yeah.
Well, it's good theatre regardless, isn't it?
I mean, I didn't know that feeling at all. You know.
In comes Archer once again. Down the pitch comes Conway, and Jofra Archer sees him coming and sends a very short, very quick one over his shoulder. And Butler is like the Statue of Liberty behind the stumps there. One hand above his head, trying to pull that one in, and he was a good foot off the floor. That had some zip on it. And it wasn't a million miles away from his hooter either, as it went past Conway.
I want to see the speed gun for that, because that looked like an absolute thunderbolt.
To Conway's credit, he charged it, which I don't know what he's thinking there, but he actually did drop his hands away from it. I'll give him credit for that.
Archer in once again. Oh, Conway has leant back and just put the blade of the bat in the way, really, and guided it down to third, and takes the single. And he may have decided that, from a safety point of view, the non-strikers may be the end to do your work from at the moment, the way that Archer's going.
I'll tell you who's enjoying this at the moment as well, Young, because he's batting 3. And I suppose one of these things is Archer's one more ball, one more over, away from finishing. Got him out last game, you know. Don't mind us losing a wicket nearly now. Walk out with a change of bowler. Still be tough, but you're not having to start against this.
I said that's an interesting question, bearing in mind that the score that we're talking about here, 220. How many overs do you give Jofra Archer here? The way he's bowling, in he comes once again, punched up to mid-off, and there's no run. I suppose the point will be is, okay, he's bowled 3 overs and 5 balls, but England still haven't got a wicket. For all the oohs and ahs, if you like, of us in the commentary, they've still got nothing in the wicket column.
I think you have to keep him going. He's the biggest threat. He's bowling rapid here, and he's obviously in very good rhythm. So I think you've probably got to keep him on for at least a couple more overs and just try to make a dent in this New Zealand batting lineup.
Well, there's a long-range conversation going on between captain, bowler and fielders. Everyone is now happy. And Jofra Archer comes in around the wicket, swing and a miss from Ravindra through to Jos Buttler, and there is no run. 7 overs have been completed. New Zealand 31 without loss, trying to make 223. Now some more thoughts from Cam, from Craig. I'm getting out of the way because Jon Norman's coming in.
Good start from New Zealand here. Conway and Ravindra looking... Oh, it's tough work, but both looking settled. Both played some gorgeous-looking shots. Archer's looking good touch as well. Playing the mid-140s, every delivery. And you'll see Cast again for his 4th over. He just looks as though he's in a little bit of discomfort at the end of last over. You know, he's had some trouble with his left toe.
But he's going to continue down the track. Conway, fine bit of fielding by Ben Duckett, cover point, saves a boundary for sure, but ball's flown off the bat. Devon Conway, that shot earlier today, the 6 from Jofra Archer, he just timed it. Expertly called by Mako, and it was an absolutely beautiful shot. But this as well, he's hit that so sweetly.
Oh, it's just given himself a little bit of room and inside out it, and he's done beautifully with the angle to hit it so square, but he just turned his body around. It just about blew Duckett's hands apart.
2 slips still in place, and I'll let the batters tell you, they've decided not to run. Hit to the left of the bowler, gets a hand to it, and they were wise not to try anything silly there. Listening to you guys talk about Martin Guptill, he was one of my favourite players to watch, and I think one of the reasons I loved watching him play so much was you described his strengths, but you never knew if it was going to be his day or not. You know, it was a bit like Jason Roy, and when went in and set, pulled away. Whoa, that might have burst through the hands of the fielder at mid-wicket. Devon Conway had hit the first ball of the over with some power and timing. This was fiercely struck by Rashin Ravindra. Oh, and a taller man than Sam Curran. Was that Curran? May have lost his fingers there.
Well, you just talk about Guptill hitting it so hard. He's absolutely melted that as Ravindra.
He moves to 20, fighting fire with fire, and this is off the hips, but it's actually hit to the left of mid-on and all the way to the boundary. This is high-quality cricket. 40 without loss, New Zealand. We're in the 8th over. Bryden Cast is bowling around 140. 145k from Jofra Archer. And there is a play and a miss. There are some balls going past the outside edge, but some proper cricket shots being played as well.
The two of the harder shots to play is obviously the shot over your extra cover, and then the back foot punch through wide mid-on. Ravindra, his pull shot was brilliant, but he set up for that. But that was just, you don't see that very often, where you just shuffle back and punch it through that area.
Second slip's been taken out, put it short mid-wicket, and he has missed out there. Ravindra picked out the fielder inside the circle. It's Brook at mid-off. That was there to be hit.
I do wonder a little bit about this angle from Bryden Cast. I think you saw one of the features of the New Zealand bowlers was they stayed over to the left-handers a lot and just got it going across them. I just wonder whether Bryden could potentially do the same here.
Especially to Ravindra, who you're trying to bring that outside edge into play, whereas now you're coming into his eye line, and again, if you bowl just that back of the length, he'll play that pull shot.
Defended this time, in and around off stump, no run, end of the over. 9 runs coming from it. New Zealand have progressed along to 40 without loss. Maybe one more from Archer, we shall see.
And that last delivery is a good example where it was a perfect length, but he actually had no problem because the ball's coming into him and he's just able to let it come in, and he likes that angle. But you're right, and I think when it's going across, you give yourself the opportunity for LB, inside edge, outside edge. Maybe they're thinking that it's hard to bring the stumps into play. It's certainly not doing as much as when New Zealand bowl. Archer's got the ball to niff a couple of times, but in saying that, one thing you do have to give New Zealand credit for, it, Fulks as well as Duffy, they just found the right length, so they didn't stray off that length. They didn't give the England batters anything to put them away or put them under pressure or push them back. No doubt the pitch has hardened up a bit and it's probably better to bat on, but there's been some wonderful shots by these two.
We're not going to see another over from Archer. It's Jamie Overton, and first ball cut to the right of backward point where Bethel puts in a good diving stop to his right. Conway 16 from 27, Ration Ravindra 24 from 22. We've got Will Young in at 3 because there's no Kane Williamson, and New Zealand 40 without loss, chasing 223 after Blair Tickner again. It took 4 wickets. This is he's missed out again here. This is over pitch, is width, and Devon Conway has not timed this particularly well. It's fielded by Harry Brook. 4 wickets to Blair Tickner, 3 for Jacob Duffy, and a couple for Zach Fulks. 2 for 27, and they really set the tone again, did Jacob Duffy and Zach Fulks. Fulks bowled 8 overs. Duffy 7. No chance you're going to see Archer and Cast with the Ashes coming up bowling anywhere near that amount, and indeed Archer has been taken out of the attack after 4 overs. So it's Overton who top scored in England's innings, in right arm over the wicket, and up on his toes is Conway. Can't beat Bethel at backward point, no run.
I like it. We got a bit of instruction through from New Zealand, Daniel McHardy, about the pronunciation of Fulks or Fulks. I think is it correctly that we're told is it Fulks?
Fulks.
Well, then I can tell you that I've known his old man for 39 years and I've been calling him the wrong name for 39 years.
Well,
Glenn, I'm sorry. I think I've been calling him Fulksy for 39 years.
We were in New Zealand last winter, and Anton Devcic was next to me, but his name's different depending on whether you're playing a miss. This is the angle that you were talking about, Cam and Craig. over the wicket, slanting across the left-hander, and he goes for a big booming drive, and he misses. Another day. That flies to slip. You do well to get that through to the keeper, actually. I mean, he really went at the ball. But yeah, so I spoke to Anton on air, because Manners was calling him something different to me. And I said, how do you pronounce your name, Anton? And he said, well, Overton is in again. Short. That's a hack, really. That big swish of the bat from Conway. Probably figuring that he gets anything on it, and it's flying over the slips. But we did see Bethel dismissed thanks to a superb catch at first slip from Daryl Mitchell, and there is just the one slipping. Yeah, so I think Manners was calling him Dev Cic, and I was calling him Dev Sic. And we worked out that if he was in Croatia, it's Dev Cic, and if he's in New Zealand, it's Dev Sic. So you know, we were both right. Inside edge onto the boot from Conway. This angle from Overton, he's firing it full and wide, and Conway has tried to pierce the gap at extra cover, but he's got an inside edge. He's playing a miss, and he's mistimed them. Maiden, though, from Overton, whose good game continues. 40 without loss. New Zealand chasing 2-2-3.
Just wondering whether, just thinking about the missing Kane Williamson, obviously missing one of the Fab Four, who do we think are going to be the next Fab Four? Is Rachin Ravindra going to be one of them?
That's a good question. The new Fab Four. Okay, well, have you got a minimum age or maximum age, rather? Because those four are all around the same age, aren't they? They're all in their 30s, and they've been around for 15 years or so. So I guess it's got to be this side of 20, 23, 24. I know you're talking in white ball cricket, or are you talking all cricket, Test cricket?
All formats.
Well, yeah,
at least two of them.
I think Harry Brook will be there. We could
Yeah.
probably circle his name.
Jaiswal. Okay, that's a good one. I like this. Archer is in, and this is punched by Rachin Ravindra, who's saying, hey, factor me in. 4 through, long off. Ravindra moves to 28. 44 without loss. Who else is there? I mean, yeah, maybe Rachin Ravindra. I'm not sure his form. No. Producer Scott saying Harry Brook might be too old. He's 26.
No, it's the next greats from this generation is going to be around, isn't it? That's how
Harry Brook. Harry Brook's
He's
in.
got it, yeah, absolutely.
Jaiswal's in. And so is Archer. Short delivery. Seized on the length. There's nobody out there. Apart from the security guard is not watching the action, and he wears one on the upper arm. Rachin Ravindra is so strong through mid-wicket. He loves hanging back and unfurling the paw. Moves to 32. 2 boundaries from Jofra Archer's over. He switched ends. And New Zealand are 48 without loss. And this time pushed out to mid-off. Harry Brook throws down the stumps direct at the striker's end, and he's gone up for this, and there's a feeling that maybe Devon Conway hasn't ground his bat. It's gone to the boundary as well, I think.
To the umpire director, we have an umpire review for
out.
Run out.
I'm not sure that Conway...
Best side on angle at the striker's end, please.
I'm not sure Conway realised that the ball was coming to his end.
He didn't slide
and
his
he didn't
bat.
grind it. He didn't put his bat in. Is his foot down? Or his foot is just in. His foot is grounded. Yeah. But you can see why Brooks thought that was close.
It's awful running away. Because two things. One, you've got to be careful when you slide your bat because you're on the outfield and get stuck. But Conway's not even aware that the throw was coming. And my next question is that dead ball now, or does that count as 5? Because it went to the boundary.
Yeah. That's a great question. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I coach and I don't know the answer.
That should be the boundary, should it? Why would it be dead ball?
Well, it's like when you get an LB
And then play
referee
forward.
and they get a decision.
Yeah, but that...
Yeah, that's great.
No, but the umpire's already made a call, hasn't he? He's
Yeah.
said it's not out, so then it's dead ball. But there's no decision until the ball is dead.
Gone over the boundary. So
I think it's a boundary.
So it's going to be 5.
Yeah. The heel is down, and then the ball hits.
Conway's got away with it there, really.
Ready to make my decision.
Well, it was almost like he didn't realise the ball was going to his end, then realised, but flinched. It's like he's ducking. It's not out. Here the umpire is Paul Rifle, and 5 has been awarded. So this is very expensive over. He had some overthrows early as well, didn't he, Harry Brook? Second 5 of the innings.
Well, there's another question. Have there ever
And it's
been
the same
2 5s?
fielder.
Yeah. 2 5s off same bowler and same fielder.
And same captain.
I still remember, was it a 5 or a 6 that still pains New Zealanders?
Yeah, don't worry, I won't mention it. Short and fielded by Butler. Thought for a minute it was going to be another 5 wides there, but Butler's saved 4, but Jofra Archer will have to bowl that one again. So we've had 4, 4, 5 wide. Eventful one. There is a school of thought that if you hit the stumps, you know, the batters shouldn't benefit from overthrows, but I think just leave it as it is.
No, batters need all the help they can get.
I think just adds an element to the game. It's quite interesting. Short cut, keeps the ball high, doesn't try and keep it down. 6 and caught in the crowd one-handed. Take a bow, sir. Wow, this is an expensive over. 4 boundaries coming from it. We've only had 4 legal deliveries. It's been bowled by Jofra Archer, who's going in at around 92 miles an hour.
This is vintage Devon Conway. It's funny because he's been hit on the thigh pad, he's been hit on the gloves, he's played and missed, his balance has looked a bit out, but when he gets it right, you see the quality that comes out.
Short, and this is pushed away by Conway, no run. He's suddenly 22 not out, and New Zealand, in a blink of an eye, 60 without loss, chasing 2-2-3.
He actually sets up quite similarly to Travis Head, doesn't he? He sort of tries to stay leg side of the ball and carve it through the offside.
Jofra Archer's lost count of how many balls. In fact, all of England seem to have lost track of how many balls Jofra Archer's bowled. They've forgotten that he bowled a wide. I think Archer thought that his over was over.
Yeah, and with Conway, you just get this the balance thing, and then when he's been able to stand a bit stiller, you can see there's the skill that comes out.
More runs at this time. And it's Conway again. This has been flayed through backward point. There is a fielder out at third, but it's gone so quickly. There's no chance of cutting this off. 4, 4, 5, wide, 6, dot ball 4. Add that up.
23, I think it is, and that's, I mean, 1 over. Archer has gone for what he went in 10 overs in the last game. And now Conway's just getting his confidence up. He just sort of set up there, a little bit of width, chucked his hands through it. He was so successful around the world in T20 cricket because he plays orthodox shots, and he just beats fielders to their left and right. He beats backward point, and you're likely to get a boundary, and then he beats extra cover. And he becomes so good at it that even in 2020 cricket, he was able to have high success because he's hitting good balls in those areas. And we're now starting to see the confidence grow, and obviously the anxiety of being back in the side's gone. Archer's starting to get a bit disappointed. The hands are starting to go up.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that Ian Bishop called Devon Conway the best triple format player in world cricket. Well, certainly one of them. This is, again, it's kind of a punch from Rashan Ravindra. It's going square of the wicket. Very compact in his stance. Waits for the ball to come to him. Plays with it under his eye line, and it's away for a comfortable single. He moves to 38. And New Zealand 65 without loss. They only need 158. We thought this might be a bit of a nail-biter, but they've really gone at England. It's the first run from Overton's spell. Short again, and Conway just waits for the ball to come to him and helps it up and over the slips. There's a fielder out at third. Comes through for another comfortable single.
You mentioned Ian Bishop's comments. Here's another question. Who do you think would be the best all-format batter in the world now?
Travis Head?
It's got to be, isn't it?
I don't know, because he plays. There's a lot of. It's just the three formats, isn't it? Who plays all three to that level?
I said earlier that I think, maybe up until Ben Duckett would be right up there, the way he's been playing. But I think, Travis Head, and I think, again, being a neutral and saying from New Zealand, even though I can say my preference who I'd like to win, you look at, I think Harry Brook will have a massive influence for England, because I think in the Ashes I don't think the external stuff's going to affect him. And also they can change the game really quickly. And I think Travis Head holds exactly the same key for Australia. They can be 3 for 30. He can walk out. And just like Adam Gilchrist used to do back when he was playing and when Australia, they obviously had the great side.
Down the track. And chops this down. Not that far from off stump, actually. Conway. Maybe a little bit of glove on there. He's wringing his hands. 27 from 37. Of course, the other problem is they don't play a lot. They don't all play a lot of 50-over crickets. T20 and tests, maybe. T20s and ODIs. There's not that much of a crossover, ODIs and tests only, but it seems to be the 50-over tournament format, unless there's a World Cup coming, seems to be the one that, in this busy age, the players kind of let go. Again, this is sharp bounce. Cramping Conway for room, and again, he's just wringing his left hand there, and he might have been struck on the thumb.
It's really interesting with Devon Conway. This is why bowlers go around the wicket to him. It's a little bit like when the ball as a left-hander is in line with his right eye, he struggles. But as soon as the ball gets outside his left eye line and he can get leg side of the ball, it just looks like such a different player. We saw that one over cover, we've seen it over point.
Overton again, touch fuller and driving, but with no great conviction. He's still wringing his hand. We're going to have to, we can ask Daniel McHardy. He can continue this. Who will be the next Fab Four? Who have we come up with? Jaiswal and Harry Brook. Ravindra. Is Ration definitely in there?
Yeah, I'm putting
yeah?
Absolutely. I'm putting him in there.
All right, well, we'll let Daniel McHardy and Logan van Beek just decide who that fourth member is.
Daniel's a Wellingtonian. He would have had Ravindra ahead of anyway, so wouldn't you, Daniel? And Logan's not far behind him because he's been bowling to the nets every day. So I think we've got 3 votes for Rutchin, haven't we, guys?
Over to you guys.
Yeah, I would concur.
Sounds good to me.
I thought Sam Constas was the greatest player of all time, and he hasn't even made it in your list, Sid?
No, not quite. Not quite.
Not quite?
Not quite yet. I've never seen an Australian team pick an opener for development.
No. I know. Incredible. That is by their almighty standards, quite a flaky looking top 6 now, isn't it? Which makes this... Oh, the Ashes on, are they? Well, thank you for telling me, Logan. Appreciate that. It's going to be a fascinating series for sure. Sam Curran from the northern end, starting the over to maybe one of the new Fab Four. Rachin Ravindra drives with the open blade to backward point. I was just having a chat to Ian Smith about this, and he was just talking about how he can do everything, whether it's playing off the front foot, sort of pulls, not off the back foot, he sort of props. It reminds me of Ricky Ponting, the way Ricky Ponting used to savage bowlers off a decent length, not all that short. Just his ability to see the ball out of the hands. He'll probably now hit one straight to the field. No, he whips it away through mid-wicket. He's got a couple. He's always looked like an enormous talent, Logan. You were probably there when he debuted, I would assume. Mm-hmm. From my perspective, the first few years were, my Lord, that was a glorious 30. That was a glorious 40. And it hasn't been, the big scores haven't always been there, but he's slowly figured it out.
No, so 13 years old, maybe even earlier than that, he, from 6 to 8, would flick.
Curran bowls, trying to drive, can't get it past the bowler.
So from 6 to 8, he would go down to the nets with his father, indoor centre up.
AM.
AM.
Right.
Lower hut, and he would flick. And from an early age, his dad would flick fast. And so every time he would train, it was always for international cricket.
So that's not someone throwing, it's one of those...
The dog flicker kind of things. But he's since 13, he's been training for international cricket. So it was always 140. It was quick. It was unrelenting, but it was every day. Even when he started at 18, 19 for Wellington, he was still training would be at 10. He would just still keep that routine 68.
Flicks the ball away through square leg uppishly out towards the fielder in the deep for a single. Ravindra is 42 off 31. New Zealand is 70 without loss, chasing 223. We're in the 12th over.
So the first few years, he probably didn't have a start off with a bang because there was a bit of a negotiation of he's only really been training for international cricket. But in first-class cricket, you got guys who are bowling anywhere from 120 to 140. And so their range and how to go about it was the struggle.
Cara nice and close to the stumps, bowled short. Conway pulls, gets inside the line, hits it quite fine. Fine leg is around. Conway will push and come back for a second. And, well, he won't slide his bat, like we saw a couple of overs ago. 72 without loss.
So he was tipped early, captain under New Zealand under-19s. Came in, played for Wellington very early, and had a couple of innings. I think he got 100 reasonably early on, but like I said, nice 30s. Didn't really set the world on fire. We saw how well he would train and how hard he was training.
Curran bowls again. Conway can't get it past mid-wicket.
And so we knew the class was there, but if you talk to other guys around the traps, they were like, you know what, is he that good? Is he all what everyone's talking about? He played New Zealand A first-class game before he played a Wellington first-class game, so he was kind of put into the fire a little bit earlier than he probably was ready for. And then it all kind of came to a head at that 23 World Cup in India, where
talk about a coming out party.
His weakness, if you could say a weakness, is probably that kind of 4th, 5th stump. If I'm bowling to Raj from Ravindra, I'm bowling 5th stump. He might crash you through the covers, but he can just as easily nick it as well.
And the Australians did that, who are ruthless, ruthless at exposing any sort of perceived weakness. It will be Overton, his third over, none for 3 from over the wicket, bowling into Rachin Ravindra, getting into his legs, turned wide of mid-on for a single, moving to 43 at 73 without loss.
Especially in New Zealand conditions, Australian conditions, South African conditions, where the ball bounces a little bit more on that 5th stump. So he would get that kind of wafting drive, that nick. And so that's probably the scouting report. But when he went to India, the ball doesn't bounce as much through that 4th, 5th stump. And it was just the culmination of all those years in the mornings with his father, the couple of years, in first-class cricket.
Conway pulls out towards deep backward square. One bounce for splitting the two fielders. Well played by Devon Conway. Inside the line, didn't try to overhit and dispatched the 4s. He moves to 33.
Form is temporary, class is permanent. Devon Conway is showing exactly that. I've seen this man first when he came off the plane from South Africa in 2017 and I met him in the nets. There was just something about him that was different. Scored a truckload of runs for Wellington for 3 years before he qualified for New Zealand. The class is always there.
England know all about him, of course. 200 on debut. And England, what a performance that was as he glides the next ball to a very wide slip, about 4th slip. What Logan is referring to about class is permanent, form temporary. He has had a very up and down couple of years where he was a 3-form cricketer. I think it was within 5 matches in each form of the game. He almost had 100 in every form. He finished 99 not out in a T20 international. He plays very late, but turns the ball calmly through square leg. No one's fielding in the inner circle near there. Easy run. 78 without loss as he moves to 34.
So if you dive into Devon Conway's story, he came over to New Zealand when he was 26 years old. He was always tipped to be an international cricketer, but just couldn't quite crack it. And he said it himself, didn't score enough runs in South Africa. So he changed it up, came to New Zealand, fresh start, and straight away his class was obvious. cracked into the New Zealand side those 2 or 3 years for New Zealand international cricket, MVP at the IPL final.
Overton continuing over the wicket, driven, powerful. Oh, ricocheted off Overton onto the stumps, and Devon Conway is gone. And he puts his hand up to Rachin Ravindra, almost like saying, don't worry, not your fault. Ravindra was reacting like, oh, I can't believe it. There's the breakthrough England needed. A strange one, a cruel one, but you have to go. Devon Conway, powerfully struck. I don't think this is flicked from the hand of Overton. He's tried to get 2 hands down, and it's hit his wrist and deflected onto the stumps. What a cruel, cruel game this is. 78 for the loss of 1, and Devon Conway has run out for 34.
Brutal. That is brutal. I was just about to give the Devon Conway story, and that innings, he was fighting, he was ducking, weaving, off his hip, trying to get it, awkwardly, a couple of amazing shots over cover, through point, and he was fighting, did not deserve to get out like that. That is brutal, and this game is brutal. It's one of those games that you never know when you're going to score runs or when you're going to have a good day, and when the next opportunity comes. He had an opportunity today, and it finishes like that. That's just heartbreaking.
His opportunity coming about due to the injury to Kane Williamson. That forced a reshuffle of the order, and Will Young, who opened the first 2 games, arrives to the middle. And he's got a bit to prove here too after a couple of failures against the new ball. He was bowled by Cast for 5, then played all round a quick ball from Archer, trying to hit it 2 square on the onside, and judged LBW without scoring in the 4th ball of the 2nd game. He comes with a platform lay, the shine off the ball. The shadow's now completely across the playing surface. He's at the non-striker's end as Overton bowls, and there's a crunching drive through square on the offside off the bat of Ravindra for a single, moving to 44. 79 for the loss of 1. Conway the man out, run out for 34. The target is 223, and England finally had that breakthrough, and maybe, just maybe, a moment like that can switch the fortune of this game.
Rachin will be absolutely gutted about that. He's one of Devon's good mates. They hit together, they spend a lot of time off the field together, and he knows how much, Dev would be fighting to get back into the side permanently, and to have that part to, unfortunately, for Devon's demise, it's, he's going to have that on his mind for the next few balls, but hopefully he can switch back on, and you never know how this game can change in an instant. 2 or 3 wickets quickly here. 2 new batsmen. Game on.
Curran from over the wicket, continuing bowling to Ravindra, driving into the cover region. And favourable bounce. Almost took it away from Duckett. This, of course, to those listening on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT YouTube cricket channel, multi-purpose arena. Last Sunday, there was a A-League football game here. You didn't actually see the outlines of the football field. Rugby season played here as well, so there might be a few sort of uneven parts of the field. That looked like it hit one of those. Ravindra now hit powerfully past mid-wicket on the half volley, bursting through the hands of Joe Root. He'll come back for 2. And Ravindra moves to 46 off just 36 balls. 81 for the loss of 1.
He's played a couple of those shots through mid-wicket, and the amount of power he gets, yes, his pull shot is powerful, through the cover is very powerful, but just that one where it's kind of at the top of the pads into the hip, he's hitting it with the timing is impeccable.
And he's bowled! Curran has the breakthrough. 1 turns into 2. Logan, that Beek makes me on the shoulder. No, Logan, you didn't get that wicket. That was Sam Curran. England needed it, and Rachin Ravindra beaten as Curran just rolled his fingers across the ball, and it's just darted back past the inside edge, flicked the pads and onto the stumps, and there is new life for England in this contest for sure.
Bang bang, the crucial bang bang You just put 2 wickets on the scoreboard, it just gets a little bit more interesting. Sam Curran there showing his skill base, his class. On that 3/4 ball that's just nipped back from off stump, kind of hit Rachin's back pad and onto the stumps. And suddenly, there's a little bit of hope for England here, especially now that they've put 223 on the board, or 222 on the board. This is just getting a little bit interesting, but Daryl Mitchell, who's been the enigma for England in this series, is now arrived, and I feel like he is the key to England. Get him early, and you're now reliant on guys who haven't scored that many runs in the series to get the boys, or get New Zealand over the line.
Yeah, good bowling, really is. He was off it in Hamilton, Curran. Granted, they didn't have much to play with, but that has just come back. Just shows his teammates, hey, if we bowl well, there's still a little bit in the surface if we're good enough to extract it. He was on that occasion. He's got a fine player. I think we've talked for 15 minutes and haven't answered John's question about who are the new Fab Four. I think we're all voting Rachin Ravindra. I think Joe Swell's a pretty good shout. Can I nominate Harry Brook? I know we've seen a lot of him in England. My lord.
I think
there's a bouncer that goes over Mitchell's head and over the keeper and down to the fence for 4. That's going to be wide. +4. Fair to say that's not a good first ball to a player who's yet to face the ball. Curran gets a glare from Josh Butler, which is saying something, because he's one of the more gentle keepers going around, isn't he? It was miles over his head. Curran shaking his head. He knows he got that hopelessly wrong. 86 for the loss of 2 now. Mitchell and Young both yet to face the ball. Game just feels a little bit different. Buzz going out of the crowd as Mitchell defends from the crease line. And as always, screams no first up.
The sun has now crept. There's a shadow that's just over, I guess, outside the ring on the offside. But I think now the lights will slowly come into play. It's not a warm day in Wellington. It's sunny, but it's not a warm day in Wellington. So there's a bit of moisture in the air. The pitch is still doing bits.
Curran bowls to Mitchell. Nice and full on off stump. No runners the call. It's pushed into Ducketies and very quickly. And there's no run. Often here in New Zealand, later at night, it tends to come onto the bat a little bit quicker. Why is that?
The dew factor is often the reason why, but that's quite often when the wicket's already a little bit drier.
Right.
That helps. When the wicket's got a bit in it, it can accentuate the nip a bit more.
Slip goes in. Mitchell goes high and down the ground. Couple of bounces into the fence for 4. Almost a repeat of what we saw in Hamilton. Striking early. Daryl Mitchell finishes an over that saw the departure of Rachin Ravindra, bowled by Curran for 46 with the boundary hitting down the ground. That is his streak. And in both games, game number 1 and 2, Mitchell started with some attacking strokes, then soaked up a lot of pressure, took the game deep, and made 78 not out in game number 1 and 56 not out. No, England have removed Conway, who at the time I think was averaging, listen, Gary saying averaging near 100 against England. I've seen enough of Daryl Mitchell over the years.
This is textbook Daryl Mitchell. Anything remotely full, he's so confident now to go over the top, and it's regardless of its spin or pace. If you have mid on, mid off up, he is fully confident to hit you back over your head.
Got to start well to Young, you feel. He will have doubt in his mind after 2 failures. It's a lifting ball into the ribcage and he defends to the onside. There's going to be no run. I'm not sure that's the right length based on what we saw in games 1 and 2. Full, target that front knee.
Well, if I'm England, I'm probably bringing up deep cover, putting in an extra slip in. I know they're probably feeling like they don't have enough on the board, but they need to take wickets. Will Young hasn't scored many of the series, hasn't faced these bowlers that often. I'll be bringing another slip in.
Fuller drifting into the pads of Young. He's very measured as he turns it behind square out to Curran. He is off the mark. 1 to Young. Mitchell 4. 91 for the loss of 2. Targets 223. As we approach the end, well, towards the end of the 15th over, Trinks come onto the field. And that give you details if you're just tuning into our coverage on talkSPORT 2 of England's batting issues continuing in the one-day form. Root is at slip for Mitchell, quite wide next to Butler. Late as he defends, gets an inside edge, creeps through square leg for a run, 92 for 2.
Jamie Overton just throwing up his hands there a little bit, thinking, where's the nip? First innings, it nipped everywhere. I bowled exactly where I wanted to bowl. Why did they not nip in and hit the wickets? It's not fair.
He's had a good day already, Jamie Overton, top scoring for England with the bat. Powerfully built right arm medium fast bowler. Mid-crease, bowl short, pulled straight up. Will Young is going to have a third straight failure because Butler takes the catch at a leg gully. And Young goes for one, and New Zealand have got the wobbles. All started with a moment of fortune with that run out of the non-striker's end. Rachin Ravindra goes, and Will Young top edging a pull stroke, and Overton, well, he won't be complaining now.
Bang, bang, bang. This how this game changes. You're never in it, you're never out of it. And England now have got a little thing called momentum. If they can get Mitchell now in the next few overs, get it to 100 for 4, sorry, the game changes once again. So madness with that run out with Rachin and Devon Conway. Say madness, unluck. But now you bring in the experience of Tom Latham, who's been in the situation plenty of times. There's no real scoreboard pressure. It's more how are England going to take these wickets.
Yeah, in the space of 11 balls, they got rid of Conway for 34, Rachin Ravindra for 46, Will Young for 1, and it will be Tom Latham arriving. Very experienced player. He'll have a slow heartbeat. Still Bracewell, Santner, Folkes, Smith, quite good with the bat. Tickner, Duffy, probably think more highly of their batting than I do. But the door is open. The door is open. How far? Well, only time's going to tell.
Can I make a prediction?
Yes.
We're allowed to do that?
Of course you are.
I'm going to say this game is going to come down to the last 40 runs. You're going to have either Smith or Folkes in, and they're going to be batting with either Duff. They're going to be 8 down, needing 30 runs.
Wow. Okay.
That's my prediction.
Okay. So who's in this future world? Who's taken all the wickets for England?
So they're going to hold Archer back, because Archer's going to be more so save his overs for the guys that haven't really faced him. Mitchell's faced him quite a lot in the last couple of games, so
he's got 5 up his sleeve.
Exactly. I wouldn't waste Archer early now. I would back Jamie. I would bring in Adil soon. Get a few overs out of him, and then if you can get Mitchell out, then I would expose that kind of middle to late order to Jofra Archer towards the end. So I would say save Jofra and hope to get Mitchell or one of these two in the next 5 overs, 100 for 4, and the game gets interesting.
Anything else you'd like to tell us about the future?
Yeah, also the lotto numbers. It's Saturday here in New Zealand, so the lotto numbers will be 72, 37.
Don't tell everyone that. We could run away together, go to the Cayman Islands. We'd relive those 2 overs. It's going to be Overton from around the wicket, bowling to Tom Latham, who's right in behind. You'd expect from a man who opens at the test level. Wilson the side, bats at 5 and wicket keeps.
I think if New Zealand could choose any batsman to come out right now in this situation, it's probably Tom Latham. Someone who can navigate the new ball, navigate a pitch like this, just soak up 30, 40 balls. It's Tom Latham.
Overton's come around the wicket to him. He can be a little bit susceptible to around the wicket, although this won't threaten the stumps or the outside edge because Overton drops short and underneath goes Tom Latham. Well played. Well bowled though. Jamie Overton's having a day out, isn't he? Great work. Drink's not coming on the field because of that breakthrough. So I will give you a scenario of what happened earlier today though, as promised. England sent in unchanged 11. Smith made 5, Duckett 8, Root 2, Brook 6, Bethel 11. When he departed, it was 44 for 5. Butler made 38, Curran 17, 102 for 7. Butler departed, but it was Jamie Overton was 68 off 61, Cars 36, Archer 16, Rashid not out 1, 222 all out in 40.2 overs. So again, bowled out well before the 50 over mark, which will give huge frustration to players and fans of England alike. Duffy 3 wickets, 2 wickets to Folkes. Satner picked up the last, and Blair Tickner 4 for 64. I'm not sure how much scouting England did of Blair Tickner prior to the series. Late call up. Mitchell looks up and says, Bryden Cast back into the attack. He bowls full, targeting in towards leg stump, clipped away through mid-wicket for 1. In reply, New Zealand got off to a rollicking start. 78 on the board inside 13 overs before Devon Conway was run out as Ravindra drove back to the bowler. Overton tried to get 2 hands to stop the ball. It hit his left wrist and then ricocheted onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. And Devon Conway was stranded on the 34 of 44. 3 runs later, Rachin Ravindra bowled by Sam Curran. He got aboard and nipped back, flicked the pad onto the stumps. Good bowling, has to be said. And then Will Young trying to play a pull stroke top edge to Butler. Took the catch. Those are the 3 New Zealand wickets to fall. Cast would love another, and he goes past the outside edge of Tom Latham, who's as a signal to his teammate. It just nibbled away. He almost followed it. Almost got a villainous outside edge, as Mr. Coney would say.
It's amazing when Tom and Daryl were watching Devon and Raj in the pro, thinking, okay, the pitch has just settled down a bit, it looks pretty easy, a few shots here and there, bang, 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 suddenly they're in the fire.
Now the sun has gone from the surface. Oh, here's a nasty one that leaps off a length and hits the backhand of Latham, and that looks like quite a stinging blow. He's taken the glove off, he's going for a bit of a walk. That's always an indication. That's painful. On the left thumb, is it?
Tom's had a few finger issues in the last few years. Being a keeper, he's obviously already prone to a number of finger issues, but he's been hit a couple of times in recent years and been out due to broken digits. So he will have a little scar tissue on that thumb. Obviously, he's got a little bit of tape on his pinky as well, so a little bit extra bounce from Bryden Cast there. Looks like he's got his towel up here.
What will the follow-up be? Continues from around the wicket. Gets 2 leg side. He looks frustrated with himself, Cast, doesn't he? As it's flicked down towards long leg. And batsman gets to the non-striker's end. Another run to the total. Latham off the mark. 94 for the loss of 3.
Tom just had a wee laugh there with Bryden Cast saying, thanks, mate. Appreciate that. One off the hip. An ex-Black Cap and ex-Wellington cricketer Luke Woodcock used to say, you say, hey, how you going? All good? In the morning, and he'd say, just one off the hip, please.
Very lovely placed man was Luke. Pushing forward as Mitchell. Back to Cast, who gathers the ball, looks up. They seem to have a running battle. Was it Hamilton or Toronto? I can't remember when. Mitchell, I think it was the first game. He was unimpressed with the amount of chatter as Cast was running into bowl, and then cast from the top of his mark. I think tried to impart a little bit of advice. There's one guy on this New Zealand team I would ignore and not say a word to. It's Daryl Mitchell.
Is that from experience?
No, it's just from watching him a lot. Coming forward, opening the face, rolling to backward point, good fielding as Bethel athletically away to his left. That is the end of the over. 16 overs have been bowled, chasing 223, 94 for the loss of 3 as we head back to Mr. McKenna.
Coverage on talkSPORT and Talk Radio. To continue listening, head over to talkSPORT 2. But now on talkSPORT, it's Weekend Breakfast with Shabana Hearn and Tony Cascarino. Whilst on Talk, it's Talk Breakfast with Mark Dolan. And here on talkSPORT 2, we will keep going with the cricket as New Zealand need 129 more runs from 34 overs. 94 for 3, New Zealand. And, well, we said that there was a chance for England after they got up to make 2-2-2. They're certainly working hard. Overton to start a new over around the wicket to the left-handed. Latham dropped into the leg side. They will take a single 95 for 3. Former New Zealand batter Craig Cumming alongside myself, Andrew McKenna. Well, that burst of 3 wickets, 78 without loss, becoming 92 for 3, certainly changed things, Craig.
Yeah, well, they always say it's add 2 to the score, you know, so... And it's one of those surfaces, I think, it's shown all day. It's a tough one to start on. So if you can get one, you easily pick up another. So they've opened the door here. England.
Overton over the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell. Can't beat Bethel at point. And there is no run. Latham's 2 from 6, Mitchell 6 from 8.
And you'd say probably for New Zealand too, yeah, of the best technical players Mitchell showed in this series. He likes to go out. He doesn't have to worry about the run rate. He can just get into his own wee bubble and play. And a Tom Latham, you've got a test opener. So comfortable.
Overton in. Mitchell opens the face of the blade. Guards it to Adil Rashid down at third for a single 96 for 3.
But the lights are coming on. It's started. The shadows are across the pitch, or the sun's setting. It'll be interesting then to see this. Sometimes 2 things can happen. Either a bit of dew can form and then you can skid off it, and it makes it easier for batting. But the other thing is that the grass can just start to stand up again and get a bit stalky and a bit stiffer, and the ball can grab and hold on it a bit more.
Well, we've seen plenty of sideways movement in this game today. Overton around the wicket. That's a lovely looking cover drive from Latham. High front elbow, punched all along the floor, and it's away for a boundary. The New Zealand 100 is up. 16 overs and 4 balls to get there. Now 100 for 3.
Yeah, just Overton, you can see it, look to the sky. He's bowled from around the wicket, a genuine half volley. And Tom Latham, such a strong area for him, he just leant on it. And that's what, in the first one-day international in Tauranga, Tom Latham, he looks to underhit.
Short ball. Latham ducks underneath this one. It's through to Joss Buttler, and there is no run.
And part of the plan to Latham can be you go around the wicket and you look to angle the ball back into him. He's a little bit different than we talked about bowling to Ravinder, who you maybe want to go across. The opportunity to go on the inside of the bat. But you can also go over the wicket and target across him, because he can get caught trying to drive at the ball and get those thick outside edges. At the moment, the plan from Overton is around. He's trying to sneak it through the inside edge.
Overton comes in around the wicket. Now there's a noise as it goes down the leg side. Joss Buttler takes the catch, and then the appeal is strangled, so it must have been off the pad as it went through. But that's 17 overs gone, 100 for 3. 2-2-3 the target, so New Zealand are almost halfway there in well under half the overs. In truth, that was never really going to be that significant. It was they'd either get the runs or England would bowl them out. And that is the situation. New Zealand need 123 more, 33 overs to get them, 7 wickets still standing.
Yeah, and Mitchell, who's been the glue for New Zealand in both the previous games, was not out you can get him out now. And then you could ask some players to come out and ask Michael Bracewell, who has struggled this series with the bat, to say, you've got to start playing. He did play well in the first one. He was very aggressive.
Brydon Cast to start his 6th. Daryl Mitchell meets that with a big stride into the ball, playing the cover drive. Ben Duckett will field, and there's no run.
And ask Mitch Sackner to come out and say, well, a quick fire 20 is not going to be enough. You need to do more and put them under that sort of pressure. But at the moment, Mitchell's looking very, very good.
Averages just under 51.8 in ODIs overall, Daryl Mitchell. Averages 110 against England and 60.9 in home games. Add all of those things up, it's no surprise he's making runs. He will get, well, I was about to say, a couple more. But they only take the single down to Jamie Smith at 3rd. And it's 101 for 3. Mitchell goes to 8 from 11.
Yeah, you take a liking to some sides, and obviously Mitchell's taken a liking to England. And remember back-to-back hundreds over here. I think the first one at Trent Bridge.
Honestly, it felt like we were never going to get him out that series.
And I think you see England get agitated by him. Whether or not they don't like him, I think they're just sick of seeing him bat. That's what it is.
Some sort of nervous reaction. Oh, beauty from Brydon Cast. Beats Tom Latham on the drive. It's through to Josh Butler, no run. Yeah, I think it's... remember the old Inspector Clouseau, Pink Panther films? What was the name of the police officer who developed the nervous twitch? I think England have a little bit of that with Daryl Mitchell. Oh, it's you again.
That's a lovely delivery. It was like an off-cutter, but at full pace from Cast, and it was full and went away. I think slightly the difference, and maybe it can be exaggerated more, because when New Zealand bowled, they got a lot more movement because everything was fresh.
Cast around the wicket. Oh, squared up is Latham. Big, thick outside edge. Will go down to Jofra Archer on the 3rd boundary, and they will come back for a couple. Latham goes to 8. 103 for 3.
And New Zealand, Duffy and Fulks were swing bowlers, so you always see the ball doing more, but off the pitch, I think it was still doing a bit more when New Zealand were bowling. But I also think New Zealand probably did not give quite as many freebies away. And if you think about freebies, well, England have given away 11 through direct hit of the stumps, which ricocheted for a 5 and an overthrow. So there's 10 runs.
Cast short. Butler will take that one again, well above his head. Will be called 1 for the over.
And believe it or not, 1 over from Jofra Archer went for 23. So there's 33 runs, and just tighten those wee things up. All of a sudden, 73. 220 is a long, long way away. It's a really good test now, I think, for Harry Brook and his captaincy. You know, you can be free, you know, you can talk about batting, being more positive, taking the game on, but good captains know how to tactically pull the strings in this situation.
Cast on his way in for the final time this over. Full and straight. Latham defends back to the bowler in his follow-through. Cast's 6th over is completed. 0 for 30 so far after 18. New Zealand are 103 for 3. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 and watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as the sun is just about to go down in Wellington, and we will be completely under the floodlights, which, as Greg mentioned, may just change things atmospherically. How much of an impact will that have? It's the first one-day international on this ground since 2019. So it's been heavily used, but not for a period, which is why with some of these statistics like par scores and whatever, you have to be just a little bit wary of them, in the fact that there is no recent numbers to sort of continue that trend.
No, I mean, I would have been commentating for TV then, and the other thing is that this ground's slightly different. As I mentioned, it's not a genuine cricket ground, it's a multi-purpose. I think we've still got football markings. Would have been rugby there a month ago. They do play football. It's a drop-in pitch. It doesn't have a wicket block. Hasn't probably been the best surface in New Zealand in that time, so hence the reason the scores, I would say, would be well down.
Well, the entire playing area is now in shade. There is still one part of the stands getting some sunlight, and they're watching Jofra Archer making his way in once again. past umpire Raza, and he bowls full and straight. Mitchell pushes out on the offside, and there is no run.
And we're talking about Harry Brook and his captaincy. Obviously, we've got Rashid, and in this situation, if it seems it turns, and when he introduces them, Harry manoeuvres his seamers. He's brought Archer back. So again, it'll be a good challenge for him tactically.
In goes Archer, full straight. Mitchell turns to Duckett at mid-wicket, no run. They're in the 19th over. Not seen spin yet. Now again, could that be that they're expecting some dew, and therefore they may be waiting for the dew and see if that just helps skid it on for Adil Rashid? You never know. This is part of the great nuance of captaincy in cricket, isn't it? You can have a plan, but you've got to be able to react to what's happening in front of you as well. Archer in, short, quick. Mitchell flips it around, fine leg, and I'm not sure Jamie Smith picked that up. It did go very quickly down to fine leg, but it wasn't that far away from him, and it goes away for a 1-bounce 4. Mitchell's into double figures. He's got 12, and New Zealand 4 more to the target. Daryl Mitchell takes on that short ball.
You got an inside fine leg. It was over his left shoulder, and he just helped on its way. Mitchell, fine leg is quite wide, and you're right, went to the right. Whether or not to pick up quickly the yellow seats in the background, it's that time where the lights aren't on, so they're just taking effect.
Yeah, we've been seeing the shadows for 25 minutes, half an hour or so, but they're not really in full effect. Archer with those 4 shadows as he makes his way into bowl. Mitchell pushes to Duckett, and there is no run. 12 fours now in this New Zealand innings, as well as 2 sixes.
He's got that look again, Daryl Mitchell, doesn't he? He's an interesting guy. He's got those mannerisms. He's got the little twitches and little things, the idiosyncrasies and wee movements, but you can tell he's talking to Latham at the other end. He's got the movements on. He's got that steely look in his eye. You can tell he's focused just on that one ball.
Jofra Archer starts in past the umpire. Mitchell is pretty low on the bat as he turns this one to Duckett. Rips the bottom hand off of the bat, which I think was in disappointment rather than anything else, as he feels he's missed out on something there. And there's no run.
It just looks like Archer's... We're not seeing the speeds, but it just looks like he's probably 4th gear. He hasn't quite got that zip. I could imagine things are cooling down out there, so it's not just a natural rhythm coming from a fast bowler.
Final time this over, he makes his way in. Full and straight again. Mitchell plays to Duckett at mid-wicket, and again it's a dot ball, completes the over. 19 gone, 107 for 3. New Zealand. Mitchell finishes the over. 12 not out from 17. Latham will be in strike. First ball the next over. He has 8 from the 13 balls that he has faced so far. Of course, it's been a decent couple of months or so for the Mitchell family. His dad John was the head coach of the Red Roses women's rugby team that were victorious in the World Cup final against Canada. Fairly sure that John may be back in New Zealand at the moment watching this. Loves to go and watch his son play. I think I've been enjoying all of this. Cast to start a new over. Latham drops into the offside and there's no run.
Yeah, I think I read it's John Mitchell's 4th World Cup as a coach, and the first one, I'm pretty sure the first one that he won, I remember he coached the All Blacks in 2003 from memory. Australia won, England won.
Yep.
He was with England.
He was
with Eddie Jones. Must be one more. I'm trying to think who he is with.
Cass around the wicket, fends at it, does Latham, doesn't get anything on it. There was a half appeal from Cass, but there was nothing, and it goes through to the keeper, no run.
And obviously the one that he's just won, but I'm pretty sure it was 4 World Cups.
Did he have a time with South Africa?
Well, that was what I was going to go to.
Yes.
That would be where I'd go to.
It's a decent record. Made some big calls ahead of this World Cup. Changed the England captain a year out when they'd won 20-odd games in a row. Cars in around the wicket. Latham turns through square leg and will take a single. 108 for 3. Work to do for England this Saturday morning in the UK. 6:15 in the morning. England bowled out for 222 earlier. New Zealand in reply, 108 for 3. And we're in the 20th over of their reply out of the 50. Cars into Mitchell. Takes this from roundabout off stump, maybe even just outside. Hits to mid-on. It's a good pick-up and throw. And England have hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Mitchell has made his ground easily enough. Adil Rashid's throw. Thankfully, from an England point of view, we didn't go veering off in a strange direction and give more overthrows. They've been somewhat profligate, or generous maybe, with the additionals that they've given the New Zealanders so far today.
Yeah, the one that went, it was a close run out with Devon Conway.
Cars around the stumps. Latham plays solidly out to Bethel at point no run. You can hear the scream of no. No doubt about that. He's not going anywhere.
But speaking of World Cups, obviously a big final coming up in the women's one. India, who really were in a must-win game against the White Ferns in the penultimate round. A wonderful victory over Australia.
Pass around the wicket. It's flipped down to deep backward square by Latham. Jamie Smith will do the fielding. They will take just a single after 10 overs. New Zealand 110 for 3. Give you a comparison. England were 92 for 5 at this stage, but the bulk of their run scoring came in the second. In fact, that's not the 20 over mark, because Bryden Cast had overstepped. And there goes the ice cream van of death signal. He was going to have to bowl it again.
And the worst thing for Tom Latham was he got a single. He's well over. Yeah, it's not even a close one, really. So Daryl Mitchell gets the opportunity to free his arms.
That was a long way over, wasn't it? Right, England can change the field because the batter's changed, and obviously left and right hand. So Daryl Mitchell to swing his boots off. In goes Cast. Oh, that is a great delivery. Try swinging that one into the stand. Yorker length, and he can just basically get the toe end of the bat on it. It dribbles out on the leg side, and they'll take a single. That is now the 20 overs complete. 112 for 3 now, New Zealand here on talkSPORT.
Yeah, Steve Harmison would like that. The Yorker, when executed, and it's still the hardest ball to hit. But they're in a stage now where Archer's bowled 6, Cast 7, Overton 5. This is the part where, with Sam Curran, that could be the weakness around. Obviously he's batting well, but can he do a job with the ball? He's picked up a wicket, so yes, he's only bowled 2 overs, but he went for 8. And in situations like this, you need him to be able to stand up.
Jofra Archer for his 7th. He's going to go in right arm over. Mitchell turns to duck it at mid-wicket. There's no run. I seem to be saying that an awful lot at the moment.
Well, they're bowling really straight to Mitchell, especially Archer. It's a little bit like they must see a bit of a balance issue or an opportunity for LBW. Because Archer's nearly bowling right by the stumps, and from the release point, it's nearly going from off stump at his end down to Daryl Mitchell middle stump.
Jofra Archer in, bowls, slightly wider, invites Mitchell to drive. Doesn't time it though, and it'll go to Harry Brook at mid-off. And they will take a single. Mitchell's 15 from 21. Latham back on strike 10 from 18.
Tom Latham he's just dropped into that tempo. As I said earlier, he's a test opener. Often he bats his best when he's really proactive and he's really positive. It brings the best out of him. Again, someone just loves getting in the fight, loves getting into the battle, ball by ball. At the moment, it's not just about survival, but he's trying to play very tight.
Archer around the wicket to the left-handed Latham, drops it to Bethel at point, no run, holds up his bat and uses an extra semaphore signal to say to Mitchell he's not going anywhere. Just a bit more noise from the crowd in the last sort of half an hour or so.
To be honest, I think it's a poor crowd.
Well, I was going to ask you about this.
Poor. Wellingtonians are known for this. And that's part of the reason why.
Archer is in, that's a beauty to Latham. Beats him on the outside edge through to the keeper, no run.
That's why they go back to the base reserve, because the capacity is around, I think, 6,000 or 7,000. But again, it's an easier place to get to. It's a great viewing spot. Whereas you go to the stadium, it's concrete jungle, it's seats.
So, is it as simple as test matches at the base and white ball at the cake tin? Is it as simple as that?
Well, it used to be, up until 2019.
Archer is in. Latham defending, holding up the bat once again and saying no run.
And then they went back to the base reserve, I think, for the difference being you can't play day-night matches at the base reserve. It doesn't have lights. But when you look at the crowd there, you got to say, what's the reason for this being in the stadium as opposed to the base reserve? Base reserve's got a big wicket block. There's not a huge amount of cricket being played there.
I'm a man who likes a theory, so...
What's the theory?
After this ball, Jofra Archer.
No.
And he bowls around the wicket to Latham, and there's no run as it's straight to mid-wicket to Ben Duckett. 21 overs gone. New Zealand 1-1-3 for 3, trying to make 223 to win this game. Could it be as simple as time differences to the UK and therefore trying to make it more appealing to the TV market? But if that's the case, I would have thought a day game rather than a day-night game, because if you're playing a day game that's starting 10:30 New Zealand time, that's 9:30 p.m. UK time, I would have thought a day game would actually be more appealing to UK TV.
Yeah, you did right. Well, the question is, are you more likely to get up and watch it now?
Yeah, get up and watch the end of the game rather than watch the first couple of hours of the start of the game.
Yeah, that's right.
Cast to start the new over, the 22nd. I don't believe it. Has Cast done it again? Mitchell has driven the ball back. It's hit the bowler in his follow-through and ricocheted on the stumps. We've already seen Devon Conway run out by a long way at the non-striker's end.
Run-out review, umpire review for a run-out. Get your best side on angle.
You couldn't see this twice. Not in the year.
So Paul Rifle's looking. My gut feel straight away is I don't think Latham has left the crease because, oh no, he did leave the crease, and the ball is going to beat him back.
Just rock and roll, then get back. Keep going back. Slowly now.
I don't believe it.
Move slowly. Slowly. Yeah, it's letting shot. Can I just confirm it's hit his hand?
So we've established that he's out of the ground. Now we're just confirming that Bryden Cast actually gets a touch on this one. Mitchell plays the shot. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Clearly off the hand. Ready to make my decision.
Thank you, Paul. Well, would you believe it? 2 run-outs in the innings, both of them at the non-striker's end, both of them deflected off of Bryden Cast. Tom Latham goes for 10 from 22 balls. It's 113 for 4.
And it ricocheted as the ball was hit back. It was on Cast's left-hand side, so hitting, making mid-off, come across, and he's got and then deflected it back 2 metres. So New Zealand now 4 down, and they've opened up the door again. The question is, you can say, have we bowled well? Well, Two of them have come from deflection run-outs at the non-strikers here. Tom Latham knew. You could see when it happened, you could see him just drop his head back. You know, as if to say, you were joking me.
Well, I was about to say, after the first one's happened, surely you make sure you don't back up as far. But it's such a freakish occurrence that you must be thinking, well, it's not going to happen twice, is it? Like we've just said.
Oh, I think Tom Latham's actually really aware. He's got the bat in his left hand, it's hit back, he started to turn. Did he get it back? Yeah, I mean, I think he's done everything you possibly can. I mean, the thing is, if Daryl Mitchell drops it and runs and you're not backing up, everyone gets criticised for not backing up. I don't believe you just stay in your crease. He wasn't lazy there in the way he turned. It's just one of those things that happens in the game of cricket.
I tell you what, this might seem a slightly odd thing to say, but I've just seen something on the replay that I absolutely want Jamie Overton doing the lottery numbers for me, because he was fielding at second slip or gully then. Cast to bowl once again, this time to Mitchell. Bracewell, by the way, is the new batter, who'll now be on strike after they take a single. Because Overton appealed, gave it the full-throated roar and turned to the next fielder nearest to him, bearing in mind he was 30-odd metres away from the action, and went, that's out.
Wow. Yeah.
If he could tell from that, I want him doing the lottery numbers for me. That was... He's got a great pair of eyes. I'll say that. Well, England, they just keep on chipping away. 223 the target. New Zealand through Bracewell as Cars comes around the wicket, just covering up defensively.
Well, it was Bracewell's innings in the first one-day international that helped secure the win, because he came out and he got put down early. He got dropped, I think, from Joe Root from memory. And then he just was so positive and got better than a runner ball, 35, I think 36, and it just took all the pressure off Mitchell, who was able to do what he's doing now. And it just gave them the momentum and put the England bowlers under pressure. They'll be looking for him to do the same now. It's the way he plays naturally.
Cars over the wicket, goes full and straight. It turns into a lowish full toss. Bracewell has just timed the cover off of that. Back past the bowler for 4. What a way to open your account. Second ball. 4 more to the total. Bracewell, jeez, he's hit that well.
There's nothing better than as a feeling as a batter when you walk out and play a pure on drive, because what it normally tells you is my balance is good, my contact point's good. To be fair, Cast gave him a bit of a freebie. It was a low full toss, and I mentioned before just about the odd ball, just making things a little bit too easy for New Zealand.
105 needed for New Zealand. Cast goes in. Now that almost squares Bracewell up. Thick outside portion of the bat. Beats the fielder at point. Duckett coming off the cover boundary will field. 119 for 4.
I did it with Mitchell when he came out. First ball, Curran bowled him a bouncer. It was so short, it went for 5 wides. Yeah, there's nothing better than what builds pressure and makes batters create anxiety is when you start, you just don't give them, just build dots on them. No matter how good a player is, you feel that. Just that would be the one area, especially with the ball, that if England look back and it gets close and they don't get over the line, they could probably say just a bit tidier in those areas.
Cast to complete the over. Takes Mitchell quite high on the bat, actually. Goes down to Archer at deep square leg, and they take a single to complete the over. 22 gone, 120 for 4. Bracewell's got 5 from 3. Mitchell 17 from 24. The target 223 for a 3-0 series clean sweep for New Zealand. 103 needed from 28 overs. Can I just apologise to the people watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel? I've just done an enormous yawn. You really didn't need to see that, so my apologies. You don't need that at 6:30 on Saturday morning. Is that the DJ pumping up the crowded house? It sounds like it. Might not be, actually.
I think there's Crowded House. I'm not a great music person, but I do know Crowded House.
No, I don't think it is now. I've said that.
took a snapshot. Shot of I saw it on one of the reels that you do when you're looking at social media.
Archer to start his 8th over. Mitchell coming forward defensively, no run.
New Zealand, we talk about, I suppose, England here and they've lost the series, but New Zealand since 2019, I apologise if you've heard it, it's been said before, but before this game, 29 matches, 24 wins, 3 losses, 0 series defeats. It's a pretty good record.
Yeah, very good.
And as I think we even spoke about at the start of the series, that this format seems to suit the tempo.
Full and straight again from Archer. Now Mitchell's hit the stumps at the non-strikers, and Jofra Archer hasn't got a touch on it on this time. And all the players out in the middle are giggling away at each other.
What are you doing, Jofra? Get your right foot out and try and get a little bit of a toe on it. Nah, he tried.
He did. It wasn't far away either.
Bracewell's back though. Look at him. His bat's well and truly in. He's saying, you're not going to get me.
Yeah. Fool me once, fool me twice. You're not fooling me a third time. Daryl Mitchell waits. Bat race for Jofra Archer. He's defending this one. Out on the offside, no run.
One thing about Archer, and other than that one over where Conway got after him, he's bowled very, very tight. He's looking to bowl very straight. He's got good control. Making Mitchell play every delivery. He's obviously targeting middle and off, and it's such a tight line that you can't afford to get it wrong, and he's been so good.
He's halfway through the 8th. He's gone for 44, and his 5th went for 24. Oh my goodness. Now that is a very short wide that has flown away over Joss Buttler and will be 5 wides.
I've put some mockers on today. I've talked about how good the batting was going with Butler when he was batting with Curran and it fell apart. Now I've just talked about that, and he's bowled such a short one, it's gone so high. And again, I go back to what I was talking about before. Now that's 10 runs and wides through 2 bounces and 10 runs and overthrows. There's 20 runs.
Think about that one though. That really took off, because when you see a replay, you see Daryl Mitchell go. His eyes sort of went as wide as saucers and went, what? As it went past him, and it just took off. Archer full and straight. Mitchell defending solidly forward. 125 for 4.
Yeah, and I think it's been the nature of the surface. It's been two-paced, and it's been variable and bounce. And whether or not they might, I think it was more of an effort ball too.
Yeah, with the change of light, of course, as well, going from natural light to the floodlights taking over. If you are bowling 143, 144, a short one every now and again is not the worst idea. Oh my goodness, Daryl Mitchell's had an enormous swing at this one from Archer and misses. Through to the keeper, no run. Now, he's had a few that all he could do is defend. And this one, it felt like he'd just decided this one's going regardless.
That's a slog. It's the best way to describe it. It's a slog. He was given a little bit of length, back of a length. He's been bowling quite full. And I don't think it was quite up or short enough for a pull, and it wasn't full enough for a drive. So that's why it's called a slog.
And it was just such an outlier from the rest of the shots that he's played. Final ball of the other, no, that's shorter. Mitchell will ride the bounce to duck it at mid-wicket and will take a single. End of Archer's 8th over. He's gone for 50. New Zealand are 126 for 4. Bracewell 5, Mitchell 18. Some more thoughts from Craig, and then we're both going to get out of the way because Cam and Jon Norman are taking over the commentary.
Yeah, it's always a nice feeling when you get the chase below 100, and you always feel that while Mitchell's there, things are under control. But the old saying, add 2 to the score, and then things can look very different. The key now will be with the introduction. When will be the introduction of spin? And as I said, it's a challenge now for Harry Brook from a captaincy point of view, and Harry's going to look after or manage his bowlers tactically while still trying to keep New Zealand under pressure.
Thank you, Craig. That's interesting, actually. Cam, does it make you feel better when the chase is under 100? Because as a supporter or a commentator, you do kind of feel that that's the case. I know watching cricket all my life, once it goes this side of 100, you do feel a little bit better. But when you're out in the middle, does I mean, Craig says it does, but did you just say it? You're just, oh, he's tired. We're all tired. This is tucked off the hip of Daryl Mitchell, who is yet to be dismissed in this ODI series. He's 19 from 31. 96 needed from 27. I mean, I guess you do keep an eye on what the target is when you're chasing down scores. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think when you... I mean, I personally, I've got this from Tom Latham actually. I always try and go with in 10s or 5s. So I suppose when you do get one figure or one digit off of the required rate or total, it feels good.
Bracewell facing. And no run is the call, as you can hear. Bethel swooping in from point to prevent a single being taken. Sam Curran bowling now. He picked up a wicket. Second wicket, that of Rashan Ravindra. You could say the big wicket. Bowled via a deflection off his pads. Or it cannoned off the pads, didn't it? Not a deflection off the pads. Well, it did deflect off the pads onto the wicket. Curran again, and Bracewell, the left-hander, steps forward and pushes this to Ben Duckett, who's at mid-wicket. Feels like the game is in the balance again. Cam, 127 for 4, 96 needed, 6 wickets in hand. Chasing teams should do this more often than not, but as Craig says, at a wicket, especially if it's Daryl Mitchell's, and suddenly you'd almost fancy England, despite the fact they're 2-0 down in the series. Again, dot ball from the bat of Michael Bracewell, who is starting his innings slowly, as you'd expect.
Yeah, I think going back to the just ticking under 100 required to win it, Adil Rashid hasn't come into the attack yet, and he is still probably the best white ball spinner in the world. Just feel as though you'd maybe want a few more left on the board to chase when you bring Adil Rashid into the attack.
Yeah, I must admit, I was expecting to see him 4 or 5 overs ago, as this is defended again by Bracewell. It's just like he's battling a little bit, and with his own game, it's just taking a step down the track, having a look at the pitch. Sam Curran maybe is getting that ball just to stick a little bit. So certainly given, if you're just waking up, listening to our commentary, certainly given the bowlers plenty throughout. England bowled out for 222, and in reply New Zealand 127 for 4. Here's Curran, again just snaking in, hovering around the 4th stump line, defended by Bracewell. 1 run coming from the over. New Zealand 127 for 4.
The Seamers have done a nice job here. Keep talking about Adil Rashid. I just wonder when he'll come in. It probably has to be in the next 2 or 3 overs if he is going to come into the attack, so that he has enough of a chance and enough runs to play with in order to have the impact that we all know he's capable of having.
He has gone for a few runs in this series, hasn't he? I mean, he's nothing approaching scoreboard pressure really whenever he comes on to bowl, especially early on in the innings. 1 for 48 in the second ODI, 1 for 69 in the first.
Yeah, what I would say on that though is he, like you say, he's not really had any scoreboard pressure, and it's actually been Santner that's taken him down. So bowling into the left-hander, and then I think his figures haven't quite reflected how well he's bowled. He's sort of often leg spinners get a go when the game is gone, just because will do anything to take a wicket.
Here's Jofra Archer, 2 overs left of his 10, as a leading edge from Daryl Mitchell. He's actually trying to play defensively, but still squeezes off the outside edge. And fielded by Jacob Bethel, who has completed an underwhelming series, must be said. Scores of 15 and 24 in the T20 series, 2, 18 and 11 in the ODIs. I'm not going to ask you who you think should bat at 3 the upcoming Ashes, but certainly this is pushed into the offside by Daryl Mitchell, who moves to 20. Another important innings here. Certainly if it's still up for grabs and they were using this series as a marker, then very little has been proven one way or the other. But anyway, 128 for 4 in New Zealand.
Well, if you are Jacob Bethel and you wanted to have a good series to put your name forward for that number 3 spot, these aren't the pitches that you would have particularly wanted or needed.
Pitches, and there was a lot of rain in the T20 series, of course, so batting hasn't really been, well, unless you're Harry Brook, of course, scores a 78, 135. And Jamie Overton, who hit his first 50 in ODI cricket. So Bracewell will take a single, just up on his toes, placing this through vacant cover point for a single. He moves to 6, Daryl Mitchell is 20. These two have batted pretty well in the past. They batted pretty well actually in the first ODI, the win there. Got a decent record together. Average 37 in 6 innings. And their best was in that first match of this series, 92 they combined. Bracewell, though, was dropped. In fact, Mitchell was dropped. They were both dropped, and they were both really straightforward opportunities. Archer very close to the stumps, and again, there is a gap at cover point. Bethel gets across from backward point, and it's another single. 130 for 4, 93 needed from 152 as the sun just starts to make its presence felt in the northern hemisphere. Archer, whose first 2 or 3 overs were phenomenal. He then had a very expensive over when he went for 4 boundaries, although one of them came via a deflection from the stumps. A run-out attempt from Harry Brook. Ooh, again, good lift. Bounce from Archer. It's a splice of Michael Bracewell's bat. And he stays where he is. I don't think Daryl Mitchell's in any real rush to get down the track and face the final ball of the over.
No, yet to be dismissed in this series, Daryl Mitchell. You mentioned that he was dropped at Mount Maunganui. He was on 33 by Luke Wood, who's not featured in the previous 2 games. Looks well set here, does Daryl Mitchell.
Archer again, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Bracewell, who defends, and that is the end of the over. Jofra Archer's only got the 1 over left now. He's gone for 53. They're yet to pick up a wicket. New Zealand 130 for 4.
Just thinking back to that over you mentioned from Jofra Archer, which went for
23.
Yeah, 23. That was Craig's maths. 24. 24. It was
that's Craig's maths.
This could be one of those games that's remembered for some niche stats with the two 5-run overthrows and
from the
2
same
run-outs
from the same bowler.
From the same bowler.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And then, yeah. I mean, that's what we love about cricket, isn't it? Or one of the things we love about cricket. Do you watch baseball?
If there's nothing else on, yes. Do you?
No. I mean, so I watch a lot of the sports series documentaries that you get on Netflix, and there was one about the Boston Red Sox, and they are as cricket as you can get. I mean, like, when you look at their Fenway Park, isn't it? Mitchell takes a single down to 3rd. Moves to 22. Score 131 for 4. New Zealand chasing 223. Yeah, the state Fenway Park looks kind of reminiscent of the SCG, like the ladies' pavilion and the old pavilion alongside that one. It just kind of feels like a cricket ground. It's kind of historical, and it harks back. And you've got to admit, those Boston Red Sox tops do look pretty cool. I wouldn't spend $200 on one, but they look pretty smart. Short delivery, pulled away, boundary. Bit of a release shot there from Bracewell. He's really been tested. That ball from Curran just allowed him to rock back. Not great pace, no great height. Got inside the line and pulled it away for a boundary 4.
Imperious there from Bracewell. He's such a good player of the short ball, as so many of these New Zealand boys are. throughout the series, especially at Mount Maunganui, he really capitalised on short bowling.
Oh, struck on the pad. There's a good shout there. Not given out. He's been hit on the front pad. It's just a question of whether it's doing too much. I think England might be in a position where they're going to have to... Oh, well, Harry Brooks saying too high. He's not interested. And he's also saying maybe going down leg as well. Oh, and he thinks he's hit it. Well, there we go.
Other than that, it's out.
I don't think he's hit it, and I don't think it's too... Oh, it is too high. He's right. He is side on.
I heard Sam on the mic just then saying it's a good line, but it might be high.
Yeah, I mean, second view, it does look too high. It's just above the pad, and he's on his tiptoes. Is a good shot from Bracewell. Shot and stumps from Adil Rashid at mid-on. And Michael Bracewell has really got the hurry up. He's dropped his bat, but only after he grounded it. I'd like to see this one again, actually. I think this is closer than I was thinking when he set off. Good sidearm throw from Rashid. Oh, he would have been out because the bat stuck in the turf before he reached the ground. Craig Cumming said this earlier. I'm not sure if he was just talking about this ground in particular, but he said that you've got to be careful when you run your bat in because it can stick in the ground. That's exactly what happened. And if Adil Rashid had knocked the poles over, that would have been the third bizarre run out of the innings.
There must be a stat for run-outs at grounds with drop-in pitches.
Well, if there is one, Gary Morgan's just woken from his slumber to try and work it out. Push to mid-wicket, no run. Well, you almost had the other run-out as well, the other bizarre run-out with Devon Conway, the one that went for the 5 wides. Harry Brook got this spot on, by the way, the LBW shout. It was going over the top and middle. What were we talking about?
The drop-in pitches and losing your bat in
the Boston Red Sox baseball. He's targeting the pads is current. And this is pushed up to mid-on by Daryl Mitchell for another single. End of the over. 7 runs coming from it. New Zealand need 86 from 144 balls. So yeah, so I watched the documentary, and of course when you watch these documentaries you kind of get invested in the people. So there's some nice guys that play baseball for the Boston Red Sox, and so you know, baseball is always on. I mean, if you think cricket's always on, baseball, at least they're different teams playing. It's the same teams and they're always on in baseball. So kind of, when I saw Boston were playing, which was all the time, kind of would flick on and just watch it for 5 minutes. I mean, it's pretty dull. I mean, it's seriously boring. I mean, if they think people talk about anything other than cricket and cricket commentary at times, it's nothing like baseball. I mean, it's like two chaps chatting about anything and then the baseball's happening.
What was the name of the guy? It's the Japanese player who, for the Dodgers, who's just Otani, is it?
Archer going to bowl his final over. Mitchell wants to get off strike. But Bracewell ain't moving anywhere. And I tell you what, there's nobody who's going to be caught outside of their crease at the non-striker's end. So he's camped there. He's pitched a tent and he's sitting down and he won't move for 5 deliveries. Archer hasn't looked quite as threatening in the last this last spell as he did at the start of his spell. Overs 1 to 3. He was very unfortunate not to take a wicket, I thought. There was one delivery which seemed past the outside edge of Devon Conway's bat. It did too much from a length. It was a beautiful delivery. But here we are, 137 for 4. Daryl Mitchell facing once again. England finding him resolute in defence as he is with that shot there, coming forward, smothering any movement and playing with the straightest of bats. And New Zealand, with 4 balls left of Jofra Archer's 10 overs, probably just keen to see him off.
Yeah, I suppose the question now for Harry Brook will be, who does he bring on from Archer's end? It has to be Rashid.
Well, Sam Curran at the other end, and there's only 2 overs of Bryden Cast left. I don't know. Maybe they're just trying to... Forcing shot from Mitchell this time, but again, defensively played, no more than a single there, and it's gone straight to the fielder just inside the circle at cover point. So 86 still needed, bags of time to get them in. 3 balls left of Jofra Archer's 10th over. Brydon Castle's bowled 8 overs, Jamie Overton 5, he's picked up a wicket. Sam Curran's picked up a wicket, he's still got 6. I mean, you're juggling now. I mean, I suppose Harry Brook will be thinking, if England are going to win this, they're going to bowl New Zealand out and probably have to do it within 44, 45 overs. So this is left alone from Mitchell. No run, 137 for 4, but yeah, slight surprise we haven't seen a couple from Rashid.
Yeah, it'd also be interesting to see how Mitchell decides to play Rashid. I'd imagine Bracewell will go quite hard at it with the ball spinning into him. But Mitchell was obviously very accomplished against spin. He can play all the sweeps and strikes very well straight. So we'll see whether he decides to target Rashid or just keep playing and get another red inker to get New Zealand over the line.
Yeah, possibly that's what Harry Brook was waiting for, just seeing if somebody else could get rid of Mitchell. Short delivery, Mitchell ducks under it. 1 ball left then of Archer's 10 overs.
It's been good to see Archer in such good rhythm, even though he's been a little bit more expensive today. He has really bowled at high pace. He can be forgiven for being a little bit not quite as sprightly in his 10th over as he was in his first, but he's been mighty impressive both in Hamilton and in Wellington.
What would be your bowling attack for England then for that first test at Perth?
I would go with Wood and Archer if Wood is fit, Stokes and
pitched up, tempting Mitchell into the drive. He takes it on, half fielded by Archer. Maiden to finish up then, and that's Jofra Archer done. Next time we see him bowl for England in an international will be in that first test, if Cameron Steele's got anything to say about the matter.
Yeah, I think if Archer and Wood are fit, you have to pick both of them, in my opinion. Obviously if Stokes is fit as well, and then it would be between Tongue, Carson, Atkinson, and of course as a Surrey man I'm well inclined to pick Gus Atkinson.
Well, as a Surrey man, just to throw it in there, what was the chatter in the dressing room in that penultimate game of the season, the last one at home when Josh Tongue was bowling, especially in the second innings? Because I was there, I think we spoke about it briefly before, I was there. It was a phenomenal spell. Duckett can only half field at mid-wicket. It means that Bracewell can take a single from Sam Curran's first delivery. 138 for 4.
Well, I mean, the chat was that he was bowling very, very fast. And I think from a game point of view, I think if we'd got through a couple more overs, we would have won that quite easily, because he was the difference in that game. But yeah, very exciting for the Ashes, because he did bowl rapid from a few guys who've faced some of the quickest out there as well.
Yeah, we commentated on him this summer in the England-India series, and at times he can be expensive. It reminds me a little bit of Steve Harmison. This is pitched up and driven back to the bowler. Don't do that, England. Don't do that, New Zealand. You know what happens. Mitchell remains on 23. 85 needed from 136 balls here on talkSPORT 2. Yeah, at times he was very expensive. He started off quite poorly at the Oval. I think both he and Overton, two big bowlers, struggling with their footmarks. It had been really wet from the OCS stand. But what was noticeable with Josh Tongue, pitched up and driven. Mitchell will feel he's missed out there, fielded at cover by Ben Duckett. He could just bowl magic balls, magic deliveries, and remove set batters, and sometimes out of nowhere. You know, so he would be expensive at times, but he would take wickets with the ball, new ball and old ball, and he could blast away the tail as well, which is of course always useful. And you know, that Australian side, without Cummins, if you've got Boland, Lyon, Hazelwood, as your 9, 10, 11. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of runs there. And he would be this is defended into the covers, no run. Now, if you've got someone like Josh Tongue who can just come in and a team are 7 down and suddenly they're all out, as India were actually against Australia, as India were against England this year, then certainly he would be a choice to come in for an Archer or Wood if they're not going to play back-to-back tests, which you would imagine they won't.
Yeah, I think even with his action as well.
Curran again, and this time Mitchell clears his front leg and hits this towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's not gone too far from the Red Cross, the St John's Ambulance volunteers over there.
Full-blooded swing there from Mitchell, and dropped by the copper as well.
Dropped by a copper. You can hear the crowd. They'll stop booing, won't they? 6 from the bat, slower delivery, one of those really slow balls that Sam Curran has started delivering, and Mitchell sees it, waits for it, and pushes it out towards the leg side for a quickly taken single. So 8 runs coming from Curran's 5th over. New Zealand at the 28 over stage, 145 for 4, 78 needed from 132, and after that little wobble, just be starting to breathe a little easily again. Or easier. Mitchell's 30 and Bracewell's 20.
Just going back to that conversation about Josh Tongue, I feel as though he brings something quite different to the England attack as well, just with the angle that he releases the ball from. I think there's been a lot of talk about how he's quite similar to Pat Cummins, and it was actually what got him noticed by Ben Stokes to start with. I think we were going back through some of the footage from that not Surrey Championship, should we call it, Championship final almost, and some of the balls he releases are from so wide on the crease that it's really hard to line him up. And I just wonder if some of the Australian guys who haven't faced loads of him might just really struggle with him, especially guys like Steve Smith, who can seem immovable at times. It'll be interesting to see when he plays or who he plays for and where.
Absolutely. Most run-outs with drop-in pitches, all internationals, 523 at the MCG, 170 at the Adelaide Oval, 81 at Wellington. I just speak a little louder there because the stump mic's probably picking up the sound of Daryl Mitchell complaining after he has just been struck inside edge on the pull. Actually, he's missed it completely, and it's just slammed him into the stomach, and that has hurt.
I reckon that might be hip bone.
Oof.
Back hip, yeah. That thud.
Oh, yeah, that was painful. But Overton doesn't care. He's back bowling, and this is pushed into the leg side for a single. So score moves on. 77 needed from 130. New Zealand 146 for 4. If you are just waking up and turning on the radio or the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube stream, we still haven't eaten any food. It's been quite difficult getting food here. Oh no, Macca's have been alright. He brought a lasagna. Never seen a man eat a lasagna at 4:30 in the morning. England, unfortunately, struggled again with the bat. They were reduced to 44 for 5, 97 for 6, 102 for 7. Stop me if you've heard this somewhere else. And then they recovered to a point as Bracewell picks out Jacob Bethell at backward point. 68 to Overton, Jamie Overton, 38 to Butler and 36 to Cast, meant that they put a score on the board, 222. New Zealand, in reply, got off to a lightning fast start thanks to Devon Conway, who's in the side after Kane Williamson picked up a little injury, and Rashin Ravindra put on 78 for the first wicket before England hit back through an unlikely source. The stumps at the non-striker's end, defended out into the covers, no run, not once but twice. Devon Conway run out for 34 via a big deflection from Bryden Cass, as was Tom Latham, who's run out in exactly the same way for 10. 78 without loss, became 113 for 4 at that stage. But since then, Michael Bracewell and that man again, Daryl Mitchell, have combined. Pitched up and driven beautifully, and it's fielded at mid-off. So Bracewell is 12 and Mitchell's 31. And these two have put on 33 for the 5th wicket. And still no sign of Adil Rashid. Cameron Steele.
I think we might see him next over after that big shot from Mitchell off Sam Curran for a large 80-metre 6.
We'll find out after this delivery. Short ball, and Michael Bracewell, who's already hit Sam Curran for 4 through square leg. Only takes a single. But score moves on again. 147 for 4, 76 needed from 126 deliveries here on talkSPORT 2. Let's head back over to Sky Stadium in Wellington, where Logan van Beek and Daniel McHardy are ready to pick up comms.
Thanks very much, John. 147 for the loss of 4. 223 is the target. Still a few nervy former New Zealand players in the New Zealand commentary box to our left. Grant Elliott thinks they're very much in at England. What say you, Logan?
They need a wicket in the next...
There was a pause there.
5 overs. I'm going to say I'm comfortable whilst Daryl Mitchell's there. He's the guy that's shown this series has been the enigma for England. They need a bit of magic to try and decipher this code here.
Right, as in the enigma machine rather than the word. They just can't crack the code.
They can't crack the code. I know there is a Englishman by the name of Alan Turing who cracked the code.
Can he bowl?
Not sure whether he bowled. Maybe a few leg spinners.
Not sure if he's available. It's 147 for the loss of 4 as Rashid into the attack finally, and he's met with a slog sweep straight to mid-wicket, and he's gone. Well, they've held him back to the 30th over. Very rare in his career he's done that. Now he's probably looking at the skipper going, why didn't you bring me on earlier? Michael Bracewell is holed out to deep mid-wicket. And there you have it, Logan van Beek. There is the wicket. It's hit low on the bat. And he's picked out the fielder. And it's Jacob Bethel who takes a good catch.
Look at that. You hold him back, you hold him back, you hold him back. He gets more annoyed in the field. He wants to bowl, and then boom, first ball gets the wicket straight away. Bracewell will be kicking himself right now. Smaller boundary to that square side. The matchup was probably right to go, but he gets the bottom half of the bat and hits it straight to Jacob Bethel on the boundary there.
Didn't even give himself a sighter, Michael Bracewell.
But bring in the captain now. Mitchell Santner has been the finisher these last few games. This has been the pair that's finished the first 2 matches. So I'd say we've got an exciting wee half an hour on comms here.
Well, the Rashid Santner battle's been quite interesting this series. Rashid got him in Mount Maunganui. I think he was trying to hit him for a 3rd straight 6 down the ground, caught by Jamie Overton, and a crack at him and Hamilton as well. He played brilliant hand to sew up that game, 34 off 17. Well, luck hadn't gone New Zealand's way in this innings, but Michael Bracewell can't blame anyone other than himself and Rashid for getting the ball right on the money first ball. So it will be Mitchell Santner and Daryl Mitchell still there. English cricket fans are probably, I would know for a fact they'd be sick and tired of hearing Daryl Mitchell's name. What a record he's fashioned, averaging over 90 in tests against them. Quite a decent sample, and averaging in the hundreds. Inflated by a lot of not outs. He's played less than 10 innings against them. But Daryl Mitchell over the last couple of years, averaging 50 plus in both 24 and 25. He's just turned into simply a world-class operator. Never seems to get flustered, but if you can pry him out, Smith, strokes, bowlers. They will feel pressure, Mitchell will not.
Mitchell's 34 now, 35, close to it. He's played all around the world. He's had a good 5-6 years of international cricket. So he's in a space now where nothing really seems to overhaul him or you know, he plays the situation, and this is what he's doing superbly tonight. He is the key to the rest of this run chase.
A slip in place as Rashid from over the wicket, bowling to Santner, rocks back, no timing, hits the bottom of the bat and drags it to Duckett at extra cover. He's often used that one out of the front of the hand early in his spell, often second or third ball of his first over. Let's see if he continues that. Twirls the ball at the top of his mark. Vastly experienced league break bowler. There's the wrong in, well flighted, targeting off stump, angling away. Not a lot of spin when Mitchell Santner bowled earlier today. Have to keep an eye on that, see if he can get some purchase. That was very slow through the air.
Just seen the groundsman run off with the sawdust. They've put sawdust at the end of both ends.
Drag down here from Rashid. It's hit back to the bowler. It's hit the bowler's hand. And guess what? It's gone onto the stumps. Now, this was deliberate from Rashid. The others were completely by chance, but Daryl Mitchell is out of the front of the hand. And, well, Daryl Mitchell not taking any chances. He was well back. It's 4 times the ball's been hit back, and it's hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. 2 have led to wickets, would you believe? Santner will rock back and get off the mark, punching nicely through mid-off. Out to Cars in the deep, 148 for the loss of 5. I laugh. Devon Conway won't be laughing. He was the first to go in such manner. It was hit so powerfully by Rachin Ravindra. Devon Conway was still chest on to his teammate. He didn't even get a chance to react. And I think Overton's efforts, being a little bit underplayed, he did really well to get his hands down. He didn't divert it deliberately, but he got a lucky wrist. Reverse sweep, sliding under the bat, hitting the front pad. Keeper and slip go up. Rashid not impressed. The end of the over, that saw the departure of Michael Bracewell, caught by Bethel at deep mid wicket off the bowling Rashid for 13 off 20. 148 for the loss of 5. 20 overs remain, 75 runs required. Sun is set with a beautiful red sky wrapping around Sky Stadium. It is pretty as a picture. Lovely evening. Might just have a cliffhanger.
The game slightly changed now. With Adil was probably going to have to bowl all his 10 from this north end of
unless you
find
find a 6 option.
I can see Adil bowling just from this end, and the seamers are going to rotate from that top end. And I think just with that sawdust now kind of being used at both ends, suggests to me that there's a little bit of skid, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes stump hunting to the right-hander.
Overton from over the wicket, bowling to the New Zealand captain. Waits for the ball patiently, plays it under his eyes, opening the face down towards third man. 149 for the loss of 5.
So Adil to the right-hander to Mitchell will be trying to slide it in between bat and pad, and then to Santner, they've got a slip in. He'll be trying to slide it across. Meanwhile, the pace bowlers from the other end are trying to find that little bit of life in the wicket. Still be bowling some 3/4 balls, trying to nip it back into Daryl Mitchell.
Overton, this time to Mitchell. Down the leg side, a stifled appeal. Might have just brushed the pad because umpire Raza doesn't move the arms.
Every run counts now. 74 to win. Still, the run rate is not an issue. It's wickets are the key right now. So how are England going to take these wickets?
Overton's been very tidy. Good day with the bat. Hard to get away with the ball into his 7th over. Again hitting that hard length. Mitchell has to wait. Putting the ball at his feet. No run. Overton into his 7th over. Jofra Archer, if you're just tuning into our coverage on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT YouTube channel. Archer's bowled out. 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 50. Carter's only got 2 overs remaining. So, You're going to see a steady diet of Overton and Curran from that end. And Rashid from the other. Into the hip of Mitchell. They'll get a leg by. They hurry on through. Another grimace of pain from Daryl Mitchell, who took a really nasty one in the previous over. Hit lower right abdominal. He's a fighter of...
It's been a pitch today as a batsman is the amount of guys that have got hit in the hip flexor or in the thumb or the lower torso. It's just showing the extra bounce in this pitch, and it's one of those pitches that you just never really feel in them.
Santner beaten outside of off stump. Good bowling from Overton. Good captaincy from Brook. He's got to slip in. 4 others inside the circle. 3 on the offside, 1 on the on. That's Archer at mid-on. And you've got a mid-off, a cover. Bethel sort of creeping in closest. Wants to stop the single and potentially catching option. Also backward point. Santner does hit the ball in strange areas. Can be quite unorthodox. Third man, fine leg, deep backward square. Drop to the offside. Good call from Mitchell. He's comfortably home. The throw will be past the stumps. Well, Overton is giving it everything. He's tried to back that up at the striker's end. Dive, full length, can't prevent the ball, but Jamie Smith it was, and from the boundary prevents another run being taken. That is the end of the over. 151 for the loss of 5 wickets. Adil Rashid picked up a wicket in his first over. Now 235 one-day international wickets, moving past Darren Goff, second alone. Still 34 behind Jimmy Anderson.
Jamie Overton's one of those guys that you just love to have in your team. Just the way that he tried to back up that ball in that last over. He does everything for the team. He scored runs, he bowls quick, great hands, fields a second slip.
Yeah, he's at long off now, which is an important position with the way Santner's played Rashid. So let's get to this battle within a battle. Big smile from Santner as he defends to the offside. Not as many smiles on the New Zealand bench. Some nervous faces. 223 is the target. Sweet. It's going to take the ball past Curran at backward square. He'll have to hurry. He will not beat it to the boundary. Thick under edge, really. Not out of the middle, but enough to bring about a 4 to Mitchell Santner. 155 for 5.
45 was actually quite square. He got a bottom edge there and actually hit Sam Curran on his left. And I think the outfield's getting a little bit dewy, a little bit quicker, and able to class that back.
Sheet into a second over. Slog sweep, towering blow, long way back. Long way back. Is that the top of the roof? Is it on the roof? It's on the roof. Shades of Martin Guptill at the 2015 World Cup. That is right out of the screws. Over 100 metres. It's gone up into the lights. We need to see a replay. Logan, what can you see? No,
it's absolutely smoked that out of the park.
No, it's just snuck under. Is it? I can't even see.
No, that's gone. It's
they brought out.
That's gone. That's Mitchell Santner. He can hit the ball, the golf ball up the tee, as big as I've seen it. They call him Slinky. He's got long levers, and he absolutely smoked it.
A savage blow from Santner, who stared and admired it, loved it. This might be the best angle. Sailing high. No, even the cameraman's lost it.
It's out of here. It's out of here, Daniel.
Well, a new ball's been asked for. Just trying to think. People have put the ball on the roof here. Martin Guptill, Colin Munro, Craig McMillan. Yes. They all make sense.
And now Mitchell Santner.
Now Mitchell Santner, I'm not sure. Many would have tipped that. 161 for the loss of 5. Much quicker through the wider of off stump. Powerfully driven straight to cover. Duckett looks at his fingers because that's a stinging blow too.
Just getting a little bit cold as well. I think Ben is is trying to wrap those fingers in cotton wool.
So 10 runs off the first 4 balls of the over. Santner waits. Plays the googly off the surface, rolls the ball to backward point where Archer fields. No run.
I can't believe that was massive.
And we saw last night Mitch Marsh, an enormous 6 at the MCG in front of 80,000 people. Flick of the wrists on a half volley, crunched out towards long on for a single. That went into the upper deck. Second tier at the MCG. I think the television crew measured that at 124 metres.
Well, it's Australian, isn't it?
We'll see, there's tax.
Yeah, there's tax on that.
Yeah, it's like the Australian speedball radars already. It's always jacked up, isn't it?
To be fair, Mitch Marsh is a big guy. Both Mitchells are different built individuals.
The bison.
I would say a lot of that 123 metres, put in air quotes, is probably brute force.
I love how you're ruling this out as a possibility.
Well, it's just
not seen it.
I've not seen it.
The lack of trust.
Again, I'll have to see it. I'm not ruling it out. But for Mitchell Santner to hit it out of the cake tin, over 100 metres, off a leg spinner, takes timing, plus takes a nice bat, which I'm sure he has a few in the locker. But he just has that knack that he times the ball so sweetly.
162 for 5. Overton starting a new over to Santner, pushing forward of point. Good run. Bethel running to his favoured left and was never going to force the run out. Santner to 15 off 14. Mitchell 31 off 54. 60 runs away for New Zealand earlier in this, the third match. England all out for 222. Lasted 40.2 overs. 4 wickets to Tickner. Overton top scoring was 68. New Zealand was 78 without loss and 113 for 4. Thanks to 2 run-outs at the non-strikers end. Bowlers getting a left wrist in their follow-through. A bit of luck. Daryl Mitchell looms large once more against England. Overton traps him in front. Big appeal from Overton. No interest from Butler. Very loud thud into the pads. We look to umpire Raza, who athletically gets his leg up and says a leg by. No real conversation between the English fielders about a review. It did nip back off the seam a long way. As we checked the replay, would have missed leg stump by a long way. If anything, JV Overton's got it to move too much.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of hope in that appeal. They're starting to feel they're running out of runs here to protect. It's a bit of a challenge for Harry Brook now because overs are not an issue. It's how do you save runs but also get them in catching positions at the same time.
Overton now bowling to the left-hander Santner. Roll it past Bethel. Down towards third man from the back foot, moving to 16. 58 runs required, 105 balls available. As the score moves to 165 for the loss of 5.
Mitchell Santner's just chatting to all these English players, smiling at them. It's kind of just showing how captain cool he is. But he's, with him batting 7 now, and the way that he's batting, and he's been around the world and been around the block for a long time now, that just adds a new dynamic to the New Zealand side. With him now batting at 7, means you can play that extra fast bowler.
Overton from over the wicket, bowl short. Mitchell tries to pull, hits high on the back, goes to mid-wicket, another single. Mitchell to 32, 166 for the loss of 5. If anything, he hasn't scored enough runs over the years. I would say Mitchell Santner has always looked very capable.
I think it's the niggly position about batting number 8 is you find yourself in the situation's kind of in front of you. And so you might get a 30 off 20 balls or a 20 off 10 balls, and it might not show up on your average, but you've actually played a crucial role. And sometimes you're batting with the tail, so you have to play a slightly different innings. You can't necessarily bat with how you want to bat, but by him batting 7, he's often going to be batting with a top order batsman.
Yeah, a bit more time.
And he's actually, when he comes back and plays domestically, he bats 4. He bats 3 for Northern Districts. So he is a batsman.
Overton goes around the wicket to him. Mitchell Santner Compactly steers the ball off the back foot, again through the inner circle. 167 for the loss of 5. We're on the 33rd over.
Come on, Jamie.
He's almost killing them with kindness at the moment. He's getting one a ball, and then he's tapping all. He just tapped Jamie Overton on the way back there. He's
So
joking with
you
Harry
consider
Brook.
it kind when he hit it onto the roof?
Well, that's the thing. He's smiling, and whereas you got Daryl Mitchell, the ever competitor, locked in.
Not much kindness from Daryl. Full, driven up towards mid-on. There's no run. Another loud call. Is there a louder caller on the planet than Daryl Mitchell? Maybe his teammate Tom Latham. That's the end of the Overton over. 8 overs, 1 for 26. Continuing his good series. 167 for the loss of 5. So we're going to get another replay of the 6. Huge hit over. Yeah, that's on the roof. That angle straight into the...
It just sounded sweet as well when he hit it. That is in the water, I think.
It's on the inter-island of Ferry.
And already the moment of the match. They've
it's not
local television here are getting excited already.
Chickens.
But again, 56 runs, Brighton cast. It almost feels like it's the last kind of throw of the match. I did predict an hour and a half ago that there will be 30 runs, 8 down. So
Cass is going to have to do something special.
Will need to do something special here. Will it be a run out at the bowler's end to make it 3 in the match? Who knows? But he needs a little bit of magic.
Have you ever seen 3 in a game? I can't even remember ever seen 2.
No.
Certainly not in the space of, 8 or 9 overs. Cass from around the wicket is 9th over, none for 42. He starts with a lifting delivery around chest height, deflected to the gully. Bethel around quickly, prevents a run. Mitchell and Santner come down just to have a chat, bit of breakdown in communication. Santner, you're right, just checking how often he's batted at number 7 compared to 8. It's about 3 times the innings at number 8. Job not done. Still 56 runs away. 5 wickets down. Cass slightly fuller. Cramping up. A lanky left-hander. Turned up to Rashid. So Rashid out of the attack.
Just shows the value of having an all-rounder in the side that can bat in the top 7. We've got a free hit here.
Yeah, Cass, no ball issues continue. This is an aspect of his game. He bowled 3 in game number 1, 1 in the second game. And has overstepped here. Fields, well, they didn't take a single, so you can't change the field, of course. So where are the gaps? Straight down the ground, mid-off, mid-on, are up. 3 hitters the call. Cass goes with a wide Yorker attempt. He's missed his length, and Mitchell Santner has smoked it over deep cover for 6, almost hovering on the back foot. Get a very unique looking strike. 6 runs.
Again, those long levers. Brighton Cass didn't miss by much there. But he's able to get under the ball and 77 metres over the deep cover fielder. Tell you what, as a fellow bowler, that free hit siren is a bit over the top.
Yeah, demoralising. Now a little flick into the onside through square leg for a single. So New Zealand's equation is now under 50 runs. Now a little psychological tick. 48 runs away. Santner 23 of 20. Just watched a replay. Cass is missed by 3-4 inches. It's nearly the perfect wide Yorker.
It's the nature of the game now. You have to be absolutely perfect.
Isn't this the obligatory complaint about the big bats? Bowlers, is that what you do?
Yeah,
bats
don't get me started.
Yeah.
It's the once you get into international cricket, as Brighton runs in the bowl, short ball, played into backward point, no run. This is what happens. This is my theory.
Okay.
So
I'm listening.
You
all ears.
Become a very good domestic player.
Absolutely.
You get your opportunity to become an international player. You do okay on the international scene. Suddenly you start getting better bats. Suddenly the best batsmen in the world start getting the best bats.
Juiced. You're saying the juice.
And so there's like an exponential upward curve of the difference between.
Cass bowls to Mitchell, trying to hit down the ground. He sliced it out towards extra cover. Mid-off is up inside the circle. Harry Brook will not beat it to the rope. Daryl Mitchell, rare moment of aggression. It's been his mode. Attack early, accumulate. When you get within sight, take a few more risks, and he's found a boundary.
He just knows here that Brynon's struggling a little bit in this over to find his length. And with mid-on, mid-off up, it's a bit of a free hit, anything over pitched. And Mitchell's 36 off 59 here. He's been batting for well over an hour now.
179 for the loss of 5. Cass, bowl short and a bottom edge, past the stumps, past the keeper. Stroke of luck, literally off the bat of Daryl Mitchell. It was an ugly looking swat to the onside. He gets 4 runs, 40 to Mitchell, 40 runs away for New Zealand. Carson's 9th over, a very costly one. 16 runs off the over, 183 for the loss of 5. I'd like to know, playing international cricket with the Netherlands, you do, Logan van Beek, how is your big international juiced bat? Good?
So thankfully, DSC have come to the party, and I'm.
Is that a shameless plug?
Shameless plug. Thanks, DSC. But it is. But playing the 2023 World Cup in India, and when you're getting plinked for 6, that's when you go.
It's
okay,
the blame game.
This is.
It's
hold
the
on.
bats. It's not my bowling.
So I guess if my batting hat on, I'm thinking, yeah, cool. I want to. Anything miss hit, I wanted to still go to the boundary, but with my bowling hat on, I feel like if the batsman doesn't hit the middle of the bat, he doesn't deserve to get it for 6.
So at the international level, they ship in the big bat like a railway sleeper. It's a huge block of wood, like the logs they've got in the harbour just outside the arena, where the ball actually might have finished up off the bat of Mitchell Santner, who's on strike. Overton, again, very accurate, demanding. His figures stand out, 1 for 26 into his 9th over.
I feel like the series has been a copy and paste. All 3 matches have ended in similar fashion. Still, we've got 40 runs to go, but right now Santner and Daryl Mitchell are making this look relatively easy. It should be a bit of a breeze over the next kind of 5 to 6 overs, but it's just shown that the toss was such an important play in these matches.
Bounce, a good one too. Santner very late to get underneath. That was slippery from Overton. I wouldn't say it's the quickest, but he was able to hurry up the New Zealand captain. Yep, they've won 3 tosses. The first one, don't worry about it. England wanted to bat. They got what they wanted, but no doubt it favoured the New Zealand bowlers early. The Archer too. He was so good with the new ball, Hamilton. It was pronounced the movements. It was a powerful looking drive up towards mid-off. One thing though, I don't think you can say was luck for New Zealand. The surface has favoured them as far as nip off the seam. It nipped around for longer, didn't it? But out of the hand, the swing bowling from Folks and Duffy, England don't really have someone with that skill.
Yeah, I think obviously they've got one eye on the Ashes. They've got a bowling attack that is getting ready for them. I'm not sure if the listeners know the Ashes are happening soon, but
are they?
I think if you go look
the
at the guy,
Ashes on soon.
look at the guy.
Where are they being held this year?
You look at a guy like Zach Folks, who is bowling a unique type of right arm over swing, and there's been in swing bowls before, but just the way that he releases it.
It's peculiar.
If you haven't faced it before, and I think this is what England's found is the uniqueness of it.
183 for 5. Santner goes outside of leg stump, tries to hammer it through cover, slices but powerful enough to get it past Bethel. It crept into a catching position and it's whistled away to the fence for 4 more. Santner to 27 off 24.
He just doesn't let you settle. Mitchell Santner, all 3 matches, has come in, taken the pressure off Daryl, hit a number of boundaries, and suddenly the required rate in the matter of 5 overs is halved.
36 runs away. Leg side. This ball just inside the line. Legal delivery as Santner had shuffled towards the off stump. Overton gets another dot ball. I'd love to see the replay. How close to Bethel was that? It was travelling. Would have been a screamer. But the way he sort of reacted was like, oh, that was close to me. They need something special. England to break. It's going back towards their favour. Shorter delivery from Overton. That is a good ball too, because he'd already bowled 1 for the over, but that was obviously not of the height. And umpire Ray's happy to call the end of the over. 35 overs have been bowled. The target is 223. New Zealand need 36 runs from here. Take you home. Here's Andrew McKenna.
Thank you, boys. Good morning, everybody. If you are just waking up in the UK, 7:30 this Saturday morning, you have tuned in just for the final parts, the final furlong of this run chase. 36 needed from New Zealand, 90 balls to get them, 5 wickets in hand. Can England get a couple more breakthroughs? They've got set batters in now with Daryl Mitchell 40 not out. Mitch Santner's on 27. Bryden Cast is going to bowl his final over, and he's going to start it to Daryl Mitchell. Short wide of off stump, guided down to 3rd. The throw comes back in at the bowler's end, not taken cleanly. Single taken. So it's another one to the total. Conway 34, Ravindra 46. Young a single, Latham 10, Bracewell 13, the men to be dismissed. 1 to Curran, 1 to Overton, 1 to Rashid, and 2 to run-outs. In goes Bryden Cast, around the wicket to the left-handed Santner, tries to force this one off the back foot, doesn't get anything on it, it's through to the keeper, and there is no run. Former New Zealand batter Craig Cumming is alongside myself, Andrew McKenna. Well, I think, Craig, is going to be the final part of this game.
Yeah, I was just trying to get down the bacon and egg sandwich breakfast.
I was talking slowly for you, trying to get as much time as possible.
To be honest, it feels like we ordered it about 3 hours ago.
I think John did, actually.
Yeah, he did, yeah. I think the driver continually gets lost.
Cast around the wicket once again. This one's running back onto the hands of Santner. Pushes out to Duckett and the covers, no run.
These two, I mean, Santner's played nicely in this series. He's come in, he's been able to just play with that freedom. But the reason they've been able to do that is the glue at the other end, isn't it? Mitchell, they just, again, we said when the total's around that 4.5, 5 and over, he can just come out and he just plays with it himself. He's got that competitive nature where he gets in the fight every ball. And at the moment, he's been the removable object because England haven't found a way to get him out.
Cast around the wicket. Oh, Santner's just skied this one up in the air. Will it clear mid-off? No, it won't. Harry Brook will take the catch. And New Zealand are all of a sudden 6 down, still needing 35 more runs from 86 balls. The runs and the balls part of the equation isn't too much to think about. It's the wicket column, and there's number 6 as the New Zealand skipper goes for 1 pull too many and doesn't get hold of it.
Well, I owed England that one. I put the mockers on them many times at the bat and I was saying how well people were playing, but again, Mitchell Santner done half the job, 27 off 29 at a good rate, took the pressure off Mitchell, but like in the first ODI, didn't quite finish the job, so he's leaving it up to someone else to come out. It just gives a glimmer of hope for England. Again, you get one. If you get another one now, put some real pressure on the lower order of New Zealand. Nathan Smith's walked out the bat. He's an accomplished all-rounder. But again, just ask someone to start for new, so don't give in.
It's interesting, we're not quite at the situation yet of asking, well, whose shoes would you rather be in? But the fact we're even entertaining the thought of getting towards that stage tells you the job that England have done. Just to recap, if you are just waking up early this Saturday morning, but not early enough to have been with us from the start, England had a horror show. Put into bat, they were 44 for 5. Went on to make 222 all out. That was thanks to Jamie Overton, 68 from 62 balls, 38 from Joss Buttler, 36 from Bryden Carse. And that gave them something to bowl at. Here is Carse to bowl the 5th ball of the over. Nathan Smith gets his first delivery, turns it through square leg. Jamie Smith will do the fielding. 2 runs are taken. 33 needed from 85 from New Zealand. So the very fact that England even had a chance was somewhat unlikely earlier on this morning, and then when New Zealand was 78 without loss, you kind of felt the chance maybe had gone. But in a heartbeat, all of a sudden they were 92 for 3, then rebuilt, 113 for 4, 147 for 5, and now 188 for 6. In goes Carse once again. Smith plays out on the offside. That is 36 overs complete, 190 for 6 New Zealand, 33 from 84. So we've got a potentially far more dramatic game than we might have got at one stage.
Well, what will happen with Nathan Smith? The game will move quickly if he's there. So he, in some ways, if he faces 20 balls, he'll be on 20. He's a positive cricketer. He's a skilled batter. He's probably becoming nearly a batting all-rounder in some context. And Mitchell will just do what he's doing. Mitchell's job, he'll just sit there and say, I just want to walk off the bail in my pocket. But Smith will be the one to keep it moving, so that's why. But he also could give you a chance, and that's what England will be talking about. It'll just be now what they do. They're basically throw all your eggs in one basket. Bring the seamers back, bowl them out, try and bowl them out. And if you don't, well, you're not going to win the game anyway.
Speaking of bowling them out, Jamie Overton's about to bowl his final 11. So Archer's bowled 0 for 53 from his 10. Bryden Carse 1 for 60 from his 10. So it's going to be Sam Curran and Adil Rashid to see England home after these. Curran's got 5 left. Rashid's got 8. So they're going to have to use a 6th bowler there because that can't work out. Now, this is interesting. Short leg going in for this final Overton over. It will be Jacob Bethel who is going to go in close on the leg side. So 3 in the ring on the off. Gully, cover and mid-off, mid-on, and now, well, I was about to say short, but he's not actually that short. He's a good 8 metres or so away, maybe even a little bit more. Overton bowls outside of off stump, guided down to 3rd by Mitchell for a single. He goes to 42, 191 for 6.
He's more there for just about the clip off the hip, and they've been bowling quite straight to him. But well, Daryl Mitchell, I think if you're looking at player of the series, well, yeah, from a batting point of view, if he gets through, that'll be 3 not outs, and New Zealand win 3 games on very tough surfaces. The one thing you will say, though, it has been the bowlers, and someone like Zach Fultz, the way he's bowled in the series, you know, you can't even argue. Tickner's come in 2 games and picked up 8 wickets.
Absolutely. Overton is in and bowls Smith off the inside edge. 7 down New Zealand. And England really do feel that they've got a little opening to work with now. 191 for 7. 32 more runs is what New Zealand need. But are they running out of opportunities? In fact, it missed the inside edge and brushed off the top of the pad. Anyway, it doesn't matter, he's out. The zing bells are flashing away. Smith walks back, having made 2 from 3. Overton's got 2 for 31.
Well, the game's been going for 6.5 hours and the pitch is still doing enough. Just nipped back off the seam. enough to beat the inside edge and just clip the back pad and back onto the middle stump. Again, the question will be whether England actually have enough resources. They'd love to have a few more overs up their sleeve from under their big three. And the star of the show with the ball in this series, he's got New Zealand off to brilliant starts, has been Zach Fuchs. He's a very, very capable batter. He's probably from a first-class domestic standard, he's an all-rounder, so he can hold a bat. But in saying that, he's coming out to bat against England and playing for his country.
Right. Deep breath, everybody. Are England going to get a win in this ODI series? Beaten comfortably in the first and second games, with 80 balls to spare in the first and 101 balls to spare in the second. As I just said, the balls remaining aren't really going to come into this equation. 32 from 82 is the equation. If New Zealand bat out the balls, they win the game because they're going to score the 32 runs. It's can England take the 3 wickets before they score those 32? And how many will be faced by Daryl Mitchell? Short ball from Overton welcomes folks to the crease. 191 for 7.
Well, now we're starting to see the fields that you probably think about Brendan McCullum when he was captaining. A fielder in close, you got a leg gully, a tight square leg. You've got the bouncer. Now you'll be expecting the ball to be full, trying to be about that bail height.
Slip in place as Overton goes in. Folks drops into the offside. Fielded at gully, no run. And you can just now hear a little bit more noise from the England fielders. The belief is creeping into them. Saturday evening in Wellington, looking for a victory.
As I said, Zach Fuchs domestically would probably be now for his domestic side, which is a strong side in Canterbury. He'd probably be at about 7. Maybe 8, but certainly got the skills.
His third ball is a play and a miss. Overton pitching it up outside the off stump, beats the outside edge. It's through to Joss Buttler, no run.
Well, if someone deserves a third wicket, and not necessarily, well, he has bowled well, but for the impact he's had in the series, Overton's the one. His innings today was very, very good. It is the reason England are in this situation. They've still got a chance to win it, and he's done it all series. Talk about Mitchell with the bat. Well, it's been, at the moment, it's been matched by Overton.
Overton's made his first one-day international 50 today. His 3 scores in this series are his 3 highest in ODIs. In he comes to bowl. Right arm. Oh, it's chipped in the air. It was a little bit uppish. Not only is Bethel in at short leg, but Duckett is in relatively close at square leg as well. And it went to his right and went safely down for a single. And England won't necessarily mind that single because it's 192 for 7 after 37, but it means that folks will keep the bowling and keep Daryl Mitchell off it.
That's right, and it'll be a good matchup for Rashid, you know, being able to get slide on, maybe get him with the wrong and maybe get him with the slider. As much as you are an accomplished batter, it's different when you're facing especially leg spin and someone of the quality of Rashid. So perfect result for England.
Well, Nathan Smith in 8 previous ODIs, in terms of the number of times he's batted, he's got to double figures once. That was back in January in Auckland against Sri Lanka. Right, Adil Rashid back into the attack for his 3rd over. Will be bowling to folks, slip in place. Rashid is in, right arm over, starts him with a leg break. Played defensively, dead bat, no run. 31 from 77 needed here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Nicely bowled. He just held it back a little bit, Rashid. It'll be interesting here. Will he hold it back, and then look to slide one in?
Rashid in. That was out of the front of the hand. Oh, it's been misfielded. Short extra cover. Went down to his right. I think it's Harry Brook. And went through him. And that means a single. And that means Daryl Mitchell is back on strike, which will disappoint England.
Yeah, he should have stopped that. I was surprised though, Rashid. He went to the slider or the front of the hand. Maybe another one just tossed up just a little bit slower. Even 3, be a bit more patient. Been even the wrong and yeah.
Mitchell's 42 not out. Waits for Rashid. In he goes. Again, front of the hand delivery. Punch to long on. Single taken. Overton will do the fielding. 194 for 7. 29 needed from 75. Well, that's a show of mentality from Daryl Mitchell and a show that he's got confidence in his partner. Mitchell happy to take the single. Folks back on strike. 29 needed from 75 balls. Rashid in. Is that the googly? I think it was. Push to the edge of the 30-metre circle on the onside. Overton will do the fielding. The Kiwis in the crowd are clapping everything. Another single, 195 for 7.
We can already see now from Fulks the capability. He's got a slider, he beat extra cover with a nice drive. That was the wrong one, then he just worked it to mid-on. So you can see why Mitchell's got confidence in him. You can see the skill of him as a player.
Bit more air on that one from Rashid. Coming forward is Mitchell. They sort of inside out. Back to the bowler. And there's no run. 28 needed from 73. As you say, folks can bat 2 50s in List A cricket this year, both for New Zealand A against South Africa A in Benoni when they made 74 and 52. So good ability. Final ball of the Rashid over. In he goes. It's a big googly. Turns into Mitchell. Turned through square leg. Will take a single. Jofra Archer can't do anything to prevent that. So 1 more to the total. 1 more comes off the requirement. 27 needed from 72. Mitchell 44 not out. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 and watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Just showed the skill there of Daryl Mitchell. It was the pressure was on to try and keep him on strike. They set it up and it was a lovely wrong-in from Rashid, but Mitchell actually picked it. He went back into his crease and just clipped it through square leg nicely. No fuss, and just picked up a 1. Kept the strike. This is probably the area, and I know incredible. It's been a challenge is that on surfaces like this, Sam Curran, it's the 4th seamer, and being able to do that job. So there's still enough nip around. It's just being able to be consistent. He's a left armer. If he can get the seam standing up, he doesn't have to go to the variations that he's used to, and he's built his career on, to be fair. But today's about probably getting Daryl Mitchell off strike. Can I give him 1? And then try and have 5 balls at Fulks and just get it hitting the seam.
Mitchell is 1 large blow away from another half-century. Curran comes in over the wicket to him. He's not going to get a large blow off of that one. He just pushes to mid-on and there's no run. 27 needed from 71 deliveries. He's the highest run scorer in the series, Daryl Mitchell. Bizarrely, Harry Brook and Jamie Overton are the next 2 highest, which, considering the scoreline, is somewhat improbable. But maybe it tells you how much of a team effort it's been from the Kiwis. In fact, that actually they've all chipped in rather than been dominating or dominated by 1 player throughout. Now, Curran is going to bowl around the wicket to Mitchell. And he's just moving all of the field 5 or 6 metres to their left. Daryl Mitchell is pouring sweat. In goes Sam Curran, brings Mitchell forward, pushes into the offside, no run. And I mean, pouring
He
sweat.
was, wasn't it? It's like he's in the subcontinent. He was waiting, as Curran was, you could just see it, the flood coming down the front of his helmet.
I mean, this is Wellington on the 1st of November.
I was going to say, it's probably
not Colombo.
It's 13 degrees.
Blimey. I mean, it's been a nice day, don't get me wrong. Sam Curran, left arm around, look, he nicked! Out! England have got shot at Mitchell at just the right time. And finally, Sam Curran gets him to nick off. Mitchell rips off his gloves, frustrated. He's gone for 44 from 68 balls. It is a massive moment in this game. Did Daryl Mitchell just lose concentration for a moment? Whatever it is, he's going back to the dressing rooms. And England, they're in the pound seats. Daryl Mitchell goes from 44, New Zealand 196 for 8.
Exactly what they needed, and that's exactly what they wanted from Sam Curran. He decided to change the angle. He went around the wicket and just angled it into off stump and just nipped the seam and went away. The difference between hitting the middle of the bat and the edge, and that's exactly what they wanted. Don't need to get funky with slow balls today. You don't need to get funky with lines and lengths and change up. No, just hit the seam. Keep aiming for the stumps, keep the batter coming forward, and if you do that often enough on this surface, you're in the game, and that's exactly what they got. Blair Tickner walks out, not known for his batting. I'm surprised he's actually coming out ahead of Jacob Duffy. Jacob Duffy's a good hitter of the ball. One thing Tickner will do will be, he'll be brave. It's whether he's actually got the shots. But now it is advantage England.
Well, if Blair Tickner can see this one through for New Zealand, then I think you've got a very strong shout for player of the series. Came in the second game, and that's some statement. Bearing in mind he didn't play in the first game, but 4 for and 4 for, and the winning runs might be enough to do it. However, England do have that opening.
Just what they needed from Sam Curran, wasn't it? He probably couldn't quite get there at the start of his spell when he came on. He got the first wicket. And you can understand why, because he's probably played so much in the short form there, change-ups, and you don't bowl the same ball twice. Actually knowing, well, actually tonight, you're in New Zealand, conditions that suit the medium pace, the seamer, just hang there, be there. Bring the stumps into play, the front pad into play.
Here we go then, Tickner, the right-hander. Well, he sort of crabs in behind this one, pushes it to Jofra Archer at mid-on, and there's no run. 4 balls of the over gone.
I am surprised that Tickner's ahead of Duffy. Duffy can bat. He's a good batter. He can strike the ball. There's a lot of pressure on Fuchs now. Whereas I always known Tickner as a guy that can hold up an end. If you need a bat for half an hour to win a, save a 4-day game, he'll be tough, like you'd expect from Tickner.
Current left arm around, solidly in behind that is Tickner, pushing back to the bowler and his follow through, no run. 27 needed from 67, New Zealand 8 down.
I mean, it was a nice forward defence from Tickner, but I don't know where he's going to be able to score his runs. He's not going to play a beautiful cover drive or even a bouncer. He's not known to probably play the pull shot, so Zach Fuchs has got probably a lot more weight on his shoulders because he knows that of the 27 runs, Jacob Duffy could get half of them the way he strikes, but he's going to have to do the bulk of the work.
Sam Curran comes in, bowls left arm around. Tickner's got sort of arms and legs going in all sorts of different directions there, but he manages to keep it out. That's the main thing. End of the over from Sam Curran. So he has now bowled 6 overs, 2 for 32. New Zealand need 27 more runs from 66 balls. And for the first time in the innings, the New Zealand worm plot is now below England's, which well, is partly due to the finish of the England innings, as Jamie Overton was whacking it to all paths, but it does show how New Zealand, those 3 quick wickets together, has completely taken the wind out the sail. Rashid to bowl his fourth. Gives that one a lot of air. Folks, square drives that one to deep cover and will take a single off the first ball of the over. So Tickner's going to be back on strike. 26 needed from 65.
This is the matchup Rashid wants. You've got a tail-ender against a world-class spinner with a slider and a wrong one. You don't need to fly it up. You're trying to hit that front pad, or you're trying to bowl the wrong one to come through the gate.
Which way round is this group of deliveries going to go? Well, that's wide of off stump, and actually that's a lovely looking push drive.
I take that back, sorry Blair Tickner.
That's a push drive out to deep cover and a single taken, 25 from 64. Tickner's off the mark with a single.
He gave him too much length, he got too full then. So it was a genuine half volley. I think Rashid will feel disappointed, and too much width.
Folks waits, bat raised. Rashid gives him the leg break. Solidly forward is Folks. No run, 25 from 63 the equation. New Zealand 198 for 8. Rashid on his way in, bowls the leg break again to Folks, who has a lot of time there actually to get his weight onto the back foot, pull it around to the leg side and take a single. 24 needed from 62, 199 for 8.
Too short there from Rashid, but one thing about Zach Wilson, you know, facing leg spin in his province, East Sodi plays for Canterbury, so you can imagine he's faced a lot of him in the nets, not only for New Zealand, you know, so you get used to facing leg spin, you get used to picking the variations. Michael Rippon, who has represented Holland before, the left armour.
Rashid gives this one a lot of air outside of off stump. Tickner's hit it for 4 through cover. Sam Curran can't get round on the boundary. The New Zealand 200 is up. 203 for 8. And well, it feels like Adil Rashid's trying to bowl a magic ball.
Yeah, he is, and I'm trying to make. I feel sorry for what I said about Blair Tickner. It's one of the nicest cover drives you'll see. But yeah, at the moment he's trying to bowl the wrong one, but he's trying to spin it back from outside the wide line.
Googly on this occasion, cramps up Tickner. Oh, he's got it past Rashid in his follow through, and they've scampered a single as Overton coming off the long on boundary can't cut that off. That's an excellent over for New Zealand. They take 8 off of Rashid. 19 more runs needed from 60 deliveries. Hope you're enjoying this over your breakfast, over your coffee and cornflakes, whatever it is you're having this morning. 5 to 8 on a Saturday morning. We've actually got a close finish in this series at long last. Shame it's the last game.
Yeah, England are doing well. They're fighting. Rashid will be disappointed with that over. Again, Tickner, someone you want to be able to hit the stumps, and he did try the wrong one twice to him, but they just were too full and too wide. And to Tickner's credit, he played one lovely shot just throughout to the sweeper. The next one he got really close to and beat extra cover. And Fuchs looks pretty calm. Really calm. He's just sitting there. He's picked up a couple of singles. It's now Curran again, though. You really want to bring the stumps into play here.
England, after 40 overs, were 2-2-2 for 9. In goes Sam Curran, bowls to Tickner to start the 41st. Turned out to duck it at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So England were 18 ahead, but had lost 1 wicket more. And of course, didn't actually improve things because they were bowled out 2 balls into the first 41st over. Yet again, England don't use their full 50, although they still use the Owen Morgan mentality. They'd rather be bowled out in 43 overs, swinging up for their bootstraps. And speaking of that, Blair Tickner's gone on the pull to a short ball and has top-edged it over the top of Joss Butler, and it goes away for 4. Tickner goes into double figures. 208 for 8, 15 more needed from 58 balls.
I just don't think it needs. He went to the short ball, and yeah, I know Tickner hasn't played at control, but he's not 130, 35 Ks. The way he'll get Tickner out is hit his front pad, get him bowled, get him caught behind. Yeah, they can look there, there's despair and going, oh no, we're unlucky. I just don't think that's the smart play right now. The way he got out Daryl Mitchell was he had it full, he angled it, and it hit the seam and he nipped away.
15 runs needed from 58 balls. New Zealand trying to chase this one down. Tickner off of the back foot. That's a cracking looking shot. Off the back foot, weight going backwards. punch drive to point. Jacob Beathard does well to stop it, no run.
I'm going to rewind. Please delete what I said when he walked. I said he could play, he could hold up and in. I thought Jacob Duffy was a better striker. Obviously, they've been watching the nets because he's 10 off 9 and he could have easily been 14 off 9. He's looking $1 million.
England are making a field change. Slip is still in place, Joe Root. Point, wide cover, mid-on, and short fine leg inside the circle. Deep mid-wicket going out as Sam Curran comes in. Bowls to Tickner. It's pushed to mid-off, takes on Harry Brook, and they scamper the single. Harry Brook goes to the keeper's end, looking for the direct hit. Folks, though, got the full dive out, and I think he might have made it anyway. He was really motoring. He went so early that as Harry Brook's throw comes in, he would have been home anyway.
Yeah, it's a good single. Good awareness by Tickner. Fox was backing up and just went straight away. A bit of tension now. You just go back and you look at the scorecard, and we've talked about it. Just some sloppiness. Those overthrows. With 5 wides through bounces. You're talking 20 runs. How they'd love to have that in the bank right now.
Absolutely. 34 from 56. Very different game. Well, Sam Curran's just bowled a very short ball that is going to be called wide for height. And you heard the grunt as he delivered it. 13 needed from 56.
And I just mentioned earlier, this is a challenge for Harry Brook as a captain because he's doing a lot of things for the first time. He's new in the role. Batting's easy. That's the, sometimes the bowling, but it's the tactics. And the question is now, is there good leadership? Is he challenging or asking Curran what he's looking to bowl?
Curran comes in to bowl again, and Folks is walking into that one and ends up getting a leading edge that sort of lobs out on the offside, and even the fielders who are relatively short on the offside aren't that short, and it goes into the scorebook as a dot.
It's good by Fox. Just being, again, we talk about that proactive, the left armour with the angle. He's walking outside off stump. He's making Curran think, right, he's going to be running and thinking, what's he going to do this ball?
Sam Curran in, slower ball down the leg side. That's going to be called wide. No, it's not. Oh, okay. Apologies, Sam Curran. 41 overs completed. 210 for 8 New Zealand. They need 13 from 54 balls. Folks, 5. Tickner's 11.
I think Curran thought it was going to be a wide. He looked back, and then when it wasn't called, he quickly ran and grabbed his hat and jersey. But maybe got. I think the new rule is now it's not anything that goes down leg they call wide. There's a little bit of common sense, and I actually think maybe Fuchs did go across to the offside. But again, the last 2 overs have been very good for New Zealand.
Well, here we go then. Settle in, everybody. The final parts of this final ODI of the series. Adil Rashid tries to hurry that one through Tickner. Tickner, though, has got his bat on it. Turns it to deep mid-wicket. And a single will be taken. 12 runs are needed from 53 balls. Cameron Steele, the Surrey all-rounders, joined Craig Cumming and myself in the commentary positions for this final part. Rashid gives that one some air. Folks comes forward, plays defensively, no run. It's a cracking fighting effort from England this, Cam.
It's been a brilliant game, hasn't it? Finally, like you said, we've got a close finish. Oh, it's been excellent to watch. Good to see Adil Rashid go to work here.
He's in his 5th over as he comes and bowls the leg break to Folks. Pushes out on the offside, no run.
And what he's got to work out here, Rashid, and a little bit different than normal, where your decision making's around, they're going to go after me, they're going to hit me. Now it's more defensive. So what's my best delivery to try and deceive from the defence?
Rashid bowls. Folks, stays deep in his crease, punches to cover. The England fielder can't get around on the edge of the 30-metre circle, Harry Brooks, so it will go out to the deep sweeper, and they're able to take a single. 11 more needed by New Zealand, 50 balls to get them in.
Yeah, it doesn't look particularly easy for Rashid. It's not spinning quickly or anything. There's no real bounce.
Rashid in. Tickner off the back foot. The home crowd are cheering every run as he hits it to the cover sweeper, Sam Curran. 10 needed from 49. They're almost at single figures.
Yeah, I think as much as Rashid will want to be using all of his tricks, it's just how much purchase they actually get out of this pitch, which has been much more seamer friendly than it has been spin friendly.
Yeah, and looks like maybe even a bit of dew could just be sliding on a bit more, so not getting the same grip.
Rashid in. Googly does turn, but not as much as he was wanting. Folks pushes back down the pitch, ends the over. 42 gone, so there's 48 balls remaining. New Zealand at 213 for 8, which means they need just 10 more runs. But there's only 2 wickets to go.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Blair took the 13 off top. Again, I'll go back to apologise when he walked out the bat. Thought maybe that Duffy should have hit him. He's looked every bit at number 10, that's for sure, Cam.
Yeah, what a couple of games he's had. I mean, 8 wickets in Hamilton and here in Wellington. He's been fantastic, and yeah, whatever the result is, I'm sure he'll be mighty pleased with the series that he's had and his return to the international stage.
Well, he's going to be on strike to Sam Curran as we start the 43rd over. Curran 2 for 38. Removed Rachin Ravindra and Daryl Mitchell. Curran is around the wicket to Tickner. Well, he's almost running before he's made contact with that. Weight on the back foot, and he knows he's just dabbing it into the offside and then going it like, well, the clappers really, as fast as he can. And off he goes. 214 for 8. The single is taken. 9 needed from 47.
It's just one of those things that the Kiwis just done brilliantly today. They've ever since in the power play, we saw Ravindra and Conway running really hard between the wickets, quick singles, and all day they've just made it easier for themselves by rotating the strike and chipping away.
Tellingly, England take the slip out and put him in at short extra to try and stop that single. And Joe Root will field the next delivery as Curran bowls to Folkes, and it's pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. I almost feel like they could almost take maybe even another step or 2 just to put that little bit more pressure on as well.
I think, especially given that this pitch has been so two-paced as well, you're almost in a catching position as well.
Yeah, the vast majority of the fielders inside the ring on the edge of that circle. Curran goes in, bowls left arm around. Folkes leaves it through to the keeper, so a dot ball. 45 balls to get 9 more runs for New Zealand, or England to try and restrict them or bowl them out.
He's had 2 good links in the last 2 deliveries, Curran. I just wonder, sometimes also one of the strengths he has is he's a left armer. He can create some angles, so whether or not he could look to come back over the wicket, angle it across, you could take your mid-wicket out and have a gully in place, especially to someone like Tickner.
Curran, slow ball, really slow, drops, and Folkes pushes it back down the pitch to the bowler, no run. 4 balls of this over have gone, 1 single, and the 3 dot balls only so far.
And speaking about field changes, assuming the next 2 balls don't go for a 6 and a 4, just wonder whether they'll bring a few of the fielders up for Rashid's next over and try and force them into a more aggressive shot.
Curran around the wicket, shortish, not that short, and it's through to Joss Butler, and Raza just stands and says no, nothing doing that. So it's now 5 balls of the over gone, just a single, 9 needed from 43.
That's a good use of the bouncer there. He's got 1 more up, he can do another one here. And the other thing is, Folkes, there's 3 back on the leg side. If he doesn't get a hold of it, can become a wicket-taking ball now. I think this might be a good time too, because Folkes is not looking to be aggressive. That moon ball he's got could be a good option. We're going to put a slip in place.
So they're bringing over one of the leg side fielders in the circle. So it's a 4-1 inside the circle on the off. Curran's going to go back over the wicket. Fox drops it in at his feet. He's looking for a single. Tickner went, not on your Nelly, mate. Jacob Bethel comes in, picks it up. So that's a single from Sam Curran's 8th over. New Zealand 2-14 for 8 after 43. They need 9 from 42. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 or watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
A wonderful set there from Sam Curran. Exactly what you were talking about, Craig, a little earlier, about just making sure you still give the ball a chance to do a bit off the pitch, which has been seamer friendly today. Now another big over for Adil Rashid. It'll be interesting to see what he does with his field here, whether he really gives the ball a chance to spin with a bit of air.
Well, he can bring long. He's had long on back, so whether he could bring long on up.
Adil Rashid goes in and gives a big loopy leg break. That was fly fishing, Adil Rashid style. Give it a little bit of air. See if the batter wants to take the bait. He pushes it back to Rashid in his follow through. There's no run. 9 from 41. Rashid in. Lower, quicker. Defended by Tickner, back to Rashid. 9 from 40.
I reckon he let that one go. That came out perfectly, that one. It was on the line of off stump, just on the legs. Tickner went back. There's enough, there was enough in that. I think even New Zealand watching it were laughing at it.
Rashid in. Oh, it's a googly. It turns down the leg side. Tickner wants a wide, but it's turned so much. I think the umpire said, well, what am I supposed to call there?
I think, by the way, Tickner's moved back and across there. I'm not sure he's picking it.
9 from 39. Rashid goes in. Tickner waits. Wait very much on the back foot. Hits out to deep cover, and they will take a single. 8 required from 38. New Zealand 2-15 for 8.
I think it was a wide. I think it was well and truly a wide, the wrong one. But then again, he went for the slider, Rashid.
Rashid in this time to Folkes. Turned round the corner. Archer will field at short square leg. No run. 8 from 37.
I talked up Folkes as the batter. He's 6 off 22. Tickner's 15 off 17.
Final ball of the over from Rashid. Oh, he's taken that off middle stumpers, folks, and has hit it through deep square leg. Cast can't get around to that one. It's away for 4, and New Zealand need just 4 more runs, and there are 36 balls to get them because they're 219 for 8.
Well, that's a batter's shot right there, isn't it? That's a textbook sweep shot from Zach Folkes, and I imagine that's pretty much the game there. 1 shot away now, New Zealand, from clean 3-0 victory in this series.
What's been impressive with Zach Folkes, just his temperament, his look calm. Yes, he's just got to defend, but it's not easy. He's a young man, very, very early in his international career. So even though there are other big series going around, this is the most important game of his life right now. And he's just looked calm at the crease. He's got that temperament. He's defended happily. And saying that, Tickner's taken all the pressure off him by the way he's played. It's now or never, really, isn't it, for Curran? So he might try something here.
Well, the DJ's turning it into a Saturday night nightclub, Wellington style. Can England play the role of party poopers? 1 more wicket would make this very interesting. The TV cameras keep cutting to Jacob Duffy on the New Zealand bench, the only man who hasn't come out to bat yet. Sam Curran goes in. Oh, it's been guided up in the air, an overslip. It'll go down towards third. Adil Rashid does well to field, and there's a bit of a mix-up with the batters as well, and they have taken 2 only. I thought at one point they were coming back for a 3rd there. Tickner's got inside the line, got it up and over slip. Rashid does really well down on the boundary, 5 metres inside the sponge. And they take 2. New Zealand need 2 from 35. And Tickner is 17 not out from 18 balls. And now he's spotting debris on the pitch. He feels like a batter all of a sudden. Sam Curran makes his way in. Past umpire Raza. Goes full and straight. Pushed out into the offside. Bit of a yes-no as Bryden Carse is trying to pick it up. He gets it on about the 4th attempt. But that's enough to send the batters back to their respective ends with nothing done. 2 needed from 34.
It'd be very fitting for Tickner to hit the winning runs here. He's had a fantastic game and a fantastic series, so he deserves it. And he's batted beautifully, beautifully today.
Yeah, I mean, I keep saying this is the best I've seen him play. Like he's played properly and been able to access the offside sweeper, not only to pace but also to Rashid, which is no easy feat. Probably that short one, that first ball this over, is the one where he looked a little bit tail endish.
I suppose this might be what Curran and Brook are talking about at the top of Curran's mark. Will he bowl another short one? Will he go full?
Well, they've got a slip in place. Gully, cover mid-off. Tickner waits. Bat raised. Curran goes in. It's a shortest ball that is lobbed back over the top of Sam Curran. They will take a single. The scores are level. 222 apiece. New Zealand need one more run to see this one home. Tickner went on the pull, went for the big shot, and ended up hitting it about 90 degrees away from where he was actually aiming it, but significantly didn't hit it well enough for it to lob to the fielder. It lands safe. 1 from 33, the equation.
Are there any super overs?
Oh yeah, that's just what we need after 8 hours through the night. Zach Fox waits, bat raised, and gets a leg stump half volley from Sam Curran and turns it away through deep backward square, and New Zealand win the 3rd ODI by 2 wickets to take the series 3-0. In truth, they've been the better side throughout the series. They were the better side today. England made them work. They could have completely capitulated when they were 44 for 5, having been put into bat earlier on. But they got back to make 222 all out as Jamie Overton made his first one-day international half-century, making 68 from 62 balls. New Zealand was set 223 for victory, and they have achieved it. They get there and win with 32 balls remaining and win the series 3-0. I turn to the Kiwi to my right, Craig Cumming. They have been the better side over the course of the 3 games, but just give me some assessment on that series.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, the first thing that stands out is New Zealand won 3 tosses and got to bowl first on 3 very sporting pitches. And as much as you don't want to say tosses come into play and you don't want to say that was a big difference, it really was, because it put England under pressure. I think England will be a bit disappointed with how they countered the swing side of the game, not so much the seam, and they knew what they were expecting today. You knew what Foulkes bowls, you know what Duffy bowls, but in saying that, they had to get enough runs, and today they gave themselves a chance, and they were able to get it. You've got to look back from a New Zealand point of view. I think from this whole series, even though they did have the conditions that favoured them, the way they executed and the way they performed with putting the ball in good areas, led by Matt Henry in the first game, in the first over, and obviously Foulkes, Duffy's backed it up, and then Tickner's come in and been brilliant. That's been the winning of the series, and they've just had to do enough to get over the line with the bat, and they've been able to do that because of what the bowlers have been able to do and the way they've executed. So New Zealand have got a very proud home record. This is a big series for them, although it be early in the summer, and we know that Australia have got and England have got the Ashes coming up, but New Zealand's got a record that they're very proud of, and a one-day record, and they're pretty happy to be able to knock this one away.
And Cam, I'm going to come to you now. Just some broad brushstrokes, thoughts on on England in this ODI series. And while you're doing that, I'm going to get out of the way because Jon Norman will come in and bring you the following on podcast after you've given us your thoughts on England.
Yeah, obviously England will be a little bit disappointed with how this series has gone, but I mean, there are some positives to come out of it. Obviously Jamie Overton's had a good series there. Jofra Archer's looked in fine touch, and regardless of whether England will be disappointed, which I'm sure they will be, about losing this one-day series, the focus now does turn towards the Ashes, and there've been some great signs from a bowling perspective. The batters, I'm sure, will be happy to be getting on some Australian pitches with a red kookaburra now. But yeah, everything turns there now. Harry Brook looking in fantastic form with the bat. So yeah, lots to be excited for now, and good luck to them.
Brilliant stuff. But well, now it is time for Following On.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's ODI series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to Following On as we look back to England's dramatic 2-wicket defeat to New Zealand in the third ODI in Wellington. I'm Jon Norman, and I'll be joined over the course of the next 20 minutes or so by the former New Zealand opener, Craig Cumming, and the Surrey all-rounder, Cameron Steele, to dissect all the action from Sky Stadium as England slipped to a 3-0 series defeat. We'll look back at another top-order collapse from England, discuss why they have struggled in ODI cricket. They've won just 4 games since October 2023. And we'll try and find some positives to take from the tour. We'll also talk about New Zealand, of course. And we'll get reaction from both camps. So plenty to come over the next 20 minutes or so. This is Following On. So let's start with the victors, shall we? Craig coming alongside me. 3-0 series win for New Zealand. Their proud record in 50-over cricket, going back all the way to 2019, continues. How did they do it? How did they beat England so comprehensively?
Yeah, when you look at the side, and New Zealand, while they started with Henry, they've got probably 7 or 6 leading seamers out. But the ability for, Matt Henry did play in the first game, but I talked during the game that they did get the luck of the toss. They won the toss and they got to bowl first, and especially in the first ODI at Mount Maunganui at Bay Oval, and also today, it was a big advantage. I mean, you get the opportunity to put a team under pressure. The ball was moving around, not only swinging. I think swinging's fine and you should be able to count it, but it was seaming. And then throw in a little bit of variation of bounce. And what that did is it puts England under pressure because they're shot makers. They want to go out, they want to take you on, they want to put you under pressure. But it's very hard when the ball's moving laterally. And they were able to put them under pressure. Got them in, I think, the most they had in their first 5 wickets was 80 in the 3 games, and it's very tough in this modern era to be able to come back from that. And then New Zealand were able to just be able to pace the way that they chased. Daryl Mitchell was obviously the glue in all 3 games. He just sucked an anchor at one end and played it beautifully, and the others were able to chip in around him. So you combine all that together, I think New Zealand will be very happy. They'll be really delighted with the emergence of Zach Fawkes, who's bowled beautifully and continue on his development. Blair Tickner, who's sort of come from the wilderness again, thought maybe his international career was over, came back in Hamilton, 2 4-wicket bags, and then was there at the end with the match-winning runs. It just shows a really good, I suppose, development program that New Zealand's had. They do it very well, whether under Gary Stead, the former coach, now Rob Walter. One thing they've always done well is they've used series leading up to certain series to give players experience. And last year they went over to Pakistan, and that's when Fawkes got picked for the first time. So they seem to introduce them well, and then when they get asked to step up, they do step up, and they've been able to do it. Have England had one eye on the big dance over the road? Yes and no, because you've got to remember there's a lot of players here in the one-day side who aren't going over to the Test series, and a lot of these players are world-class players. So, it was an even footing, but I still won't go past the fact that toss has been a major impact.
Cameron, do you think that when you look at this England lineup, and with all that Craig has just said and the point that he made, and I think that I agree, the toss has been important. It's not often you see Harry Brook frustrated, but he was a little frustrated when he lost that 3rd consecutive toss. He was frustrated at the end of the second ODI, but he does look through those names and thinks to himself and says out loud that a lot of them will get into a World 11. You know, New Zealand, the cliche has always been that they've been greater than the sum of their parts. Is the reverse true for England? They're not quite as good as what they should be if you look at the individuals that make up the 11 and the team and the players around it.
I think this series they'll be disappointed with. I agree with Harry Brook. You look around, you look at the names on that team sheet, and a lot of these guys would get into most teams in the world. So I wouldn't say necessarily that they aren't greater than the sum of their parts, but there are a few players there who'll have wished that they'd done a bit better. I mean, look at the form of Ben Duckett over the last few games compared to what he would expect of himself, and that's not a criticism, it's just he's one of the best players in the world in all formats, so he would expect
the
himself.
Scoreboard doesn't lie, does it? He's a guy who's been averaging, 50s and whatever. I mean, part of the problem, I think, is New Zealand is a long way to go to play the 3-match ODI series, and if you look at the numbers put on the board by those 3 players, Jamie Smith, Ben Duckett and Joe Root, who have flown in. They didn't play in the T20s, and they just played in the 3 ODIs, and between them they've scored, Duckett scored 11 runs in 3 matches, Joe Root has scored 29 runs, and Jamie Smith has scored 18 runs. When you couple that with the fact they've lost the toss and been asked to bat in difficult conditions against a good attack in home conditions, then it kind of makes sense that they could struggle and have.
Yeah, it's completely normal for that to happen. I mean, they will hold themselves to very high standards, so they would want to do more than what they have done. But yeah, just to reiterate, losing the toss on 3 wickets that have been bowler friendly is not ideal, but I mean, credit to the New Zealand bowlers for the way they've gone about things. Missing Matt Henry for the last 2 ODIs as well in Hamilton and Wellington. They've found 2 gems in Zach Folkes and Blair Tickner as well. They've performed out of their skin.
It'd be interesting because from a batting point of view, and I agree, when the ball's doing plenty, you've got to be proactive and you've got to look to put the bowler under pressure. To me, when you say you've got to go harder, it needs a little bit more explanation, but they'll have more explanation. But you shouldn't be surprised today that Zach is running and swinging the ball into the stumps. If you get done with one that nips away and holds his line, because that's a variation, but it should not be a surprise. And it's a little bit like Joe Root walked, and I'm not going to criticise Joe Root because his record in that. First ball he walked at him, but the outside off stump, I thought, yep, that's exactly, you can see the class. He didn't do it the next ball and he got out. You sort of sometimes think, well, why not do it again? And just do it again, because they knew what he's going to do. Someone like Tickner, you can understand, maybe surprised them, but it's one of those things. But in saying that, today I thought Harry Brook, when he was batting, I won't say the words that I thought he said, but it looked like, oh no, this is meant to be one-day cricket and this is hard yakka, and he nearly looked a little bit resigned, remembering he played an amazing innings in the first one, and he countered the same conditions in the first one and played out of his skin. But I think today was just like they were praying for a good surface, a surface they could turn up and be natural. Lost the toss, and it was doing just as much, if not more, than the other ones, and I think it might have just beaten them up.
This has been the Achilles heel of this England side, though, for 6, 7, 8 years. Flat tracks, they are, on their day, unbeatable. But when they're not on flat tracks, then they can come a cropper. Blair Tickner is player of the match. I do know the answer, I'm being a little facetious, but how can Blair Tickner win 2 player of the match awards in a 3-match ODI series and somebody else get player of the series? Daryl Mitchell. It does kind of make sense, I suppose. He did perform well in 3 matches, but anyway, that's just I'm being facetious slightly. Going back to this game, I mean, it was a good contest. I found it fascinating duel at the start. The ball was dominating back, but then England did come back into the game. And you were saying, Cameron, there are some players that will walk away from this series feeling that they've actually, their reputation has been enhanced. Well, Jamie Overton is certainly going to be one of those. He hit 46 in the first ODI, 42 in the second, and he hit 68 today. They are his 3 highest scores in 50 over cricket, international 50 over cricket. And, you know, he once again showed that he's more than handy when you also throw in the fact he can bowl 90-mile-an-hour deliveries, wicket-taking deliveries, and he played very, very well today. Didn't quite get England up to a score that they could go on to defend, but actually didn't come far off.
Yeah, I think Gareth Batty said on talkSPORT before that he thinks that Jamie Overton is Surrey's Andre Russell, and I mean he played that way today. He's for the whole series. He's almost been batting on different pitch, albeit coming in a lot later than what the top order have had to deal with. But he's just played properly. He's played beautifully, and then he's gone through the gears when he's needed to. And today he sort of marshalled the tail fantastically, and then his bat. No one was expecting that from his batting really, but even though he is an all-rounder, but his bowling was top draw today as well, pushing 90 mile an hour quite consistently.
What I enjoyed, we were talking about it earlier, was that he had his plan, but he went, as soon as he got a short ball, he put it away. And you saw today, as soon as you're back of the length, he was climbing into it, and there was no risk. And then that put the pressure on, and he didn't try and go down the ground early on. He didn't try and take on the pace or go at it. And in some ways, I talked about it, he let the ball do the work. As soon as you drop short, he put it away. If it was outside, he beat back with point. And there was a method to the madness. Now, he had a little bit of luck early on at Bay Oval, which you all need, of course we do. And then the confidence grew. And, yeah, he just needs someone to hang from a bit longer, another 10 runs. And, you know, he did everything he possibly could to give England a chance to win all 3 games the way he played.
I thought he was smart today because, you know, when you bowl short at him, as you say, you'd flat bat it or he'd pull it or he'd, you know, smash into the stands. But actually he moved around the crease really nicely. You know, there was a couple of 4s that he took down to fine leg, which, you know, he created that angle. And, of course, the bowler didn't want to bowl anything short or on a good length. So he knew he was going to be bowling full on the stumps and combated that. I thought he batted really well today. You know, it wasn't to be for him, but the Andre Russell comparison makes sense in another way because, of course, there were times when, just like Andre Russell, he wasn't fit to bowl, and he wasn't coming in the top 6. So there was a tour of the West Indies where he was essentially coming in as a non-bowling number 7 or possibly even a non-bowling number 8. And people are thinking, well, what's all this about? And I think today and on other occasions you've seen, well, this is what it's about, because he will be able to bowl. He just was struggling on those occasions, but his batting coming in at 8 can change games.
Yeah, he's often played in Surrey's T20 side as a batter, batting at 7, and he's an unbelievable fielder, so one of the best boundary fielders you can get, and in red ball cricket, one of the best slippers you'll find. Sadly, he's left red ball cricket behind for a little bit, but yeah, he's been so valuable for us with his in T20 cricket for a number of years now. Just coming in when you sort of want to go at 10 to 12 and over, and clearing the fence with not just brute strength but a lot of skill as well.
Talking about a lot of skill, let's hear from Blair Tickner, who has caught up with Daniel McHardy at Sport Nation.
Blair, it's congratulations, and it's one thing to come back into this side when you don't think you're going to be playing international cricket again and take wickets. It's another thing to have to go out there and maybe get him across the line with a bat. How are you feeling out there?
Yeah, I was telling the boys I actually got that bat out of the shed. Don't have a kit sponsor at the moment, so I just found whatever one that felt nice, and didn't think I'd be batting for New Zealand, but nice to get us across the line.
I'm sort of feeling like you would have mentioned, coming back into bowling with a different perspective and probably enjoying it. Did it feel a little bit different than that when you had the bat in hand though at the end there? That maybe the enjoyment factor wasn't quite there.
Yeah, it was obviously nice that most of their bowlers are bowled out, so that gave us a little bit less edge. But no, it was just enjoyable. Wanted to enjoy my time, didn't matter how well I went, so it was a good experience.
I mean, 2 bags of 4, there's not many people who have done that. You got 2 bags of 4 in a one-day series for New Zealand. You must be thrilled with the way it's gone with the ball.
Yeah, to be honest, I'd be happy just getting out there. The results obviously went my way, but it's easier when they're halfway all out by the time I get to bowl, so it's up to the guys at the top that did really well opening the bowling, so yeah, it was just clean up the tail.
Yeah, you'd had a little bit of a break from cricket, reassess things, and it's obviously well spoken about the things that have been going on in your life, but has this sort of maybe stoked the fire again?
Back for the Stags on Monday playing against the Volt, so probably just back to the domestic grind and see what happens. If they need Stephen Donald, I'll be here.
You must be, I guess you're probably pleased with the ground staff as well. They've produced 3 wickets that have done a little bit for the Quicks.
Yeah, it's been enjoyable to bowl on. A little bit in it, so I can't complain.
Said with a smile. Can you give us, what was that little comment there?
The Stephen Donald one was Stephen Donald kicked the winning penalty in the 2011 World Cup.
Tugging down his All Black shirt. It didn't fit right.
The week before the final,
he'd been white baiting.
He was out white baiting, and New Zealand lost 3 first fives during the tournament. So the coach gave him a call, and he was out on the river and said, "We need you to come in and try and win us a final." And he came in and kicked the goal. So that's what he's meaning. He was out in the wilderness. He got the call, and he came in, and he's done all right.
I get it. I thought it might have been his captain in domestic.
I love the fact that he didn't have a bat. He had to go to the shed and just pull one out, and I tell you what, it worked all right.
Certainly did. Let's hear from Mitchell Santner, who's been speaking.
Mitchell, thanks for joining us. Another victory tonight, a lot closer tonight. How were the nerves heading into that final stretch?
Obviously I was a little bit angry to start with because I should have been probably still out there. But it was another great game against a great team. It was nice to, show the crowd that it got a bit tight in the end, but it was nice to obviously win, and we know England are a great side. So, 3-0 against these guys is a very good effort.
Very tricky wicket, but I thought that opening partnership was particularly impressive, considering the conditions, considering the likes of Jofra Archer bowling at top pace. What did you make of that?
Yeah, for sure. I think, when you're chasing, even the last game, you're chasing 180 or 220 and you get off to a tough start, it makes it pretty hard. So I think the way, Rutchin and Dev, nice to see Dev obviously come back this game and do. I thought they did extremely well. It looked tricky at times, played some great shots. You kind of get through that little period and then you can kind of cash in. Obviously a couple of run-outs and never helps. But, I think it got a bit tighter than we thought, but it was still pretty clinical, I think.
2 run-outs at the non-strikers, that doesn't happen often.
No, it doesn't. So I think especially, Dev was in, did all the hard yards, and then obviously Tommy through the middle there as well. So it's one of those things where you're not going to say to guys, don't back up because, but it was just one of those things, and obviously nice to get the win in the end.
Daryl Mitchell, 178 runs across the 3 matches, only out the once. I think he's gone past Virat Kohli in the world rankings. Incredible form he's in.
Yeah, no, he loves one-day cricket, and he controls the middle so well for us, as we've seen in both, all 3 of these games. So, he loves to get in the fight. So when guys get at him, he loves it even more. So, I think even he would have liked to be there at the end, but even to get us that close was a very good effort from Daz.
I just want to ask you about Blair Tickner as well. 8 wickets in 2 matches, coming back into the side. Everything he's dealt with personally, obviously out there in the middle as they win the game. How amazing is it to be involved in that and to see him make these strides?
Yeah, it's outstanding. It's credit to these guys who come in and are to able to perform straight away. Obviously, we make the environment where guys can express themselves and be themselves. And Blair came straight back in, 8 very big wickets over 2 games, and looked like Don Bradman out there with the bat tonight as well.
We had a conversation earlier, much earlier, a long time ago, about 5 or 6 hours ago, about who is the best all-format player in cricket, and we said Travis Head. Well, Daryl Mitchell is a shout. He's in the chat. He's in the conversation, isn't he?
I probably would have said yes. I don't know if his form, and I could stand to be corrected. I don't know if his form in all formats together have been that as strong as they have. He had a period there where obviously he was dominating Test cricket. He came into one-day cricket, and that's when I think when he was opening the batting for New Zealand, I think in the World Cup, that's when he really, in the T20 format, he was really dominant. I think at the moment, he's been maybe a little bit up and down, but I tell you what, he's certainly right up there. That's for sure.
And again, he's just got the sign over England, and he does roll them. We know that, but so what? So did Ricky Ponting. In fact, I tell you what, before you speak, Cam, let's hear from Daryl Mitchell. He's been speaking as well.
Daryl, well batted in the series. I'd imagine you're probably, knowing you and your competitiveness, you're probably gutted you weren't able to go undefeated or unbeaten with the bat.
Look, it was awesome to see Folksy and Tix at the end there do the job, and that's a pretty exciting game of cricket on a challenging surface, so good fun.
How did you feel about your batting in this series? Because you actually you got good scores, but it looked difficult on these pitches.
Yeah, it was a grind at times, and I guess that's the nature of early summer here in New Zealand, that ball will do a bit, but nice, I guess, to get the 3 wins and walk away with a series win.
Today was a little bit different too, I think, from the way that you approached the other innings. The other innings may be a little bit more, I don't know if I could say more positive, because you're always positive when you bat, but it looked like it was harder to score runs out there this evening.
Yeah, look, it was challenging. I think both me and Dev have got a few war wounds on our body from wearing a few, but it's just trying to build a partnership when the ball's nipping around and trying to put pressure back on them when you can.
One thing you do tend to handle with bat is pressure. You've been in many pressure situations and done well. Well, what is it that you think allows you to handle that pressure and still play very positively at the same time?
Oh, look, I think that's why you play the game, is to be in moments like that. And, as a kid growing up in the backyard, I guess you imagine those situations. So to be out here doing it in real life's pretty cool.
How does your mentality with the bat change from format to format? Because you've done well in all forms. Does it sort of change much, or you just apply yourself the same way regardless?
Look, I guess you're constantly adapting to different situations, and your risk changes as the formats change. But, you're just trying to win little moments for the team, and hopefully that means you're winning games of cricket.
You must both have played with players that just had such a, still-minded attitude to going out, a bloody-mindedness, essentially. It's not just about talent, is it? It's not just about being able to play the shots. It's just about refusing to lose, refusing to give your wicket away. And those, when you've got one or two of those in your team, and you two may count yourself as those kind of people as well. I mean, you don't reach the top of your profession without having mental fortitude, but certainly there's something about Daryl Mitchell that you want him in your team, don't you? Just because he's not going to give it up easy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wouldn't put myself anywhere near that category, but he's certainly one of those guys who you definitely want your team, and he's come in some tough scenarios as well. Like both top orders have found the conditions extremely challenging, even though New Zealand have batted second in all 3 ODIs. But I think the mental fortitude extends to the rest of the Kiwi batters as well. I mean, you look today at Ravindra and Conway with that opening stand, like 78, I think, and they played absolutely wonderfully. Just being able to rotate the strike and weather an Archer storm, really, who was bowling rapid and moving the ball a long way. So I think, obviously, many congratulations to Daryl Mitchell on a fine series, but also to the other batsmen.
Okay, Harry Brook, because of course he is the skipper. He's new to the job, but this is a painful series defeat for him. What do you think he would have learned? It can't just be about winning the toss a bit better than not. Do you think there's any parts of his game in terms of his captaincy? I mean, look at the innings he had in the first match. His batting isn't being affected by his captaincy, not this stage. But is there anything about his captaincy that you've seen that he might want to tweak?
No, not yet.
Didn't bring Rashid on till the 30th over, for instance.
And that's what I said today was probably going to be a day where it challenged him technically or tactically. But no, there aren't things that were glaring yet. A challenge for us is seeing the fields. But he's got to go through experiences, and to become, a class leader, you need to get miles under your belt. You've got to be able to be put into different situations. The one thing I just find, and again, I know there's more depth to what they're saying, and just saying because the ball's doing a bit and bowlers are doing a bit, we're just going to go harder. To me, they probably don't have to explain that, but I just don't think it comes across great when you say I'm just going to go harder. When I think you just nailed it. Maybe is that Daryl Mitchell is probably the difference. And New Zealand were in trouble too, even though they were 70 today. They lost the wickets quickly, but Daryl Mitchell absorbed the pressure. And the game's about, yes, it is about entertainment. But also on surfaces like this, sometimes you've got to be able to adapt, and you've got to say, hey, this is doing plenty. What do we think? And part of that's that EQ. What do we think is a good score that we'll be able to be competitive and we'll be able to defend? The challenge, I think, with the modern cricketer is someone like Harry Brook is that his sights are so big because he's so good that he goes, I can go out and I can hit. And I remember hearing Joe Root talk about, the two best players, the difference between, Harry Brook and Kevin Peterson. Kevin Peterson used to dominate through presence, and he'd stand there. And I was talking to Harmy about that in the T20 series. But if you bowled him a half volley, he'd hit you through covers or back of length. He said Harry Brook could come out and he'll hit you through the covers with that ball. He can hit you over a long on, he could probably slog sweep you. So sometimes their own ability and their own belief in themselves nearly is an undoing, whereas today it's a little bit like I've just got to pull things back a bit. I've just got to be a bit tighter, like he actually did, believe it or not, when he got his 130. But, I would say, and Brendan McCullum's sitting down now, and I'm sure he's looking forward to this press conference, this is part of the big picture. They're getting themselves prepared. They've got the Ashes coming up now. They'll reflect on this at a certain time. They've enjoyed their time as a group in New Zealand. They'll use this experience to get better for a World Cup. And that'll be the line, and they're probably right by saying that too.
We might hear from Jamie Overton shortly. We do have Harry Brook, I believe. He has been speaking after England went down to that 2-wicket defeat.
Harry, well, you very nearly pulled this one out of the fire. I imagine you're a little bit gutted because you had your chances, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was an amazing game of cricket there at the back end for us to nearly defend that score, which probably wasn't quite enough. Was a great effort from the lads.
I guess if you look at all three of them, just didn't get the starts that you required to really set a platform to go on for really challenging totals.
No, definitely not. That's obviously one thing we've spoken about. We didn't quite get big enough scores to be able to defend them and give the bowlers the best chance to win us the game. So yeah, we'll go back. We'll take the learnings that we've made from this trip here, and we'll try our best to be better in the future.
How frustrating is it? Because, you look at the personnel on this English side, full of wonderful cricketers, and you're just not getting the job done in one-day international cricket.
Yeah, it probably didn't help that I didn't win a toss as well. It favoured the toss a little bit. So, look, they're the second best team in the world for a reason. They've outplayed us this series. We just haven't been good enough, and like I said, hopefully we just bounce back.
You're right. They were important tosses to win. What did you make of the surfaces in terms of one-day international cricket?
Yeah, they were tricky. Obviously, they had quite a bit in them. That their guys are swinging the ball and getting the most out of the pitch. So, it was tricky, but we've got to find ways in the future. And if we want to be one of the best teams in the world and win world competitions, we need to find a way.
Got to find a way. We'll see. We'll see. It's very early stages for Harry Brook's captaincy. I went up to Headingley in must have been April this year when he was announced as a skipper, and I did come away from it thinking, okay, we'll see, because he just kind of went for the vibes. Basically, it wasn't about tactics or the data. It was about going out there and trying to score more runs than the opposition and take more wickets, and that was it. And then, of course, at the toss, it's interested me after before those two of the T20s, he talked about looking at the data in terms of whether to bat or bowl, and you think, oh, okay, something sounds like it's changed a little bit. And then, professional sports people don't like losing, do they? You guys do not like losing. So he's not going to be happy if and when England lose. And actually, that's kind of what you want. You don't want people smiling when their teams lose. So it'll be interesting to see how he comes back. Of course, he'll probably appreciate just going back into the ranks when the Ashes come around.
Yeah, I think I think people often, you can Twitter's a horrible echo chamber for it, but people can get angry at see it as being blasé. But I don't think anyone should ever, and Baz McCullum has said it loads, I don't think anyone should ever see these guys as not competitive and wanting to win. And Harry Brook you wouldn't be that good if you weren't as competitive as he is. And I think even though he might simplify things when it comes to interviews, he will be trying to become the best captain he can be. And if that means looking at more stats, then I'm sure he's all over it and 100% back him to get the job done in the future.
And I still go back to, you got to remember, if you look around the world, and even in a month's time you play in New Zealand, these pitches will be flatter. They'll be pretty even contest between bat and ball, and if not, probably more. So, it's probably shook them, and it would shake any team that turns up. And I go back to, why is New Zealand, so good at this format? This format actually suits this New Zealand side's temperament. So even from a batting point of view, chasing 220, they've got the ability to grit it, pull it back.
that suits them. But one thing you've got to give New Zealand credit for, and I think when you look at it again, I go back and while the conditions did do a bit, they bowled exceptionally well. You know, we remember Matt Henry, that first over a week ago, nipped one back, got a wicket in the first over, set the tone, and then everything followed. Like, you know, you go and look, I bet their pitch maps and using stats, I bet if you go and look at the areas that you're trying to hit and look at the execution for New Zealand, they'll be all over it. So they did everything they possibly could on a supporting tracks to put in under pressure, and that's all you can do. But I agree, you can't never judge someone, you know, what Harry Brook's going to say in front of the camera, you know. And even when I say, he keeps saying about going hard, I know there's more substance behind just going, it's just the easy thing, we've just got to go hard. But they talk more about what that's about. And you've got to learn your way. And you know, this is his first experience. Brendan McCullum's come in as a white ball coach too. That's a new relationship. They'll build it. The one thing they've got to be careful, and I mean, even then, you know, they're a world-class side. Well, they're actually not. Because to be world-class, you've got to be winning at a world-class rate. They've got the potential to be world-class. And I think that's probably the frustration thing from an England fan point of view at the moment, that you're seeing all these players who probably individually are very, very, very good players. Just at the moment, though, collectively they're not quite getting together. But as we know, when they do, they're going to be hard to beat.
Let's hear from Jamie Overton.
Hi Jamie, thank you very much for joining us on Sport Nation. Look, a difficult series for England in these ODIs. What do you make of what's transpired?
Yeah, I think we've tried to play the game how we want to play it, and you can probably say it's probably not necessarily worked in the first for all 3 games, but I feel like we're playing the style we want to play, and it's just not worked for us. And maybe that's what we have to take a little bit of learning from that going forward, and maybe not play with our egos a little bit, but just try and almost play a bit more sensible at times and playing more into our strengths. But yeah, I think it's quite frustrating. But yeah, it was nice to. I know we lost today, but it was nice to finish potentially very entertaining, very close game. So the fielding efforts that we've had in the all 3 games have been very good. But that's cricket, and it's quite frustrating at times.
There was a lot of fight in this game, and I want to talk about that in 1 second. But talking about those batting performances in particular, the positive cricket is one thing, but it does seem to go into the reckless sort of area at times. Is it about tampering that down a little bit and finding the right balance?
Yeah, I think it's just finding the right tempo. Obviously 50 overs because it's a long time, and I think like we've got world class players in the whole side. So I'm not going to tell them what to do. They know what they need to do, and it's probably just a few guys out of form, and that's just one of those things. A short series like that those things can happen, and yeah, it's frustrating. But I think we've shown in the last couple of games we've fought quite well to almost get back into them, and a couple more wickets here and there in the first 2 games, and they might have been close.
5 down within 10 overs, that's not what any ODI team needs, but the fight that was shown in the batting order, you leading the way, very positive in this match in particular, and then obviously with the ball you made it very close. Are those the positives you take out of this?
Yeah, I think it's like all positive. I think the fielding and the bowling we've shown in all 3 games has been really, really good. We've done a lot of work around outside of the game, trying to be really close as a unit, and you can see that when we're in the field, we're buzzing around, we're trying to make things happen even though we're kind of behind the game. So it's disappointing to lose, but I feel like we've learned a lot as a side, and hopefully we can take that move going forward.
And what's next for the team? Is there a bit of time left in New Zealand, or do you head straight over to Australia ahead of the Ashes?
Most of the boys sort of head home tomorrow. A few of us are heading back to England. Obviously the Test boys are heading back to going over to Perth. I think a few have got a few days off here. But I think a lot of the bowlers are heading to Perth to get ready for the Ashes. And obviously the rest of the white ball boys have got sort of up to Christmas off, and then we've got Sri Lanka series after Christmas.
So Jamie Overton speaking there to Ben Strang from Sport Nation. Big thanks to those guys for all of their assistance throughout this series. A series that started out with the weather and England combining to defeat New Zealand. England taking that T20 series 1-0, but wow, New Zealand have come roaring back. 3-0 series win, capped off with a 2-wicket win today. Player of the match, Blair Tickner. Before we wrap up, just final thoughts really. It's been short, sharp, sweet, and it's been great to have you both in the commentary box. So huge thanks to Cameron Still and Craig Cumming, who will be heading back to their counties shortly after we go off air. So good luck over the winter, and thanks for listening. It's been fantastic 2025 for us here on talkSPORT 2. We brought you a lot of cricket. Started out in India. India then became the visitors to England throughout the summer, and we've capped it off with this tour of New Zealand. Who knows what the future holds? But a big thanks for listening, and a big shout out to the production team as well. Scott Taylor, Ollie Hunter and Jack Hayton, and Macca, of course, who's still sitting here listening to us warble on as the day. Well, it is the daytime now, isn't it, here in the UK? Big thanks to everyone involved in talkSPORT Cricket, but that's it for now. That's the action at Wellington. New Zealand winning over England by 2 wickets and taking the series 3-0. Bye for now.
Joe Root is waiting as he's taken on the pad by Fox, and he's given out LBW. Edge to second, slip, and Harry Brook goes.
Techno to start his.
Next over, bowls, Josh Butler. Pulled away with incredible power for 6 by Overton. Oh, Overton's not blocking that one for 1. He's launched it. Driven.